You stepped on the roof tiles of my Skywing clan, so you had better leave behind your legs as compensation. Xiao Wuye roared back in his elderly voice. Rumble. Wuye swung out his arms, and two powerful forces surged toward the retreating Law Emperors. Whoosh. Moto made a nimble turn and dodged Wuye's sweeping attack. He was a level 4 Law Overlord, so avoiding Wuye's attack was not hard. Unfortunately, his subordinates did not have this ability. Xiao Wuye's attack was like a hurricane stirring up leaves, instantly sweeping 17 Law Emperors into the Wind Garden. Xiao Wuye had spent decades in the Wind Garden, so he was familiar with every inch of it. Entering the Wind Garden was equivalent to entering the cage Wuye had set up. Xiao Wuye became like a savage beast, his bloody maw opening as he lunged at his prey. Screams filled the air. Ugh! Let's go! Moto yelped as he slapped his bald head and endured the pain. He was truly in no mood to save his subordinates. Xiao Wuye was a superior Law Overlord and knew the area. Meanwhile, his own emotional state was completely in shambles. His impulsive move to leave their camp might have possibly led to the ruin of the coalition army. He was frantic to leave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Spatial gates opened as Law Overlord Moto led his men back to Floating Star Valley. They had arrived with 32 Law Emperors and left with only 15. The battle had not even started, but this vicious wolf Xiao Wuye had taken a large bite out of the primordial sect. The battle situation was deeply worrying. The Skywings had used the wolf pack formation, at times as solid as rock, advancing step by step, and at times as ephemeral as ghosts, rushing left and right and catching their enemies off guard. The high speed of the Skywings allowed their formation to change as swiftly as lightning. Anyone who was alone or slightly away from the main group would immediately be set upon by the Skywing wolves, the entire pack attacking and instantly tearing them apart. The moment the battle started, 12 Law Emperors of the Moonward clan, overcome by rage and sorrow at the extermination of their clan, had charged at the Skywings and had been instantly obliterated. Xia Fei had taken the opportunity to kill 2 of them, absorbing a significant amount of origin energy. At present, the coalition army had 63 Law Emperors and 5 Law Overlords, while the Skywings had 40 Law Emperors and 2 Law Overlords. Law Emperors were of little threat to the Skywings' Wolfpack formation, but the team of 5 Law Overlords, Galson Ward, Su Kong, Olsen Ward, Su Xiang, and Su Lu, placed immense pressure on the Skywings. The gap was like a chasm. No matter how strong the Skywing Law Emperors were, there was no way that they could individually take on a Law Overlord. With their peerless speed, the Skywing Wolves were just barely holding on, killing those enemies on the fringes and shrinking the gap in strength between them and the coalition army. Brother, this can't continue further. If we 5 Law Overlords work together, we naturally have nothing to fear from the Skywing Wolfpack formation, but our men aren't the same. We've already lost 6 more great Law Emperors to the Skywings. The gap in strength just keeps shrinking. Olsen Ward urgently said, his back to Galson Ward. Galson Ward felt rather helpless. Their original plan had accounted for the 2 religions and 1 clan, being all united for an astonishing force of 107 Law Emperors and 6 Law Overlords. With such a force, even if they had fought the Skywing Wolves head-on, they still would not have been at a disadvantage. Alas, Law Overlord Moto had gone off on his own with the men of the primordial sect to White Horse Constellation with a mind to flattening the Wind Garden. This had greatly cut down on the strength of the coalition army, and what should have been an overwhelming advantage was now an even match. He could only hope that Moto returned soon. Only with their additional men and an additional Law Overlord could they battle it out with the Skywing Wolves. Hold! The Skywings can move too quickly. Trying to pursue them is only falling for their trap. Our only option is to stick together and wait for Moto to return so that we can launch a counterattack. Galson Ward yelled. As he spoke, he saw spatial gates open in the distance. Primordial Sect Law Overlord Moto had thrown away 17 of his men to return from the White Horse Constellation. Hurrah! The coalition army was invigorated. Although Xiao Wuye had made the Primordial Sect lose more than half its forces, 15 Law Emperors still lived, and there was a level 4 Law Overlord among them. Once the 2 sides joined together, they would have a force of 88 Law Emperors and 6 Law Overlords, more than double the Skywing forces. This would still be an overwhelming advantage. Huh. Moto is back. We have the power of 6 law overlords, and we also have many law emperors supporting us. No matter how formidable the Skywing's Wolfpack formation is, it's no match for us. The superior law overlord of the old god cult, Su Kong, shouted in excitement. A black silhouette suddenly charged into Moto's group. There was not even 1 second of hesitation. It was Xia Fei, the lone wolf of the Skywing Wolfpack. Moto's group was on one side of the valley, several dozen kilometers away from the coalition army. It was clear that Xia Fei wanted to keep Moto and his men outside of the battlefield, but with just him alone. What truly left people shocked was the resolve Xia Fei showed. He had used only 0.1 second to think and make this incredibly difficult decision. It must be understood that this was a group of 15 law emperors led by a level 4 law overlords. It was a powerful group that Xia Fei alone could not possibly deal with. Still, Xia Fei knew that the Skywing Wolfpack was already having a hard time dealing with the coalition army led by 5 law overlords. If this extra force joined in, the Skywings might very well lose. This was not a multiple-choice question. Xia Fei had no other options. Defeat could appear anywhere else, but it would never appear in the dictionary of the Skywing clan. Look, it's Xia Fei. Olsen Ward's eyes erupted with sharp light. Everyone in the Moonward clan hated Xia Fei to the bones. Olsen Ward had been deceived by Xia Fei and had gone insane, and he had only been saved when their grand ancestor paid a high price to request the help of an apothecary from the god race, which had caused Olsen Ward's condition to improve finally. Unfortunately, he had only 60% of his strength left, and on rainy and overcast days, his entire body would seize in pain. Life for Olsen Ward had become a sort of torment, and it was only in his desire to take Xia Fei's life that he had been enduring it to this day. His eyes turned red with bloodlust upon seeing his enemy. His complexion turned pale. Olsen Ward snorted, sinisterly saying, "Let him go. Xia Fei doesn't know how powerful Moto is. He's going to put on a fine show this time." Olsen Ward resentfully nodded. It's just too bad that I can't kill him myself." On the other side, Xia Fei's crazed action had also shocked Xia Tian and Patriarch Xia Biyun. "Patriarch, Xia Fei is going alone to stop the primordial sect," Xia Tian said in a slightly panicked voice. Without his glasses on, he was an exceptionally imposing force in the wolf pack. His fiendish aura could sunder the heavens. "Let him go," Xia Biyun sternly said. Xia Tian was stunned, not expecting his patriarch to be so decisive. He is the lone wolf. Impeding the enemy is his duty, Xia Biyun said as he fought. Moreover, he is our clan's Godwing. If he can't even do this, then he doesn't deserve the title of Godwing. Whoosh. Fast as lightning, Xia Fei thrust into the force led by primordial sect leader Moto like a javelin. "Are you crazy? There are 16 of them. Even the weakest is still a law emperor," Oro exclaimed. There was an abnormal resolve in Xia Fei's eyes as he coldly declared, "This is my duty." Yes, the lone wolf of the Wolfpack formation was their scout, ranger, and also their marksman. When the Wolfpack attacked, Xia Fei protected the flanks of the formation by going to the aid of whichever side was having a tough time, and when the Wolfpack retreated, he covered the rear to prevent the enemy from overcoming the main force. If Xia Fei found an isolated enemy, he needed to strike and kill them. Every time he could kill an enemy, Xia Fei needed to come forth and deal the blow. Now, when enemy reinforcements arrived, Xia Fei naturally needed to hold them off even at the cost of his life. Xia Fei did not have a position in the formation, but he needed to appear at whichever position was in danger. A roamer, the ranger, the lone wolf. All these nice-sounding titles carried immense responsibility and risk. There was no taking this job without outstanding courage and grit. Since Xia Fei was the Skywing clan's lone wolf, he needed to show the might of the lone wolf. There was no need for a reason. The lone wolf only needed to appear at the right time and the right place to carry out their duty. This difficult position could only be held by the most cunning and most insane warrior of the clan. In the Skywing clan, this person was Xia Fei. Fiendish energy surged into the heavens. Xia Fei held nothing back as he charged, unleashing all of his inner demon. The narrow valley and the vast wasteland instantly became dark and cold. The temperature plunged and the sky became overcast. This was the most fiendish fiend of the Skywing clan, the result of the unleashing of his inner demon. Whoosh! Several dozen kilometers were instantly crossed. Quite a few of the primordial sect law emperors cultivated the law of space. They had been preparing to use instantaneous movement techniques to arrive on the battlefield and join the rest of their forces. Alas, Xia Fei did not even give them the chance to do so. Peacock Blue. Xia Fei roared. An immemorial, mystical armament Peacock Blue erupted from his right arm. 5 giant blades of grass like 5 demonic blades were pulled along by Xia Fei's super speed. Break for me. Rumble. Space tore apart with a great rumble as Peacock Blue tore through it. What seemed like a planet-engulfing sandstorm began to stir up, innumerable explosives hidden within the storm. Then they exploded. Flowers of death bloom. Whoosh! The crystalline white flowers on Peacock Blue's massive body began to grow rapidly. These were flowers made of the purest energy. In their moment of dazzling glory, they overflowed with the aura of death. Rumble! Rumble! A shocking sight. Instant movement was a skill of the law of space. It could open temporary spatial tunnels that could allow one to travel as far as several dozen kilometers or even as far away as 1,000 kilometers. The weakness of this technique was that it required several deciseconds to activate. To ordinary warriors, a few deciseconds was nothing, but to super-speed warriors like Xia Fei, it was enough time to act. Under Xia Fei's control, Peacock Blue swept over the area like a gigantic tentacle. It pulled out those warriors who were about to step through the spatial tunnels that they had just opened. Thud thud. Peacock Blue violently dragged out the Law Emperors from their spatial tunnels. This was an absurdly unreasonable course of action. It must be understood that spatial tunnels had severing properties. For this feat, Peacock Blue had allowed itself to be cut into several hundred pieces. Huya! Beautiful shreds of blue grass flew out. This was a move that left both sides badly injured. To stop the 16 experts of the primordial sect, Xia Fei did not even mind badly damaging Peacock Blue. His inner demon burst forth. Xia Fei stood atop a small hill, glaring at the 15 law emperors and 1 law overlord as he pointed at them and harshly said, "None of you will be leaving here today. None of you will be leaving here today." Xia Fei viciously declared from atop the small hill. This was a shocking sight. Xia Fei was alone, but he was holding off a force consisting of 15 law emperors and 1 law overlord. Oh my! Oh my! Those primordial sect warriors that Peacock Blue had blasted out of the spatial tunnels were in extremely bad shape. It was not just because of the impact of being dragged, but because of the explosion from the destruction of space. They had failed to return to the main force and had even been injured. Several dozen kilometers away, Xia Tian and Xia Bian simultaneously expressed their approval of Xia Fei's abilities. This was the power of the lone wolf. When facing the enemy, they not only needed to charge up, but also to be capable of impeding them, which Xia Fei had undoubtedly achieved. Peacock Blue grew with unrestrained ferocity. The universe's most tenacious weed would not stop fighting because of an injury. Its vitality was so formidable that it almost instantly healed its wounds and came back, brimming with energy. There was also Furball, standing on Xia Fei's shoulder like a hungry tiger. Meanwhile, the blood crystal's inconspicuous appearance held a boundless killing intent, a madness that sought to consume all its foe. Law Overlord Moto frowned. Xia Fei's frenzied strike just now had been brimming with power, but he did not believe that one person alone could stop him. Kill him. With this shouted order, the primordial sect's law emperors divided into 2 groups. One made to surround Xia Fei, while the other group used this chance to head back to the main battlefield. Moto did not join in the encirclement of Xia Fei. He felt like his men were enough to kill Xia Fei and that there was no need for him to intervene personally. Alas, he was wrong. Absurdly wrong. Xia Fei was only a level 6 law emperor in terms of cultivation, but his fighting power was at the law overlord level. He was the 4th strongest expert of the Skywing clan. A law overlord that was not a law overlord. I already said, none of you will be leaving. Jumping off the ground, Xia Fei charged at the side. Peacock Blue went crazy, beginning to madly sweep across the entire area. Spatial tunnels that had just been opened were obliterated. Those fellows who were trying instant movement fell for the same move and were swept out of the tunnels by Peacock Blue. One Law Emperor saw that instant movement was not going to work and decided to use his legs to return to the battlefield. At this level, even warriors who had not studied the speed of Law could still move rather fast. Of course, this was only compared to ordinary people. It was not even worth mentioning in front of Xia Fei and his ability to move 240,000 meters per second. One of Peacock Blue's long blades of grass suddenly emerged from the earth and curled up around that running warrior. It held him high in the air. Crush him, Xia Fei howled. Peacock Blue exerted all of its strength. The sound of shattering metal and breaking bones rang out. This Law Emperor warrior was instantly turned into meat paste. His flesh and armor were crunched together, making them impossible to tell apart. Extreme compression had made this warrior explode. Blood mixed with flesh showered the area like a bomb had been detonated. At the same time, Furball's attack began to take effect. Holy Beast Shatterstar's fourth form. Endless chain explosion. Rumble. Flying bomb Furball was like a dive bomber, blasting the perimeter of this valley until it looked like the surface of the moon. Smoke was everywhere. Numerous giant craters appeared, something that not even an asteroid shower could achieve. He was going all out. Furball and Peacock Blue's intense offense had completely ruined Moto's plan. As countless explosions burst out, Peacock Blue was constantly swept the area. Trying to use instant movement in such a chaotic environment was seeking death. Even trying to run to the main battlefield was impossible. Peacock Blue was using 4 blades of grass to sweep the area, but the last one was hidden underground, ready to erupt from it and take the life of an enemy. Xia Fei was alone, but he had trapped this squad of 16 elites. Chaos was the enemy's nightmare, but it was Xia Fei's opportunity. His 240,000 meters per second speed, paired with his extremely agile, crafty approach, made Xia Fei into the most fearsome ghost. Plush, plush, blood crystals swiftly attacked. It simply needed a chance to plunge deep into an enemy and drain them of essence blood, turning them into skeletons. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei had taken the lives of 3 Law Emperors in the chaos. Whether it was the warriors caught in this trap or those who were watching in the distance, all of them were stunned. None of them had been able to imagine that Xia Fei alone was able to cause such large-scale chaos. This was truly the lone wolf of the Skywings. It did not matter if it was 1 enemy or 10,000. The lone wolf needed to rush in without hesitation. Xia Fei's tactics had unquestionably succeeded, but one could not underestimate the intelligence of the primordial sect warriors. After a brief panic, they gradually began to move away from each other. After all, Peacock Blue and Furball had limited ranges. As long as they could escape this chaos, Xia Fei would find it very difficult to catch them all one by one on this vast wasteland. This was because Law Overlord Moto would be hot on his heels. Xia Fei, his inner demon fully unleashed, was a wicked and heedless devil. In the distance, the Skywing Wolfpack was under immense pressure. The enemy far outnumbered them, and the coalition army had 5 Law Overlords. 5 Law Overlords working together was an indescribable power. Though it was a battle between people, the sound and power unleashed was like that of a planetary war. The Skywing's Wolfpack formation was barely holding because of their super speed. In this situation, the entry of even one more enemy might affect the battle. Tip the scales, and the delicate balance will break. Xia Fei could not allow anyone else to enter the battlefield. No matter what sort of method he had to use, he must keep the primordial sect elites here. They were not allowed to get even one step closer. This was his duty as the lone wolf of the Skywings. Tactics were wondrous because they constantly changed. In Xia Fei's eyes, there was no such thing as the best tactic, only the most effective and craziest tactic. His eyes chilled as he stroked his spatial ring. The Dragonscale Hectoslasher, the Ode of 100 Spirits, and October Flying Snow, these weapons that Xia Fei barely used anymore, all flew out. Whoosh! The Dragonscale Hectoslasher and Ode of 100 Spirits came apart. Xia Fei had several hundred weapons floating around him, even the small knife he used for cutting meat among them. Moto gasped in surprise. He did not know what Xia Fei was up to. It was not hard to notice that, besides speed, Xia Fei also had the ability to control objects. But even with his control ability, It was impossible for him to control so many weapons at once, let alone defeat his enemies with them. Was Xia Fei just trying to show off all the nice weapons he had? No, absolutely not. If there was something to show off, there was only one thing Xia Fei had that was worth boasting about: his madness that was willing to go to any lengths that cared not for the consequences. Boom. The energy in his seventh brain region began to erupt. Xia Fei had killed several Law Emperors just now, taking away their energy, and the rainbow ball of energy in his seventh brain region was full. Xia Fei had released all his weapons and had also ignited that ball of energy in his brain. His body was the gun barrel. Energy erupted out of every pore on his body. In the ring, Oro softly sighed and used a hand to cover his eyes. He knew what Xia Fei was going to do next, and given how insane Xia Fei was, he was capable of doing it. It was just that Oro could not predict the results. Rumble. In an alarming sight, when that boundless energy erupted out of Xia Fei's body, it triggered something akin to a nuclear explosion. The earth quaked and mountains shuddered. A terrifying explosion, unrestrained and without target, radiated outward from Xia Fei. Even worse was that the various weapons around Xia Fei were launched outward by this explosion. They frantically shot outward. Normally, to raise the combat efficacy of a grenade, one would usually pack its surroundings with tough metal objects, so that when the explosion happened, these hard objects would be shot out very far, increasing the chances of wounding and killing enemies. Xia Fei was doing this, but what was different was that he was using his body as the explosive, creating an unstoppable, stunning, and terrifying explosion. This was absolute madness. Only the most insane person in the universe would dare to do such a thing. Also, only the person with the most cunning mind in the universe would think up of such a stunning attack. Taking the unconventional path, using everything to the utmost. This was Xia Fei's style. Boom boom. What was being burned here was the essence gathered by several Law Emperors over their lives. Not just one, two, but 3 Law Emperors self-detonating. Self-detonation was a warrior's final resort, the final attack. The goal here was to bring the enemy down with them. Xia Fei had detonated with the force equivalent to 3 great Law Emperors self-detonating, so it was easy to imagine that it awesome power. This explosion also contained all of Xia Fei's weapons, magnifying its power. Furball's explosions, Peacock Blue's sweeping attacks, and Xia Fei's crazed detonation, and his inner demon rising from his body had all mixed together to create an indescribably stunning attack. Flames rocketed into the air, threatening to tear apart the heavens. The explosion began very quickly and ended very quickly. A giant round crater 10 kilometers in radius had appeared, with a depth of no less than 1,000 meters. All of the primordial sect Law Emperors were heavily injured. Even Law Overlord Moto had been sliced across the belly by October flying snow, blood flowing out. Moto spat out some dirt in his mouth as he stared with wide eyes at the distant Xia Fei. This was truly an unbelievable move. He truly wanted to slice open Xia Fei's head and see what exactly the brain of the Skywing clan's lone wolf looked like. He could even think of a sort of suicidal move like this. Did he want to survive or not? In truth, the answer was very easy to find. Survive? When Xia Fei became crazy, he thought nothing about survival. This was how he was different from ordinary people. As a believer in price theory, Xia Fei had never been picky about the ways in which he reached his goal, not even caring if he had to hurt himself. Xia Fei's stunning blow had also caused the fighting on the main battlefield to stop momentarily. Everyone was flabbergasted by Xia Fei's insanity and his absurd way of fighting. There was no doubt that Xia Fei had given everyone a lesson here. He had used his actions to demonstrate that military strategy depended on the person using it. Using the strategy with the maximum effectiveness required both resolve and courage, but it also required a quick-witted brain. Oh, well, the Skywing wolves roared, their eyes turning red, their faces contorting with savagery. They believed that Xia Fei had used self-detonation to stop the enemy reinforcements, ending his life in an explosive fashion. There was no more suppressing the flames of rage, and they exploded with insanity. Kill them! Kill them! The wolves howled in fury. Their sharp fangs flashed with sinister white light, after which, the wolves went on an even crueler and more ferocious assault. The Skywings had gone crazy. All of them had gone crazy. In the distance, as the flames died away, a foot stepped out of the ashes, like a phoenix reborn from the flames. Xia Fei's attack was both crazy and effective, but detonating the energy ball in his brain region had also increased the burden on his body. If not for Xia Fei's impressive ability to control energy, he probably would have been torn apart by the massive explosion. Every inch of skin was in immense pain. Xia Fei's body was red and hissing with steam, his body temperature having soared sky-high. By having energy surge out of his pores and blood vessels, Xia Fei had almost burned himself up. The primordial sect warriors, who had been heavily injured, collapsed to the ground in pain. Energy explosions were damaging enough without even considering the countless weapons mixed in. These weapons had been moving with incredible speed and momentum, and since they made contact, the results were catastrophic. "Look over there. Xia Fei isn't dead," Xia Zhonghai loudly called. The Skywing wolves were elated. To trigger a tremendous explosion like this and survive, what was Xia Fei if not a fiend? As one side's morale rose, the other side's morale fell. The Skywing wolf pack was energized by Xia Fei's ability to hold off the primordial sect experts alone. Meanwhile, the hearts of those in the Alliance camp sank as they saw Law Overlord Moto nearby, but were unable to help. Though the enemy was stronger, the Skywings had been inspired by Xia Fei's performance, and their eyes turned red as they howled. Xia Fei was a newcomer to the Skywings, and the youngest of the wolf pack, Xia Xiaobo, had more seniority than Xia Fei. However, fighting power had never had anything to do with seniority. The newcomer had proven that he deserved the Skywing moniker without a doubt, that he lived up fully to his duty as the lone wolf of the clan, seizing one's weakness to take their life. Though his body was in immense pain, Xia Fei had no time to rest. Taking out the blood crystal, he charged out with Furball and Peacock Blue. That crazy explosion had just been a prelude to the massacre. Now was the time for the earth to be washed in blood. The primordial sect experts were still moaning in pain. Yes, they had a reason to moan, for Xia Fei's attacks had been too vicious and caused them immense pain. However, they had forgotten that Xia Fei, who had unleashed this explosion, was suffering from far greater pain. When facing this immense pain, Xia Fei had chosen to forget about it entirely and complete this final massacre. Instead, this was the inner demon in full display, to act without common sense and have a crazy personality that could abandon everything else in the middle of battle. He did not even care about his life, so why would Xia Fei care about some pain? 240,000 meters per second. The blood crystal was like the scythe of a devil, reaping the lives of his foes. 3 seconds after the explosion, all 15 Law Emperors of the primordial sect had been slain. Whoosh! The blood crystal pierced through the last Law Emperor, energy flowing through the hilt into Xia Fei's brain. That dried-up rainbow ball of energy once more released dazzling light. Xia Fei's pain-racked body was once more brimming with energy. Such was the sharpness of the demonic blood crystal. It could absorb the essence blood of others to nourish its master, making what belonged to others its own. Xia Fei highly appreciated this kind of theft. Xia Fei had put away the 15 spatial rings, to which Oro helplessly frowned. Even in the middle of battle, Xia Fei did not forget to loot. He had 17 spatial rings in his bosom right now, another small fortune. Suddenly, Law Overlord Moto let out a heart-rending howl. The sight of his disciples and grand disciples cut down had ignited this level 4 Law Overlord's will to fight. "I'm taking you down," Moto declared, his eyes red. Xia Fei cautiously circled around him, as he needed to recover his strength. Although the energy he had absorbed did lessen his pain somewhat, he was still very far from full recovery. Last time, when Xia Fei had detonated his energy ball on Snake Isle, it had taken him ages to recover. After all, this combat method was just too crazy and extreme, dealing immense damage to the body. If Xia Fei was not this sort of unconventional and crazy warrior, he would have never dared to do this. Though Xia Fei had the ability to fight on the Law Overlord level, when dealing with an actual Law Overlord, he needed to devote a considerable amount of energy. He currently had only 50% of his fighting power, so he needed to be cautious. Moto, who had suffered much less damage than his disciples and grand disciples, still represented a major threat to Xia Fei. Don't try and force it. You just need to control him. Don't let him get close to the main battlefield, and the Skywings will soon solidify their advantage. Trust me, their morale is on the rise, so they'll definitely be able to hold out against the rotating offensive of the 5 overlords. Oro said. Oro could clearly tell that Xia Fei's condition was terrible. This was the price that had to be paid for defeating all his enemies. On the other end, the situation was still fraught. The Skywings were clearly disadvantaged in numbers and had been relying on their law of speed and the wolfpack formation to hold down the enemy barely. They were like stubborn cockroaches, seizing every opportunity to lunge at their enemies and take a few bites. All they needed was time. As long as Xia Fei could delay Moto long enough, the Skywings could gain the upper hand in the battle. Xia Fei glanced at the distant battlefield and firmly nodded. He took out a grade 5 origin crystal from his spatial ring and used the white jade swimming dragon ring's ability to disperse energy to heal his damaged body. Furball was also very exhausted, while Peacock Blue had suffered severe damage. After all, to deal with these Law Emperors, Furball, Peacock Blue, and Xia Fei had put in their maximum effort. Law Overlord Moto's eyes were red. He was already insensibly furious. The power of the law of matter was fully unleashed. Moto began his frenzied assault on Xia Fei. Alas, Xia Fei's speed and crafty approach made him a slippery loach, and Moto's attacks found it difficult to hit him. In fact, Furball even managed to crash into him sneakily. But unfortunately, Furball's strength was not what it was, and Moto's law of matter defenses easily fended him off. Whoa! Moto saw that he could not catch the extremely fast Xia Fei, so he howled and hacked at his left arm with his right hand, cutting open his wrist and letting out blood. Xia Fei was startled. What was he doing? What came next was truly maddening. Moto let the blood drench his dark face, and then he brought his wrist to his mouth and began to drink. He was drinking his own blood. Oh no! Oro paled. A warrior's blood contains too much energy, and Moto belongs to a heretical faith. He might be planning to use some forbidden art, some sort of combat law that has been banned in the law realm. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow. After a few moments of thought, he charged at Moto. Abnormal actions meant that evil was afoot. No matter what Moto was thinking, Xia Fei had no plans of letting him succeed. Rumble. Another string of massive explosions, but it was Moto making them this time. After drinking his own blood, Moto had turned scarlet. It must be understood that he was black. His skin was so dark that it seemed to be iron. What sort of transformation had happened to his body? It had caused his energy to soar and his body to turn scarlet. A flash of golden light. Those bloody seals that Moto had drawn on his body began to radiate golden light, making the level 4 Law Overlord appear even more bizarre. Furball howled, seizing this chance to lunge at Moto, trying to use his energy to break Moto's defenses and give his master a chance to kill. His little body moved like a lightning bolt as light gathered in his mouth for a powerful attack. Whoosh! Law Overlord Moto charged straight at him to meet the attack. He stretched out his arms, his fingers curling like the talons of a hawk. Boom! 2 beams of dark red energy shot out from his palms, and the flying Furball could not dodge in time. As Moto's bizarre light engulfed him, Furball's cute little eyes began to show fear. Something that could make even Holy Beast Shatterstar uneasy. This was the first time Xia Fei had seen such a thing. Furball had never feared anything except Xia Fei. Moto snatched with his 2 outstretched hands, dragging out a brilliant white light from Furball's body, like a wicked devil devouring someone's soul. Xia Fei was aghast. This was because as that white light was dragged out, Furball's body began to sink. It was as if he was exhausted and weak. Not good. Xia Fei immediately rushed off in Furball's direction. Meanwhile, Moto had already sent the white light he had taken from Furball into his own belly. He licked his lips in satisfaction and then took aim at Xia Fei. Crafty approach. Xia Fei accelerated and suddenly changed locations, shifting his body in ways that did not make sense. This was barely enough to avoid Moto's attack, but even so, one of the red beams of light still managed to brush his lower leg. Xia Fei instantly felt like he had been completely drained, his legs becoming so unsteady that he almost fell. Endure. With his formidable perseverance, Xia Fei clenched his teeth and resisted this bizarre sensation. At the same time, he emptied out the grade 5 origin crystal in his hand, restoring the energy that had just been lost. The white jade swimming dragon ring's ability to distribute energy activated just when it was needed the most. If it had not instantly provided energy to Xia Fei really might have collapsed to the ground from a lack of energy. Whoosh! Xia Fei jumped high into the air, grabbed Furball, and then took out a grade 5 origin crystal and put it in Furball's mouth. The pitiful fellow ate energy for sustenance, but in that instant, Moto had seized too much energy from him, almost making him faint. After doing all this, Moto madly laughed, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes when Xia Fei had managed to resist collapsing after having his energy extracted. He had failed to notice that Xia Fei had already switched out the origin crystal in his hand, the previous one having been completely emptied. Humph! Coldly snorting, Moto strode toward the main battlefield, arrogantly shouting, "Who dares to stop me? Who dares to stop me?" That blatant arrogance caused Xia Fei to feel an irrepressible rage. "I know now. This is the forbidden law power, the vestigial blood devouring." Oro grimaced as he urgently said, "He can absorb the energy of others, and very quickly at that. Warriors need a constant source of energy to keep their body working. Once they're attacked by this kind of law force, their energy supply is temporarily cut off. They will immediately feel dizzy, their bodies paralyzed. A law that could absorb energy and temporarily cut the afflicted from their energy source." Xia Fei's gaze darkened. Though being struck by the law of vestigial blood devouring would only result in a few seconds of dizziness, this was in the middle of battle. Any mistake was fatal. Moto had already cast aside everything else and was rushing toward the main battlefield. Xia Fei did not have much time. Moto and his forbidden law appearing on the battlefield would be a fatal blow to the Skywing Wolf Pack. "Anyone who stops me dies." Law Overlord Moto savagely snarled. He seemed to be challenging Xia Fei intentionally. Xia Fei had not imagined that Law Overlord Moto would have the rare ability to cut off laws. The law of vestigial blood devouring was wondrous, not only because it could absorb the energy of others, but also because it could instantly sever their connection with that energy. The law realm was established upon energy, and a law warrior without energy would be unable to move their body. Even walking would become a strenuous activity. No matter how great their abilities, they would be unable to use them. The situation was grim. Moto suddenly accelerated, charging toward the main battlefield. The moment he joined the battle and used this sinister law force on the Skywing Wolfpack, the Skywings would fall apart. Xia Fei had to stop him no matter the cost. This was his duty as the lone wolf of the Skywings. Whoosh! Xia Fei strode forward, making a beautiful arc as he pushed his speed to the limit, his per-second speed nearing 260,000 meters. Moving like a flash of lightning, Xia Fei held the blood crystal and shot out. Extraordinary enemies naturally required extraordinary methods. This was the first time Xia Fei had encountered such a bizarre law power. It was somewhat like his blood crystal, able to devour and destroy opponents. Xia Fei had no confidence in dealing with such a foe, but his unconventional mindset and nimble thinking had instantly allowed him to come up with an idea. He did not know if it would be effective, but he was willing to try. He would throw himself right at him. Using his lightning-fast speed, he would turn his body into a weapon and charge straight into Moto. Whoosh! Xia Fei really started flying like a cannonball. His left hand held out the blood crystal in front of him, while Peacock Blue wildly flailed on his right arm like a frenzied octopus. It was a horrifying sight at an alarming speed. Moto frowned. Forming his hands in a cross, he made a strange seal in front of his chest. Law of matter. 1,000 aggregate. Rumble. Sturdy stone pillars suddenly rose out of the ground, containing Moto in the center like a large-scale formation. Rumble. Xia Fei made no attempt to dodge, gritting his teeth and using his own body to batter through the stone pillars. Boom, boom, boom. Debris exploded in the air. Law of vestigial blood devouring. Whoosh! A red beam of light engulfed Xia Fei, but Xia Fei made no attempt to dodge, charging straight through. There was no going back. The Wolfpack formation made up of his brothers depended on him. If Moto and his overpowered abilities were allowed to get close, disaster would descend. He once more felt his body being emptied of energy, and the white jade swimming dragon ring once more revealed its worth. Energy distribution could be compared to a person eating. Food eaten whole was not easy to digest, so people needed to chew the food before eating it. The white jade swimming dragon performed exactly this function, dividing up origin energy before sending it into Xia Fei's body. This allowed him to obtain the maximum amount of origin energy from a crystal. This function was only one of the white jade swimming dragon's capabilities. For instance, when Xia Fei was having this enormous amount of energy being seized from him and needed this energy replenished as quickly as possible, the white jade swimming dragon could increase the rate at which energy could be extracted. It could empty out the energy of a grade 5 origin crystal and send it all into Xia Fei's body. The feeling of exhaustion lasted for only the briefest of moments. The white jade swimming dragon, working at maximum speed, was able to once more empower Xia Fei. Bang, bang, bang. As he busted through several dozen stone pillars, Xia Fei got closer and closer to Moto. Moto was astonished. He had never encountered a warrior who was able to keep going after having their energy depleted. Xia Fei's resistance had him utterly dumbfounded. Moto straightened up, his body becoming as tough as steel. Matter law users were unable to just modify their surroundings. They could also change the properties of their body. Moto was now incredibly tough. Rumble. Xia Fei and Moto crashed into each other, and then they both bounced away in the opposite direction. Thump, thump, thump. Moto flew backward, bashing through several dozen stone pillars and flying 1,000 meters before he came to a stop, and the same was true for Xia Fei. Xia Fei had used the law of speed to accelerate, his body becoming like a bullet. Even if Moto drained him of energy halfway, his attack would not stop. Thus, no matter what Moto did, he would have had to take Xia Fei's attack. Unfortunately, Moto was a law of matter user, so he had excellent defenses. As Xia Fei had been drained of energy midway and had to push through the stone pillars, his speed and impact had decreased, leading the blood crystal to have much less of a penetrating power. It had failed to break through Moto's defenses and stab into his body. Equally matched, Xia Fei immediately got up and once more shot off, accelerating again. In truth, he had already succeeded. Xia Fei's attack had forced Moto back by a whole kilometer. As long as he could not get close to the main battlefield, Xia Fei had completed his mission. Rumble. The same attack happened, the two of them smashing into each like metal hammers, colliding and bouncing away again and again, neither side backing down. Bite, bite, and never let go. Alpha Wolf, Xia Buyun snarled. Everyone could see Xia Fei's efforts. It was clear that Xia Fei was doing everything in his power, and so what the Skywing Wolves needed to do was bite the enemies to death with their inferior numbers. They could not let even one of the 5 law overlords on the main battlefield escape. Xia Fei was already having a hard time against Moto. If another law overlord joined the fray, he would be in mortal danger. The balance needed to be maintained. Not only could Xia Fei never allow law overlord Moto to go, the Skywing Wolf Pack could never let anyone from the main battlefield go free, too. They needed to be split up. This was the only path to victory. Another valuable grade 5 origin crystal was emptied, and Xia Fei tossed it to the ground. He did not even know how many he had already used up today. Every time he attacked, he needed to use 1 crystal to recharge, and such attacks happened at least 30 times a minute. Moto panted for breath, the veins on his neck bulging. It seemed that absorbing Xia Fei's energy was not easy, and his strength was dwindling rather than increasing. This fellow is reaching his breaking point. Energy that's not one's own is very difficult to control. Moto doesn't have your heaven-defying control ability, so the more he absorbs, the greater the burden on his body, cried Oro. He had not expected for Xia Fei to be able to fight evenly for so long against such a formidable opponent. Truly, a good job needed sharp tools. If Xia Fei did not have the white jade swimming dragon, this rare ring with the ability to distribute energy, he would have never been able to last this long. It was a pity that Xia Fei still was unable to use his ultimate trump card. Losing and recovering energy was not a simple process, and Xia Fei found it very difficult to gather his energy at the moment of impact and use the law of primal chaos. After all, while the law of primal chaos was extremely powerful, it required a lot of energy. Moto creased his brows. He saw Xia Fei throwing aside an empty origin crystal and taking 3 more out of his ring to hold in his hand tightly. He had always taken out only 1 before, but this time was different. A crafty smirk flashed across Xia Fei's face. Oro's words had given him an idea. He did not sprint forward or try to accelerate in at an angle. He seemingly became a different person, striding toward Moto, his inner demon emitting from his body, his gaze turning savage and wicked. Moto was startled. He could not understand what Xia Fei was trying to do. His strategy just now had succeeded in stopping Moto, so why had he changed things? Seeking death, Moto roared. He stretched out his arms and made a grabbing motion, red light once more flashing. There was no dodging this. Xia Fei made no attempt to fend off Moto's attack, allowing the law of vestigial blood devouring to strike him. Xia Fei staggered, but he quickly raised his head and continued approaching Moto, his eyes red with savagery. There was no blocking out his inner demon. Energy madly flowed out. Xia Fei's hands moved very quickly, constantly changing out origin crystals, at the same time releasing energy from the rainbow ball in his seventh brain region. The two of them had formed an equilibrium. No matter how miraculous Moto's vestigial blood-devouring law was, it could not absorb the vast sea of energy in Xia Fei's body. Gradually, blood began to flow out of Moto's nose, eyes, ears, and mouth. This was truly strange. The person having his energy absorbed was unharmed, but the one doing the absorbing was on the verge of collapse. Xia Fei smiled and continued releasing energy. Moto started to tremble. He was not Xia Fei and did not possess an absurd ability to control energy. Absorbed energy was a gourmet feast for Xia Fei, but it was suffering for Moto. At the start, Xia Fei really had been afraid of the sensation of being completely emptied out, but Oro's words had reminded him that Moto was absorbing an energy that was not his. While Moto was absorbing all this energy, he was actually in great pain. Xia Fei had almost instantly realized that, since absorbing energy was painful for Moto, he could just add on to the pain. The rainbow ball of energy in his seventh brain region contained many kinds of energy and would undoubtedly be able to put Moto in excruciating pain. As Xia Fei mindlessly released this energy, the side effects of greed began to emerge. In a flash, Xia Fei was at Moto's side. Moto's mind was completely empty, almost unconscious. There was too much energy restlessly moving around his body and destroying his organs. He was about to explode. Plush! The blood crystal was thrust between Moto's eyes. Huya! Not just the energy Moto had absorbed. Even Moto's own energy was now being devoured by Xia Fei. What's mine is mine. What you take, you must give back, Xia Fei sternly said. The balance of victory had now irreversibly tipped. After Xia Fei single-handedly killed the Law Overlord and 15 Law Emperors of the Primordial Sect, he immediately returned to the Wolfpack formation to continue his role as the Lone Wolf. Good news. Our Grand Ancestor has already finished the slaughter. The ones in front of us are our last enemies. Kill them. Kill them all, Xia Buyun called. Bzzz. Galson Ward and Ulson Ward immediately felt their heads swell. They had had no idea that the Skywing clan was making its counterattack in both the God Race and the Law Realm. It was not just them who had to die. Their clan members, and even their Grand Ancestor had to die too. Kill them. Kill them. The wolves howled and picked up the pace of their offensive. The Alliance's morale was already at an all-time low, so there was no way it could hold out against the frenzied attack of the Skywings. The Skywing wolves were very patient, picking away at the enemies bit by bit, killing those who did not have their hearts in the battle. The forces in the valley were soon surrounded by the wolves. Even the 5 Law Overlords led by Galson Ward were surrounded and just barely hanging on. His face grim, Xia Buyun raised a hand high in the air and prepared to issue the order for the general assault to wipe out the Alliance's 5 Law Overlords. However, at this point, there was a new and sudden development. The dazzling river of stars had dimmed without warning. A new development. The dazzling river of stars suddenly dimmed. This was a rare sight. As if the light and heat of the stars above had been instantly drained away, it turned them into cold and desolate existences. Everyone forgot about the battle as they looked up in the sky disbelievingly. What is that? Good God! A dark silhouette had appeared in everyone's vision. It was moving at an absurdly fast speed, but as it was too far away, no one could tell what it was. Every person felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment, like the sorrow that came right before death. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei quietly used his Beast Spirit Codex's vision skill, and his eyes instantly flashed. With just one glance, Xia Fei was utterly stunned. This was because the dark silhouette, which had appeared, very much resembled a legendary devil, and even more bizarre was that thing chasing it. Like gods that had descended to the mortal plane, 6 golden-armored war gods rushed up. In just a single exchange, they pulverized that fearsomely dark silhouette. Zing! Once this was done, the golden-armored war gods vanished into the darkness of the universe. Less than 2 seconds had passed since their appearance. Sweat drenched his back. Even with the full power of ocular cognition, Xia Fei still had been unable to make out all the details. But his sharp senses told him that if he fought those people, he would be unable to block even half a strike. Xia Fei could already fight on the level of a law overlord, but he could not block even half a strike. These 6 golden-armored war gods had to possess an absolutely terrifying cultivation. What confused Xia Fei even more was the dark silhouette that had appeared out of nowhere. It did not appear to be any sapient life form or exotic beast. This was because the Beast Spirit Codex could not see any beast spirit fire, and any exotic beast would have a small flame within its body. Since that dark silhouette did not have one, it meant that it was not a beast. Xia Fei was shocked and confused. It was Xia Beiyun's shout that pulled him out from his thoughts and back into reality. The Skywing Wolves had already surrounded the 5 law overlords of the coalition army. The next stop was to take their lives. Ha ha ha. Galson Ward suddenly began to laugh madly, his laughter so sinister that it caused shivers. The Dark Knight's descent. The Dark Knight's descent. Galson Ward savagely said. Even if you Skywings kill us today, you won't live for very long. The Dark Knight will penetrate into every inch of your skin. Your deaths will be 1,000 times, 10,000 times, more painful than ours. These were seemingly Galson Ward's last words. His voice was scratchy as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Xia Beiyun raised his head and held up his arm, sternly saying, "Be at ease. We will live very carefree lives, for the Dark Knight is only a rumor. Such a thing does not exist." Whoosh! He brought down his arm, and the Skywings made the final assault. Crush them. No survivors. Rumble. The Skywing Wolves rushed out. The battle came to an end. At this moment, the Old God Cult, Primordial Sect, and Moonward Clan had all been utterly extinguished. What did you see just now? Oro questioned. You know ocular cognition, so your vision is many times better than an ordinary person. You should have been able to see it. What was that ugly-looking silhouette earlier, and why was it pursued by several golden lights? Why was that dark silhouette torn apart when those golden lights flashed? Xia Fei shook his head and grimly replied, I'm unsure what that was, but when I saw it, I felt a helpless chill, as if there's darkness around me. Oro was stunned. Xia Fei's description was very vague and made him feel very curious. Hurrah! After killing their foes, the Skywings began to celebrate from top to bottom. Everyone was excited, and it seemed like that strange incident in the stars had not affected their mood. Through this battle, the Skywings had confirmed their status in the law realm. No one would dare to challenge the demon-sealing fiendish blade for at least the next 100 years. Xia Fei was in a sour mood. Galson Ward's last words and that bizarre sight in the stars had drawn his attention. For some reason, he felt like some unknown secret was hidden there. Cheers and laughter resounded in the Wind Garden. Xia Fei shared a few cups of wine with everyone and then quietly went back to his room. Just now, Xia Fei opened up the largest communication channel he had with Oro. After some thought, he said, Just now, I seem to have seen a devil. You're talking about that blurry dark silhouette? Oro urgently asked. Could it have been someone from another species or an exotic beast? No, I can recognize exotic beasts, and it's far too different from any sapient life forms. Take your Lionheart clan as an example. You have large bodies covered in golden fur, but it's not an appearance that's difficult to accept. In essence, the sapient life forms that live in this universe are all rather similar. But that dark silhouette, it was different. Its appearance was too bizarre, and it exuded this indescribable aura. Did you know? The moment I saw it, my back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. That's the first time I've ever felt such an intense danger. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and slowly took a puff from it. Oro froze. Then he asked, So did you actually see anything or not? No, it was just too far. Even with my ocular cognition, I couldn't see anything clearly, Xia Fei said with a shake of his head. Appearance is often deceiving, but I trust more in my intuition. It can never go wrong. That's no sapient life form, at least not any that we know of. Xia Fei rarely judged books by their cover, for sapient life forms had complicated minds. A person could have many faces, showing kindness, greed, evil, and various other aspects. However, intuition was different. It was a pure sensory ability. Oro knew about Xia Fei's sensory ability and that it was very strong. If Xia Fei felt that there was something wrong with that dark silhouette, then there must be something wrong with it. What about those 3 golden lights that appeared behind it? Oro asked. There weren't 3, there were 6, Xia Fei corrected Oro. With his ocular cognition, Xia Fei could see much better than Oro. There were seemingly 6 war gods wearing golden armor. They had the aura of sapient life forms. Golden armor. Oro's eyes flew open. He then urgently asked, was it really golden armor? Did the helmet have 2 horns, like those of a bull? I couldn't tell. Oro seemed to be very disappointed, but there was great shock in his eyes. After an entire minute, Oro said in a raspy voice, those golden-armored war gods might have been guardians, and that dark silhouette might have been the cosmic gates. The cosmic gate. Xia Fei blurted out in shock. Hurry up and tell me. What about the cosmic gate? Oro swallowed, his face turning ghastly pale. That dark silhouette might have come from beyond the cosmic gate. The cosmic gate was an ancient and enigmatic legend. Legends stated that there was a gate somewhere in the law realm, and inside this gate was this universe that Xia Fei dwelled in, but nobody could say what was on the other side of this gate. Today, Oro had suddenly brought up the cosmic gate and said that the dark silhouette was an intruder from beyond the cosmic gate. Xia Fei was stunned. This shouldn't be possible. The Guardians have no reason to appear in the law realm, and it's been eons since the inverse has appeared. Oro seemed to have gone crazy, constantly pulling on his golden hair as he muttered to himself. Xia Fei frowned, asking, what is going on? Who are the Guardians, and what are the inverse? That's a very long tale, said Oro with a sigh. First, you have to understand why the law realm has the god and demon races. Xia Fei replied, I've heard people talking about this before. If I'm not wrong, it's because ability users discovered that abilities could be cultivated into law powers. They became much stronger than ordinary people. Thus, the strong banded together and established the law realm for these formidable people. After a long time, the law realm experienced another schism, where a new class of super-powerful law warriors emerging. Thus, elite forces were established within their respective foundations, the god race and the demon race, thereby forming this 3-tiered class pyramid we have today. The 2 peak races are the tip of the pyramid, followed by the law realm, and finally, the ordinary masses of the universe. Although these 3 realms are all in the same universe, they don't interfere with one another. Oro bitterly chuckled. History has ruined the people. You can give a simple version of the law realm's history, but that won't help you truly understand the law realm. Xia Fei pursed his lips. History was written by people. Right or wrong, straight or crooked, everything was determined by their pen. What they wanted to write as black was black, and what they wanted to write as white was white. Once enough time passed, it became hard to differentiate truth from fiction. Let me tell you. The inverse are powerful and wicked creatures that live beyond the cosmic gate, possessing unimaginable power. They act bizarrely, and if they're willing, they can tear apart this entire universe. The initial reason the strong set up the law realm wasn't to avoid the common masses, but rather to protect the cosmic gate. Oro firmly said, a land of wicked creatures existed beyond the cosmic gate. Xia Fei was stunned. He thought back to the cold fear that had gone straight to his bones, and how his back had become instantly drenched in cold sweat the moment he saw that dark silhouette. He had never felt such a sensation before. Then what about those guardians? Xia Fei asked. They are experts who wear golden armor and protect the cosmic gate. They're very stubborn and prevent anyone from getting close to the cosmic gate, let alone anyone from opening it. Even the 2 peaks races can't approach. So there's a 3rd faction above the god race and demon race. Xia Fei said in shock. He had only known about the cosmic gate before, never knowing that there was a group of super experts who protected that gate in the deepest depths of the universe. Oro shook his head. It's not just them. The Guardians are the conservative faction, refusing to interact with anything besides the cosmic gate. There are also the rebels, who are the progressive faction. They believe that they should directly confront whatever is outside the cosmic gate. Locking down the gate is no solution, so even though there are inverse beyond the gate, they should try and think of a way to kill the inverse. Besides, the inverse have already become legends, having not appeared for eons. One faction wants to guard the cosmic gate, while the other wants to open the cosmic gate, Xia Fei muttered. It turned out that the Law Realm still had many more factions and secrets that he did not know about. This was the first time he was hearing about the Guardians and the rebels. Then there are the inverse. Those wicked creatures that hadn't appeared in eons appeared again today. Xia Fei took a deep breath. He then asked, if that's true, what does it mean? Oro turned grim as he repeated Galson Ward's final words. The Dark Knight's descent. Oro turned grim as he repeated Galson Ward's final words. The Dark Knight's descent. The Dark Knight's descent. Xia Fei was startled. He started muttering. It's been eons since an inverse last appeared. Will this tremendously impact the entire Law Realm? No. Oro shook his head and gravely said, it's not just the Law Realm. This will be a disaster for the entire universe. Alas, even you're unable to confirm if it truly was an inverse, so we can only speculate. In short, all this might be a sign that the universe is about to experience a revolution. Xia Fei suddenly felt he was having difficulties breathing. The closer he got to the depths of the universe, the more vast and mysterious it felt. He had originally believed that the two peak races were the strongest existences of the universe, but now he had discovered that there were two extremist factions called the Guardians and the Rebels. This was not even mentioning the unknown symbolized by the cosmic gate. There was only one way to get closer to the truth. Join the God race as quickly as possible and get closer to the legendary cosmic gate. When exactly do you plan on killing me? Oro suddenly asked. Oro's heart was brimming with a sense of danger. Although he and Xia Fei found it impossible to confirm if that scene just then was the reappearance of the inverse, as the patriarch of the Lionheart clan and its protector, Oro was not just worried about himself, but also the hundreds of millions of members of his family. If all his speculations were true, it meant that the universe was about to enter a long period of darkness. Oro needed to go back to the Lionheart clan and find out the truth so that he could lead his people in amply preparing themselves. To do all this, he needed Xia Fei to kill him. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and solemnly replied, the day I enter the God race is the day of your rebirth. Regardless, the 3-year period isn't even up. To tell the truth, Xia Fei was very unwilling to let go of Oro. This old monster he had inadvertently picked up was a treasure trove of experience and had a very profound cultivation. He had helped him quite a lot, so Xia Fei preferred if he could keep Oro around for a bit longer. Oro was taken aback, and then he nodded. All right, it's a deal then. The laughter in the wind garden rang endlessly. The Skywing Wolves were all excited after cementing the unshakable status of their clan in the Law Realm and exterminating the two religions and one clan. Amid all this merriment, Xia Fei entered the training room alone. Meals needed to be eaten bite by bite. While Xia Fei wanted nothing more than to rush to the cosmic gate and see what was going on, he knew that he was still very far from the terminus of the universe. The rainbow ball in his 7th brain region was dazzlingly bright. After absorbing the essence of one Law Overlord and 10 some Law Emperors, this miraculous ball of energy had rapidly swelled. As Xia Fei's level rose and he used this ball more, Xia Fei discovered that it grew stronger and stronger, capable of holding an absurd amount of energy. It must be understood that this ball had been very weak at the start. Just one Law Emperor's energy would have it getting restless, but now, it could contain the energy of more than a dozen Law Emperors at once. This was naturally great news to Xia Fei, for it was as if he was carrying a supersized origin crystal with him at all times. Even in the most difficult of battles, this energy ball could sustain him for a very long time. This was not even mentioning the assistance it provided Xia Fei in charging through thresholds and its ability to produce unstoppable explosions at times of crisis. Of course, all of this was because Xia Fei had an abnormal ability to control energy. An ordinary warrior would probably kill themselves if they could not control this dangerous ball of energy. Whoosh! Xia Fei shot forward like a streak of light. Advancement in the law of speed was right in front of him. Earlier, during the battle, Xia Fei had sensed that breakthrough into level 2 was near, and he had been forced to suppress it. Advancing in the middle of battle was a dangerous thing, for the body would temporarily weaken, and time was needed after advancing to solidify the foundations. Now that the battle was over, Xia Fei's first order of business was to break through and advance into level 2 law of speed practitioner. In the early morning, as the first ray of sunlight appeared, Xia Fei had already spent 10 hours cultivating nonstop in the training room. Bum! As if the air had suddenly been ignited, Xia Fei's speed began to soar absurdly. 28, 30, 35. An indescribable sense of lightness began to seep through Xia Fei's body. It was as if there had been a giant stone on his chest before this, which made it hard for him to breathe. But after advancing, this comfortable sensation spread throughout his body, and his footsteps became lighter and lighter. There was simply no stopping his acceleration. The level 2 of the law of speed had been broken. Xia Fei's speed doubled, reaching 480,000 meters per second. This was an absurd speed. Even among the speed geniuses of the Skywings, this would rank near the top. Pa 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 pa. Applause resounded through the training room. The one clapping was none other than Patriarch Xiaoyun. He had noticed that Xia Fei was training and had been observing him since then, a joyous look in his eyes as he quietly stood in place. Xia Fei breathed out and slowed himself down as he went over to Xiaoyun. A godwing is a godwing. I really have nothing else to say. What else can your speed of advancement do except leave me astonished, said Xiaoyun with a shrug. Top-class talent, incredible tenacity, and a sharp mind. Oro had once believed that Xia Fei's cultivation speed would slow down once he hit the Law Emperor cultivation until it was eventually no different from ordinary warriors. But reality had already shown that Oro was terribly mistaken. The energy distribution ring white jade swimming dragon, the blood-sucking blood crystal, that mysterious energy ball in the 7th brain region, and Xia Fei's monstrous ability to control energy had allowed him to advance faster and faster. Not only was he not slowing down, he was even accelerating. Xia Fei was very humble, saying, "Patriarch flatters me. I'm simply doing everything I can." Xiaoyun nodded in approval. Xia Fei understood how to keep himself inconspicuous. Though he was clearly a rare genius in the law realm, he normally maintained a low profile. It was an attitude that Xiaoyun admired greatly, for it was also safer this way. Geniuses were often brought down by their aloofness and pride, while Xia Fei's madness in the middle of danger transcended the realm of arrogance. He was normally no different from an ordinary person. This personality undoubtedly helped him travel much farther. I'm about to leave, so I came to say goodbye. You played a major role in our complete victory over the 2 religions and 1 clan. Even the Grand Ancestor is effusive with praise for you. With you as the lone wolf of the Skywing Wolfpack formation, our might is doubled. However, you seem to be troubled by something. While everyone else in the clan was wildly celebrating yesterday, you didn't really participate. Xia Fei chuckled. Patriarch, you didn't participate, either. Can I presume that the Grand Ancestor has issued another order? Xiaoyun nodded. You're as observant as ever. Correct. I spent last night speaking with our Grand Ancestor for a long while. We found the incident to be rather strange. Xia Fei was startled, hastily asking, Strange? Xiaoyun replied, Yes. The Primordial Sect, Old God Cult, and Moonward Clan all have some strength up there. Despite the fact that we defied the orders from the God race and exterminated them, those above didn't assign much blame to the Grand Ancestor. They simply chatted with him for a dozen or so minutes. Even our Grand Ancestor didn't believe the matter would be dropped this easily. It was far too simple. Xia Fei creased his brows. It's really rather strange. Even if they didn't investigate, they should at least do something for their subordinates to see so that the other clans wouldn't lose heart. Xiaoyun replied. The Grand Ancestor felt the same. Such light treatment may be because the relationship between the 2 peak races has been rather tense lately. There are rumors going around, saying that the 2 races are actually at war already, so they can't shuffle their elites as much as they want. There's no other explanation that will make sense aside from that. Xia Fei froze for a moment. If that dark silhouette was really an inverse that had come in through the cosmic gate, should the two peak races not both start preparing their defenses? Rekindling the sparks of war at this time was just asking for trouble, was it not? If the two races killed off each other's elites by fighting in an all-out war, what would they use to fight back against that wicked power beyond the cosmic gate? Xia Fei gravely asked. Patriarch, there's something I don't understand. At the last moment of the battle that day, the stars suddenly dimmed. Do you know why that was? Xia Fei did not directly say anything, instead approaching the matter by asking Xia Beyun a question. Xia Beyun shook his head. I told this to the Grand Ancestor, but his venerable self said that I needn't worry about it, and just have to do my job. I truly can't answer your question. Xia Fei said nothing in return. After all, the inverse's reappearance after eons was a matter of grave importance, so the god race might have wanted to keep it under wraps. Xia Beyun patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. Our Skywing clan will once more be falling into silence. You should use this opportunity to advance. Xia Tian, Xia Laoshi, and Xia Changsuan will continue with your curriculum. In addition, when you have the time, you should go and report to Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. I've already notified the Feng family. Xia Fei frowned and asked, I need to go to Dragon Ascension as well? My cultivation schedule is so packed that I hardly have any time for myself. Besides, our clan's cultivation methods are different. Dragon Ascension may not be very helpful to me. Xia Beyun answered, You're not going to do anything. You just need the token from Dragon Ascension. There are two ways to advance to the god race. The first is through the clan selection, and the second is through Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. Believe me when I say that this will be very beneficial to you. Xia Fei was speechless and could only nod. Once Xia Beyun had been sent off, Oro said, It seems that your Grand Ancestor wants to see you as soon as possible. Xia Fei asked in surprise, Why is that? Oro explained, To enter the two peak races, you generally need to have law overlord cultivation. You've just become a great law emperor, and your Skywings have made too much of a ruckus lately, so your Grand Ancestor has no means of directly summoning you. Using Dragon Ascension Conclave is achieving the goal through a different path. After all, Dragon Ascension serves the god race and has the right to promote someone ahead of time without any objections. Xia Fei spent a few days adjusting his condition and solidifying his hard-fought gains. He saw that the Celestial Zero Hammer was probably done now, so he went off to see Hui Yutong. Now that I've advanced in the law of primal chaos, the armament forge should be pretty good, right? Xia Fei thought to himself. Xia Fei made his way along the mountain path to Hui Yutong's residence and saw the artificer already waiting in the courtyard. He had brewed some tea and was drinking it all by himself. Xia Fei walked up and sat across from Hui Yutong. The latter glanced at him and sighed. So vicious. I didn't think that your Skywings would actually wipe out two whole religions and one entire clan. You didn't even leave dregs behind. Even more unbelievable is that those above pretended not to see. Just like that, more than 10 million people disappeared. Really, what sort of eye medicine did your Skywings use on those old monsters? Couldn't they even do anything to you? Xia Fei was momentarily speechless, and then he chuckled. How should I know what goes on up above? Still, those people brought it upon themselves this time, inexplicably attacking Xia City. It would be far stranger if we let them live. Hui Yutong pursed his lips and said nothing in response. The Skywings driving out the Moonward clan last time had already given the Law Realm a big shock. This time, they had unleashed a massive earthquake. After all, those were more than 10 million people. The Skywings had exterminated them all at the drop of a hat, not even sparing the grass around their homes. The Skywings were undoubtedly as the foremost implementers of the principle of cutting the grass and pulling out the roots. They were professionals in this matter, always ensuring that nothing was left behind. Standing up, Hui Yutong said, The Celestial Zero Hammer is done. Follow me. Xia Fei bowed. Thank you for your service, Master Artificer. Hui Yutong rolled his eyes. Xia Fei had evidence that could get Hui Yutong the death penalty, yet he was still acting so polite, leaving Hui Yutong very uncomfortable. The two of them followed the mountain path to that very ordinary cave. Hui Yutong pointed at the seal outside. This is the first protective mechanism. Once it is activated, you can only work it from the inside. I also added 2 more layers of seals, both inside. These should be able to ensure safety during the activation of the Zero Hammer. Xia Fei frowned. Is there a need to go so far as to set up 3 seals? Hui Yutong glanced at Xia Fei. Of course there's a need. If I wasn't lacking time, I would have put 3 more layers. That solid gold flying cicada pupa you found was crooked. No one can tell what can result from it being used as a catalyst. Besides, I've sealed the activation area tightly not for your sake, but for mine. If there really is some accident, it'll ruin the little home I've resided in for several decades. Once he was inside the cave, Xia Fei could see that the intricate celestial zero-hammer system was complete. It majestically stood in that hidden space, awaiting Xia Fei's inspection. Hui Yutong was clearly proud of his work, and he chattered on and on about the various secrets of this celestial zero-hammer. Xia Fei had used a celestial zero-hammer before, so he understood how this mystical armament forging system operated, but he did not understand its principles, so he listened eagerly. In any case, he still needed to study artificing from Xia Laosher, so he would not lose anything from listening to a little from Hui Yutong first. Hui Yutong was even more elated to see Xia Fei so earnestly listening. He had gone through enormous effort to set up this system, so he naturally would not miss out on an opportunity to boast about it. Remember, the infusion item this time is the Heavenly Beast Spirit Pearl. This isn't some ordinary law power, so it requires extraordinary power. The most dangerous phase is when the celestial zero-hammer's accumulated energy melts down the Heavenly Beast Spirit Pearl into a formless state. You have to keep a close watch on this indicator. Once this needle goes over the red line, you're in danger and need to leave this space. Even if you can get through this phase, and once the infusion begins, you can't get careless. That's because the catalyst is a long and crooked solid gold flying cicada pupa. Keep a close watch on these 2 meters. If you discover that something is going wrong, start praying. To tell the truth, this celestial zero-hammer activation has many unstable factors, so I really can't make any promises about what will come out of it, Hui Yutong worriedly said. Xia Fei smiled. In fact, these were not the only unstable factors present. Xia Fei was still hiding the most important one, the law of primal chaos. In Xia Fei's view, this sort of uncertainty was the best. If everything went according to plan, the item created would not be very different from ordinary goods. So how could he ever be pleasantly surprised? A good job often required the best tools. Xia Fei did not like ordinary things. If he needed something, he wanted the best or the most bizarre. Everything else was considered inferior. All right, what do you plan to make? Hui Yutong asked. Xia Fei replied, didn't I already send it over 2 days ago? It's the armor I had you repair. The monohorn ogre. Hui Yutong's eyes flew open. He urgently asked, you're going to use the monohorn ogre as the base? Is that not good? The monohorn ogre is at the law overlord level, the highest level among my current possessions, Xia Fei replied. Hui Yutong fell silent. He took out the repaired suit of armor from his ring and handed it over to Xia Fei, a strange look in his eyes. He softly muttered, mad. The Skywings are all madmen. Xia Fei frowned as he looked at Hui Yutong. He seemed to be implying something else with his words. Hui Yutong waved his hands and began to walk out. You're free to make whatever you want. But let me warn you, with so many unstable factors, if you insist on activating the zero hammer, you must bear the consequences. Xia Fei did not understand what Hui Yutong meant. He asked Oro, do you think that there's a problem? Oro shook his head. What problem could there be? The monohorn ogre is just a high-class suit of armor made by the Fig Corporation. I think that this is the right choice. Whether it's October Flying Snow, the Dragon Scale Hecto Slasher, or the Darkness Metal Weapon Ode of 100 Spirits, none of them can match the level of this suit of armor. You already have immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue, and it's been strengthened after 3 fusions. With that fiendish blood crystal, you have 2 mystical armaments, both of which are incredibly rare. Thus, you don't lack for good weapons and have a greater need for defensive items. Moreover, your psychokinetic ability has been at a standstill this whole time because you've already cultivated your speed ability to the maximum, leaving no space for your support abilities. As time goes on, you'll eventually have to abandon your psychokinetic ability, so there's no point in forging the Dragon Scale Hecto Slasher or Ode of 100 Spirits. Hui Yutong walked out of the cave and looked up at the sun. That relaxed smile on his face suddenly became rather strange. You chose this. Naturally, you have to bear the consequences. If you die, no one will have any evidence to incriminate me. So do you really think I will tell you that the monohorn ogre is some spirit armor? Hui Yutong sinisterly asked. Forging a spirit armor? Absolute madness. Shaking his head, Hui Yutong walked down the mountain. He went to his little wooden hut and packed his things. After which, he took out a spatial compass and began to set the coordinates. I have to go up anyway, so I might as well go a few days early. Farewell forever, my dear little hut. Hui Yutong activated the spatial compass and left. He left Xia Fei alone in the mountain with that extremely unstable celestial zero hammer. It's fine, Oro said. Hui Yutong didn't play any sort of tricks with this system. Rather than playing any tricks, I have to say that this is some excellent craftsmanship. In the hidden space, the first thing Xia Fei did after Hui Yutong left was to have Oro inspect the entire celestial zero hammer system. With care, even a boat that was 10,000 years old could set sail. To tell the truth, there were few people in this universe whom Xia Fei could 100% trust, and Hui Yutong definitely was not one of them. Thus, Xia Fei had the experienced Oro take a look at the system first to see if Hui Yutong had played any tricks. Xia Fei trusted Oro's words. He was second only to Avril in not wanting to see Xia Fei die, for if he died, Oro would be unable to die, and Oro thought so much about dying that he was almost going insane. He would never want anything to happen to Xia Fei. Huh. Xia Fei slapped the celestial zero hammer's sturdy mechanical arm and sternly said, Good. Let's complete this infusion of the monohorn ogre then. This system had been somewhat simplified compared to the one Xia Fei used before, saving time and energy for construction, but the specific steps were the same, and Xia Fei proficiently went through the motions. Placing the needed crystals for activation in the energy system, Xia Fei went into the control room, which was also the safety room. It could ensure that Xia Fei was unharmed during the intense impact of the zero hammer. The procedures would also be carried out in the safety room. It was called a safety room, but it was incredibly cramped. It was a round pillar about 3 meters tall, and its insides were stuffed with various meters and indicators. Looking up, Xia Fei saw that the giant 4-edged zero hammer was placed high in the sky. The heavenly beast spirit pearl being infused was already installed in place, and the monohorn ogre had already been laid out on the forging platform. There was a small hole on the platform, where the solid gold flying cicada pupa was placed. Once he confirmed that everything was ready, Xia Fei let out a long breath and placed his hand on the activation platform. He only needed to insert his law force to start the process. Let's begin, Oro said. Xia Fei nodded, his face solemn. Zing! The law of space force erupted. The massive hammer in the air began to move slowly. It rapidly moved in the sky, higher and higher. It was not long until it was an almost indistinguishable black dot up there. Bang! The moment it reached its apex point, the zero hammer began to accelerate downward, getting faster and faster until the howling winds around it seemed like the roars of a monster, one that was tearing desperately at the air. Rumble! The zero hammer smashed down on the monohorn ogre armor placed upon the platform. There was no need to worry about the celestial zero hammer destroying this suit of armor. This was a wondrous property of this ultimate law infusion tool. It could recognize the item being forged. If a suit of armor was put in, a suit of armor would come out, but because it had been infused with law force, it would be somewhat modified. Whoosh! The second the zero hammer impacted with the monohorn ogre, Xia Fei shook his wrist and changed the law of space into the law of primal chaos. The law of space was merely to activate the zero hammer. What Xia Fei really wanted to infuse was the heavenly beast spirit pearl, the law of primal chaos. Oro's eyes brightened. He was shocked every time Xia Fei used the law of primal chaos, even though this was far from the first time he had seen this disruptive power. Rumble! Intense sparks erupted from the forging platform, blindingly bright. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the middle of that solid gold flying cicada pupa. Golden light erupted from the pupa, as if a cicada was about to emerge. Meanwhile, black smoke began to emerge from inside the monohorn ogre, curling around like a venomous snake. Usually, the solid gold flying cicada pupa would go into the armor to catalyze the law infusion, but for some reason, the monohorn ogre seemed to be refusing the catalyzing of the solid gold flying cicada pupa. What's going on? Xia Fei urgently hollered. As the operator, Xia Fei could clearly sense a power within the armor rejecting the power of the solid gold flying cicada pupa and the heavenly beast spirit pearl. It refused to integrate with them. Oh no, the monohorn ogre might be some spirit armor. A bead of sweat silently slid down Oro's face. Oh God, the monohorn ogre might be some spirit armor. Oro urgently said. Spirit armor? Xia Fei was flabbergasted. He had no time for hesitation. The monohorn ogre, the solid gold flying cicada pupa, the heavenly beast spirit pearl, and the impact of the celestial zero hammer had all mixed together. Coupled with Xia Fei's law of primal chaos, what should have been a rather simple mystical armament forging had become a clash of 5 apex powers. Two swords at once. Xia Fei placed both his hands on the infusion platform, forming his law of primal chaos into 2 pressuring forces. Roar! A frightening scene played out on the forging platform. The black mist restlessly shifted while letting out an unnerving howl. The heavenly beast spirit pearl contained the essence of a mythical beast accumulated throughout its life, so it had intelligence of its own, and the long and crooked solid gold flying cicada pupa achieved a similar effect through different means. Through their combined power, they had drawn out something hiding inside the monohorn ogre. This thing seemingly had some attributes of life, but it did not have a physical body, so it materialized itself as a cloud of violent black mist. What is a spirit armor? Xia Fei yelled, his hair blowing around as the howling winds made it hard for him to stand. It was as if one person was trying to challenge a Category 12 hurricane. Even worse was that these several powerful energies had come together to create a formidable repulsive force. Xia Fei's law of primal chaos was able to suppress them, but it could not make them integrate. Spirit armor is an armor with a spirit in it. That there is some immortal soul within means that this suit of armor has a mind of its own. But as you and the armor's soul are on different frequencies, you're unable to sense its existence. Oro urgently said. Xia Fei was utterly stunned. An immortal soul? Phantom was an immortal soul. It was clear that souls existed in this universe, but they were difficult for other people to notice. Take Phantom as an example. He was on the same frequency as Xia Fei and Sentinel Goddess Sophie, so the only people who knew about him in this universe were Xia Fei and Sophie. Anyone else was incapable of communicating with him. Meanwhile, there was also some unknown soul within the monohorn ogre, perhaps the former master of the armor, or perhaps some soul that had been drifting through the universe and clung onto the armor at some point. In any case, this soul was different from Phantom. It did not communicate with Xia Fei, and it contained great hostility. The celestial zero hammer was intending to modify the soul's carrier, the monohorn ogre, which was putting the soul's survival at risk and triggered its intense counterattack. Moreover, the heavenly beast spirit pearl and the solid gold flying cicada pupa were both 2 unstable factors, ultimately resulting in a combined resistance against Xia Fei, the controller of the zero hammer. If Xia Fei wanted to complete the celestial zero hammer process, he needed to subdue this unknown soul. His mind raced rapidly. Suddenly, Xia Fei thought of something. A soul merging with a physical object was not a simple task. Phantom was in the middle of researching this subject with Sophie, in hopes of getting himself a new body. Alas, it was an extremely difficult topic and the 2 of them had yet to succeed. However, this soul was tightly integrated with the metal. It must be understood that this was real alloy, not the small piece of morphite that Phantom was attached to. Morphite was an ore rich in spirituality and had absorbed some of the essence of the universe when it was formed, but alloy was artificial. Integrating with it was several thousand times more difficult than integrating with morphite. This soul had perfectly integrated with the monohorn ogre and had hidden itself so deeply and skillfully. Was it different from Phantom in some way? Xia Fei frowned. The situation was dire, and Xia Fei did not have much time to waste on thinking. The monohorn ogre was putting up a fierce resistance, and its target was Xia Fei, the wielder of the celestial zero hammer. Furball! Xia Fei shouted. Furball, who had been waiting in the wings this whole time, energetically howled. Delusion clone art. Whoosh! Furball suddenly turned into a human, 2 identical Xia Feis appearing in this hidden space. A second later, Furball began to send vast quantities of energy to Xia Fei. As this energy entered Xia Fei's body, The power of his law of primal chaos swiftly doubled. Roar! The monohorn ogre let out a terrible scream. Even when working together with the solid gold flying cicada pupa and the heavenly beast spirit pearl, it still could not resist the reversal power of the law of primal chaos. Slowly, it weakened and was pushed back into the armor. Still not enough. Xia Fei's face darkened. He once more released the energy reserve in his seventh brain region, and the amount of energy flowing through his body soon reached astronomical levels. The Law Realm's foundation was energy, and even the celestial Zero Hammer required energy to operate. Xia Fei had a sea of energy stored inside his body, majestic and bottomless. Also, Xia Fei's law of primal chaos had already reached level 4. This mid-level primal chaos energy was far more powerful than before. With all these powers overlapping, Xia Fei gradually began to get the upper hand in this contest. The soul in the monohorn ogre was unwilling to be suppressed, and began to engage in round after round of frenzied counterattacks. Alas, it grew weaker and weaker as Xia Fei's law of primal chaos slowly revealed its savagery. This was complete suppression and reversal. Rumble. Booms came from the forging platform, a dazzling light erupting. The earth quaked. The space began to collapse. Several minutes later, Xia Fei sat in a pile of debris, his face rather fatigued. He used a grade 5 origin crystal to replenish his lost energy. Furball was stretched out in his bosom, enjoying his own meal. A black metal box was on the ground. After being modified by the celestial Zero Hammer, the monohorn ogre had regained its original appearance. Xia Fei now only needed to activate it and then put it on, but Xia Fei had no idea what the monohorn ogre would look now. That was close. Thankfully, that strange law was able to keep control, or else there would have been a huge problem, Oro softly said. The thought of those several powerful energies fighting against one another still left his heart thumping in fear. Xia Fei silently lit a cigarette. In truth, he had expected the forging process to be unusual, but such a large turmoil had surpassed his expectations. Hui Yutong's little wooden hut was gone. The cave had collapsed, and the entire mountain had sunken into the ground. An underground river had surged in, too, turning the place into a lake. Of course, none of this was important to Xia Fei. As a believer in price theory, Xia Fei had been ready to take the risk. The key was that the celestial Zero Hammer had succeeded. Xia Fei had obtained his second divine armament. It's more suspicious the more I think about. When you said that you'd use the monohorn ogre to forge a divine armament, Hui Yutong got a strange look in his eyes. He might have realized that the monohorn ogre was some spirit armor when he was repairing it. He wanted to kill you, Oro said as he recalled the scene. Xia Fei looked around and saw that Hui Yutong was nowhere to be found. After this incident, Xia Fei was even more determined to learn all the various skills. Rather than seeking help from others, it was better to seek help from oneself. If Xia Fei had been an artificer, he could have completely avoided this danger. Xia Fei had never been willing to trust others. Fate was something he wanted to control himself, not hand to others. He softly stroked the suit of armor. Xia Fei could not sense any sort of soul within it. It appeared that the violent soul had been forced out of the armor. He felt a little regret. This soul was able to merge so well with Alloy, it would have served as an excellent research subject for Phantom and Sophie if he had been able to capture it. Unfortunately, while Xia Fei understood how to capture humans and exotic beasts, he did not know how to capture a soul. He could only allow it to disappear. After consuming several grade 5 origin crystals, Xia Fei and Furball were fully recovered. Xia Fei lightly pressed on the armor's activation button. Whoosh! The monohorn ogre attached to his body. The celestial Zero Hammer, the heavenly beast spirit pearl, the solid gold flying cicada pupa, and the law of primal chaos had joined together to create an astonishing transformation in the monohorn ogre, transformation that not even Xia Fei had anticipated. Rumble. The thrusters erupted with brilliant flames, carrying Xia Fei several thousand meters above the ground. Clack crack. With a crisp clanging of metal, the energy thrusters on his back suddenly moved to the bottom of his feet. The monohorn ogre could adjust its form. This was a sort of subconscious adjustment. It understood that since Xia Fei was in the air, moving the thrusters to the feet would be far better for Xia Fei's movement than leaving the thrusters at the back. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow, happiness on his face. Papa papa pa. Xia Fei swiftly began to fly through the air, the powerful energy thrusters letting him move as if he were on the ground. Even though he was in the air, he could still travel at extreme speeds. Rumble. Xia Fei shot through the air. Like a rocket, he hurtled toward a mountain 200 meters tall in the distance. Stop! You're about to crash, cried Oro. Hitting a mountain at a speed of several 100,000 meters per second was no laughing matter. The impact alone would be fatal. Xia Fei ignored him. He was delighted over the monohorn ogre's ability to change its form as he pleased, and now he wanted to test another crucial element of this armor: its defense. A mountain-sundering impact. This mountain, which stood 200 meters tall, was instantly pulverized. Bizarrely, just when Xia Fei was about to hit the mountain, the monohorn ogre changed forms. Xia Fei had moved his arms in front of him to reduce the force of the impact. At that moment, the monohorn ogre had moved 80% of its metal parts to the front, where the impact force would be the greatest. It turned itself into a sharp diamond drill. The advantages of this form were obvious. It focused all the power of the impact onto the front, the monohorn ogre taking up the perfect form for a collision that would obliterate everything in its path. Joy. Immense joy. The monohorn ogre was no longer some lifeless armor. It was intelligent and able to change forms at will, becoming a battle companion and a powerful ally to Xia Fei. An elated Xia Fei landed back on the ground. Besides a will to fight and one's skill, another important factor in battle was the ability to adapt. The monohorn ogre had become a smart suit. It could change forms whenever desired, allowing this armor to adapt according to the situation. This was one of those legendary divine armors that had numerous different forms. Its defensive power was also impressive. When Xia Fei obliterated that mountain, he had felt only a slight soreness in his arms, but was otherwise completely uninjured. Boom! Xia Fei blasted apart a giant boulder with a single punch. Joy! Another wonderful surprise. When he punched, his gauntlet suddenly became thick and heavy, spikes growing from it. Xia Fei's offensive power had instantly increased. My God! This armor seems to exist purely for combat. Xia Fei stared at his fist and remarked. The monohorn ogre's ability to change forms whenever one had left him excited beyond compare. Oro's eyes went wide open as he said in disbelief, "This isn't just a suit of armor anymore. It's a suit of fiend armor. This isn't just a suit of armor anymore. It's a suit of fiend armor." Oro's eyes turned wide as he said, "I've never seen an armor that can change forms before, and it does it on its own depending on the fighting style. The defense is also much greater than the base. I will wager that this suit of armor can even hold out against the attack of a Law Sage." A Law Sage? Xia Fei was stunned. The rankings went from Law Adept to Law Sovereign to Law Emperor to Law Overlord, and finally, it was Law Sage. A transcendent realm. This monohorn ogre's defenses were so good that it could last him all the way to Law Sage. This also meant that even though Xia Fei had only just reached the level of Great Law Emperor, he already had Law Saint combat armor. This jump in rank was just too impressive. That was not even considering its unique functions. It fully deserved being called fiend armor. You have the demonic dagger blood crystal, and now you have the fiendish monohorn ogre. You won't find this pairing of fiendish weapon and armor anywhere else in the universe. You're armed to the teeth. There's probably no warrior in the White Horse constellation who's better equipped than you are. Even Xia Buyun isn't as well equipped, Oro added. Xia Fei smiled. It was true. There were many times where cultivation was not everything. A true warrior needed to improve themselves in all aspects. From as great as the power of laws to as small as a pair of shoes and socks, none of it could be ignored. Even the smallest advantage, once accumulated, could overcome an opponent of the same level. Xia Fei's equipment was truly rather excessive, such that even the experienced veteran Oro was a little envious. Xia Fei could definitely be considered one of those warriors who sought perfection. However, Xia Fei often made surprising choices. He had raised a holy beast with a strange temperament and a cunning personality, and he had also gotten his hands on an obedient, immemorial mystical armament. Xia Fei wanted a complete set, for his weapon and armor to also be brimming with fiendishness. To tell the truth, nothing Xia Fei used was normal. There was always something that made them stand out. This was probably due to Xia Fei's personality. After all, the master of these weapons was an unconventional person who hated the rules and always took the path less traveled. It seems that doing everything possible to craft a divine armament was the correct choice, Xia Fei said with some emotion. The modification of the monohorn ogre had cost him a vast sum. Of course, the results were pretty satisfactory. The cold suit of armor had become some fiend armor overflowing with lethality. It was impossible to assign a monetary value to this change. What do you know about immortal souls? Xia Fei asked. Phantom's new body was also something he was concerned about, and if he could help Phantom achieve his long-cherished wish, Xia Fei did not mind doing a good deed. After all, Phantom was Xia Fei's teacher and friend. Oro shrugged. I don't know much, but the record house of my Lionheart royalty should have some information. To be blunt, we should really find a time to go and look them over. I'm very worried about the return of the inverse. Xia Fei was startled. He was also deeply concerned about the cosmic gate and the inverse. He sternly asked, You're confident that you can access the Lionheart clan's record house? Oro shook his head. Not in my current state. Let me think about it some more. Where can we get some first-hand, trustworthy information that won't be too troublesome to access? Your Skywing clan should have their own record storage, so you should go and ask. Yeah. Xia Fei firmly nodded. The Wind Garden. The monohorn ogre did not look that different after being modified. Its outer appearance was the same, but its aura had become more restrained, more in line with Xia Fei's inconspicuous nature. Thus, neither Xia Wei nor Xia Zonghai were able to tell the difference. Of course, this was only on the surface. During a battle, the monohorn ogre would be an existence that no enemy would want to deal with. Wei, I have a few questions that I'd like to check the data on. The clan should have a record house, right? Xia Fei asked. Xia Wei frowned. We do have a record house, but to protect the information during the battle, the supervisor took it away. It's still in the middle of reorganization and will be open again in a few days. If you want to look something up, why don't you pay a visit to the law enforcement board? There's a large record house over there. Xia Fei nodded. That's true. Sometimes, I really don't understand why. Despite the law realm being so advanced, all the clans like keeping written records. An internet library will be so much more convenient. Wei smiled. The law realm is very conservative. These people don't trust machines and the internet. Besides, truly worthwhile things won't be revealed so easily. This explanation was similar to the ones the Panhuman Alliance made. It was as if the life forms of this universe had a habit of being conservative, hostile to machines and AIs. Xia Fei could not help but think about the king of the mech race. That madman would throw everything into his research. His treatment might be connected to the conservative nature of the law realm. Xia Fei went to the law enforcement board and sought Wolf Shunai. Brother Gigawolf, who knew that Xia Fei needed to go and report to Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall, was elated. A simple question, and Xia Fei learned that the other was also registered in Dragon Ascension. Dragon Ascension was only difficult to enter for ordinary clans. Top-class clans like the Skywings and the Cruel Wolves were naturally not part of this group. In fact, Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall wanted the descendants of these clans to enter the Marshal Hall so as to increase its prestige. Xia Fei could only bitterly smile. Class hierarchy was the same wherever he went. Fair. The universe had never been fair. Wolf Shunyi's uncle, Wolf Julien, was the deputy chair of the law enforcement board, and he also happened to be in charge of the records. Even an abnormal fellow like Brother Gigawolf could be assigned to the registration desk, so getting the key to the record house was a trifling task. Whoosh! As Xia Fei pushed open the door, he was assailed by the thick scent of books. Xia Fei instantly recalled his days working in a library. Although those had been rather monotonous days, they had helped Xia Fei solidify his theoretical basis. He had read so many books that he had lost count. I wonder how old Qin Meng is doing, Xia Fei muttered as he entered the record house. Catch, Wolf Shunai said as he threw over an old ring of keys. All the keys are there, so you can go wherever you want. I hate reading, so I won't keep you company. Wolf Shunai swaggered away, leaving Xia Fei alone in the record house. The law enforcement board's record house was not usually accessed, and many places were covered in thick layers of dust. Xia Fei swung the keys around as he said to Oro, I'll have to take Xia Laoshir's energy mastery class and artificing class soon. Where am I going to start with all these books? Let's start with the history of the Law Realm's founding, Oro replied. Xia Fei was a speed ability user. He read quickly and had a memory that was even more incredible. Around 2 hours later, Xia Fei closed the heavy wooden doors of the record house and went back to the registration desk. These records are all rather extreme, Xia Fei muttered. Oro pursed his lips and said, "You're in the god race. It would be far stranger if they had anything good to say about my demon race. Let me tell you, the god race edited a lot of this history. It's completely different from the records in our demon race." Xia Fei nodded. It was difficult for there to be a conclusive account when it came to history. To understand the Law Realm truly, he needed to study the records of both the god and demon races and then do some comparative analysis. There was little persuasive power in the words of the god race alone. What made him more uneasy was that the records showed clear signs of editing. Many records were cut off in the middle, making them very fragmented. It was as if someone had intentionally deleted information that seemed unremarkable but was very important. Rather than clearing up Xia Fei's confusion, those 2 hours of reading had only deepened it. Take the wars between the god and demon races as an example. The reason for the start of each war was very far-fetched, including the very first one. It was as if some invisible force was pushing the god and demon races to fight each other. However, why exactly had they been fighting? Xia Fei could not fathom. Even before the two races had the schism, massacres and purges were already rampant, with vast swaths of peerless experts being butchered. In the end, the Law Realm had only ever been peaceful when it was first established. Though there were the occasional killings, none of them had been that gruesome. As for Xia Fei's greatest concern, the cosmic gate and the world beyond it, they were covered in only a few brief comments and were of little help to Xia Fei. The record house is big, and we only studied a portion of the information available. Let's continue tomorrow. We may discover something else. In addition, I'll think of a way to get you into the Lionheart clan's record house. Perhaps things will clear up when you can compare both sides, Oro said. When it came to the cosmic gate, Oro showed worry like never before. Ever since he saw that bizarre scene in the stars, his and Xia Fei's life had been completely overturned. All they could think of was that gate and the unknown beyond it. With a head full of worries, Xia Fei returned to the Wind Garden and found that Xia Laosher had already been waiting for him. They had not separated on happy terms, so their meeting was a little awkward. Dryly coughing, Xia Laosher stepped forward and said, "I've been waiting for you for ages. The energy mastery and artificing classes are very difficult, and you need to be very diligent. Still, your talent in energy control is excellent, so you still have some chance at success." Xia Fei was startled. In the past, Xia Laosher would always scowl the moment he saw Xia Fei, but today, he was strangely being very polite. Xia Fei understood the principle of reciprocation. Since Xia Laosher had offered an olive branch, Xia Fei expressed his own sincerity. After all, Xia Laosher was a vital member of the Skywing clan and was about to pass on to him the important skills of energy mastery and artificery. A relationship that was too awkward would not benefit Xia Fei. "Grandpa Laosher, I haven't had the chance to apologize to you yet for accidentally consuming your reserves of high-grade crystals." "Xia Fei is truly sorry." Xia Fei bowed and sincerely said. Xia Laosher heartily laughed. "Your little accident ended up being more than 20,000 grade 5 crystals. The whole lot. Just how careless were you being? Forget it. We're all family. I'm a level 4 energy master, and I can make grade 4 crystals and lower on my own. If you had only consumed grade 4 crystals, I wouldn't have said anything, but they had to be grade 5. That's why I was so angry. Still, after some rumination, I felt that there's no need to think that way. You're the clan's only godwing, and everyone saw what you did in the last war. Without you as the lone wolf, our clan would have suffered a big loss in Floating Star Valley. Let's not bring up the past anymore. While I love money, I still understand what's important. Our clan has always been the most important. Since you did everything you could for the clan, I wouldn't haggle with you over a little money anymore. Otherwise, we would end up becoming a laughingstock to outsiders." Xia Fei felt some gratitude. The Skywings placed great emphasis on unity. As Xia Fei had proven that he was worthy of the Skywing name, Xia Laosher's attitude toward him had undergone a complete reversal. The two of them entered the training room. Xia Laosher questioned Xia Fei a little about the situation and soon had his mind blown. So you've secretly cultivated the law of energy purification before? Xia Laoshi anxiously asked, flabbergasted. So you were secretly learning the law of energy purification? Xia Laoshi anxiously asked, flabbergasted. What level is your cultivation? After some thought, Xia Fei replied, I've already cultivated the law of energy purification up to level 3. This means that I can produce grade 3 origin crystals, but grade 3 origin crystals can hold too little energy, and I do not lack that grade of stone. So while I'm at level 3, I've never actually applied those skills. After saying all this, Xia Fei suddenly realized that Xia Laoshi's mouth had hung agape, and his eyes were almost bulging out. He was panting for breath. Clearly, he was in a state of shock. Say that again. Xia Laoshi suddenly jumped up and urgently asked, his old face turning red. I said that I've cultivated up to level 3 in the law of energy purification. Xia Fei repeated himself. Xia Laoshi was utterly speechless. Was the law of energy purification difficult? Of course it was. Extremely difficult. There were 3 main reasons few people cultivated this law. First, it was too difficult. Second, it required incredible talent. Third, besides talent, it required personal instruction, the guidance of a high-ranking energy master. Only then could a talented student step onto the proper path. Even extremely talented students needed a high-ranking energy master to cleanse their energy channels, using law force to painstakingly comb through their body. Also, during cultivation, the energy master needed to stay at their side and assist them in completing the law pattern. In short, when a high-ranking energy master took a disciple, they would need to stay at their disciple's side and consume large amounts of time and energy to guide them onto the path of energy mastery. However, Xia Fei had succeeded without a teacher. It must be understood that even with the guidance of an energy master, a student of average talent would need 3 years to reach level 1 of the law of energy purification, and a highly talented student would need around a year. Xia Fei had silently self-studied his way to level 3 of the law of energy purification, and all the time he had used was undoubtedly the time he had left from cultivation. Saying that this efficiency was shocking was not enough. Xia Laoshi felt like Xia Fei was a legend, a monster even. After a long period of shock, Xia Laoshi suddenly put a hand on Xia Fei's shoulder and sternly asked, Tell me the truth. Are you really a human? At the end of the day, Xia Laoshi was still a very experienced teacher of the Skywing clan. He had guided many outstanding students, including Patriarch Xia Beiyun, before. After suppressing his shock, he began to comb through Xia Fei's body patiently. He confirmed that Xia Fei really was a level 3 energy master, and that his cultivation process had not damaged his body in any way. Only then did he get to work. Since you've already cultivated law of energy purification up to level 3, we might as well raise that level before I teach you how to convert crystals. Once you learn everything, you'll have plenty of time to study artificing. Xia Laoshi was inwardly rather depressed. He had never accepted a disciple before, but the moment he did, the disciple turned out to be a monster. Without being taught anything, Xia Fei was already at level 3. This was just too absurd. When he thought about his own climb from level 1 to level 3, Xia Laoshi's face turned red in embarrassment. It had taken him 5 whole years. However, going from level 3 to level 4 was not just a 1-level difference. It was what distinguished a primary energy master from an intermediate energy master. No matter how talented Xia Fei was, he could not cross this gap in a single leap. Xia Laoshi was so formidable because he was a master of 2 fields. Besides energy, he was a proficient artificer, and the overlapping of these 2 had made him irreplaceable in the clan. Xia Fei might have been very talented in energy control, but he had never done artificing, so he probably would not soar upward like a rocket as he had with the law of energy purification. This thought made Xia Laoshi feel somewhat better. I will cultivate as you direct, Xia Fei sincerely said. Xia Laoshi nodded. He took out the 4th pattern for the law of energy purification and placed it on the ground. The law of energy purification was a minor law and was composed of 9 different patterns. The higher the level, the more complicated the pattern, and the more difficult it was to cultivate. This was the same as the law of primal chaos and the law of speed. Meanwhile, great laws like the law of space and the law of matter were different. There was one pattern for every stage that needed to be formed 9 times in the brain region to reach the next level. From a certain perspective, It was not that great laws were guaranteed to be powerful. A law was like a stage, and only with a large stage could the actors of the law of primal chaos and the law of speed come up and display their skills. The size of the stage was dependent on the openness of the seventh brain region. If the great law was the stage, then the brain region was like the room. A large room was required to set up a large stage, and the larger the stage, the more dazzling the performance. Ordinary law warriors who could reach 80% openness of the seventh brain region were considered incredible geniuses, while Xia Fei's seventh brain region was 100% open. This was no longer a simple room, but an enormous opera house. Instead, be it the law of speed, law of primal chaos, law of energy purification, or law of artificing, Xia Fei could have them all act on the stage, act out to their heart's content. Xia Laoshi placed his fingers on Xia Fei's temples and sternly said, "You were able to reach level 3 of the law of energy purification on your own, and that's very impressive. But my method will let you cultivate even faster. I will now do everything I can to help you reach level 4 of the law of energy purification." "Don't be too alarmed," Xia Laoshi confidently said. Xia Fei nodded. His brain region began to form the pattern for the law of energy purification. At the same time, Xia Laoshi acted in unison with Xia Fei. When Xia Fei formed patterns in his brain region, Xia Laoshi would do the same, and his speed would be just a little faster than Xia Fei's, so that they kept close to each other. This was like being pulled along by a tractor. There was an old saying, "To run as fast as a train, just let the train engine pull you along." Xia Laoshi was undoubtedly that engine. He guided those threads of energy in Xia Fei's brain region to form into those complicated and mysterious patterns rapidly. Xia Fei was startled. When cultivating in the past, he normally had to focus all of his energy, but this time, an invisible pair of hands was pushing him along. Whenever he made the slightest mistake, those hands would pull him back onto the right path. No wonder the guidance of an energy master is so important. With someone assisting, cultivation becomes this easy? Xia Fei remarked to himself. Xia Laoshi's boosting and guidance made cultivation much easier for Xia Fei, just like fitting two engines into a car. Xia Laoshi removed much of the burden that he encountered. Whoosh! 3 patterns formed in the blink of an eye, and Xia Fei began to challenge level 4 of the law of energy purification. The instant that pattern began to form, Xia Fei felt the pressure soar. After all, he was only at level 3 before this, and level 4 was a completely new experience to Xia Fei. As going from level 3 to level 4 meant moving from primary to intermediate, the cultivation was difficult. Sweat began to appear on the tip of Xia Laoshi's nose, and he appeared even more tired than Xia Fei. What Xia Fei had worried about did not happen. His 7th brain region contained the mysterious law of primal chaos and that rainbow ball of energy that he himself did not know much about. These were Xia Fei's secrets. If Xia Laoshi had forcefully attacked Xia Fei's brain region to inspect it, he would have exposed these secrets. Xia Fei's brain region was more expansive than most, so he had sealed off part of his brain region and used an empty area to cultivate the law of energy purification. Although Xia Laoshi was astonished at the density of energy in Xia Fei's brain region and was curious about why Xia Fei had sealed off part of his brain region, he trusted Xia Fei and did not ask any question, nor did he try to unseal that region. Secrets were secrets because they could not be known by other people. Not even Avril knew about these things, and Xia Fei certainly was not going to let Xia Laoshi know. He had made up his mind. It was naturally great for someone to help him cultivate the law of energy purification, but this person needed to have absolute trust in him. After all, exposing the most important part of a warrior, the 7th brain region, to someone else was far too risky. While Xia Laoshi was tired, he was also very excited. As the veins on his head pulsed, that pattern in Xia Fei's brain was 1/3 away from completion. This was level 4, and this was Xia Fei's very first attempt. 1/3 completion at only his first try, Xia Laoshi was speechless. This was a heaven-defying advancement speed. Moreover, Xia Fei seemingly had no intention of giving up, the energy threads continuing swiftly to construct the pattern. Halfway through level 4, Xia Laoshi finally released his hands and heavily panted for breath. His body did not allow him to go on any further. Xia Fei frowned. Xia Laoshi's sudden withdrawal had made things more difficult for him. Before, he had been rapidly advancing with 2 engines, but now that 1 engine was gone, Xia Fei had to take on all the pressure. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei decided to keep going. He would not stop until he reached his own limit. Xia Laosher's eyes widened as the minutes continued to pass. Xia Fei was still cultivating. He could last this long without his assistance. Such astonishing persistence. Xia Fei's face gradually turned grim, and sweat soon drenched his forehead. It was clear that he was enduring immense pain while cultivating, but this did not stop Xia Fei. Persistence was all about completing missions impossible to complete, using resolve that ordinary people could not comprehend to hold on. Pursing his lips, Xia Laosher muttered, "No wonder Xia Fei could accomplish so much on his own. This sort of tenacity truly puts others to shame." Xia Laosher had already planned everything out. Once he personally instructed Xia Fei and displayed his formidable professional training, Xia Fei was certain to admire him wholeheartedly. Alas, reality was vastly different from what he imagined, for it was Xia Laosher who simply could not keep up with Xia Fei's tempo. Instead, before Xia Fei even started to get tired, Xia Laosher was already on his last legs, his entire body so weak that he wanted nothing more than to get to bed. What else was there to say? Xia Laosher even felt like he was slowing Xia Fei down. This was a master of both energy and artificing, an existence revered by countless people. The psychological disparity was just too great. Xia Fei's persistence in particular had deeply moved Xia Laosher. Yes, Xia Fei was extremely talented, one of the rare protean geniuses in the law realm, but behind this talent was a tenacity that few people could imagine. Everything had its price, and behind Xia Fei's ability to look down on his peers proudly was double the effort. How was it? Xia Laosher dropped his eyes and asked. For the sake of his dignity, he could only hold on. After all, he was a master of 2 fields, and he could not permit Xia Fei to have a low opinion of him. Just a little lacking. "I'd like to try a few more times," Xia Fei earnestly said. A few more times? Xia Laosher suddenly felt like he wanted to cry. All he could think about now was resting, let alone a few more times. He could not endure even a single attempt. Xia Laosher finally emerged from the training room, an exhausted look on his face. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was still attempting to reach level 4 of the law of the energy purification and appeared to be brimming with enthusiasm. Holding a grade 5 origin crystal in his hand, Xia Laosher slowly recovered his energy and returned to his room. Any elite of the Skywing clan had a residence, large or small, within the Wind Garden, and Xia Laosher was no exception. It was just that he normally did not stay here. As he was a major creditor in the clan, the moment he came to Wind Garden, it would immediately become deserted. Everyone except Xia Wuye avoided him. Cultivation had not just exhausted him physically, but mentally as well. The origin crystal could restore his physical energy, but it could not clear up the fog in Xia Laosher's mind. He was anxious to get some sleep and refresh his mind. It's truly bizarre. Where does Xia Fei get so much mental energy? Xia Laosher shook his head as he entered his room. Without even taking off his clothes, he dropped onto his bed and fell asleep. By the time he woke up, it was noon of the next day. When cultivating law force, strong people normally did not need to sleep this long, but Xia Laosher had truly been too tired. Xia Laosher stretched and then headed for Xia Fei's personal training room. He saw that Xia Wuye was also there and was watching Xia Fei cultivation with a look of contentment. "Wuye, has Xia Fei already started cultivating?" Xia Laosher respectfully asked. There were only 2 people in the entire clan who did not owe Xia Laosher money. One was Wuye, and the other was Xia Fei. Wuye chuckled. "Young Master Fei hasn't come out since yesterday. I came over to take a look, worried that he might be too tired." Xia Laosher was stunned. Xia Fei had not left the training room this whole time, meaning that he had been cultivating the law of energy purification for 24 hours straight. The cultivation of the law of energy purification was extremely taxing. Even as a master, Xia Laosher had been unable to endure. However, Xia Fei was able to go for 24 hours in a single session. That was just too astonishing. Xia Wuye spotted the gray circles around Xia Laosher's eyes and said, "Young Master is one of the rare few in our clan with the potential to be a godwing. Even our grand ancestor highly values him. You do a great service by personally passing on your energy master skills to him." These words immediately made Xia Laosher blush. He actually had not done very much, for Xia Fei was already starting from level 3. Moreover, for most of the time, he had lacked the strength to help Xia Fei cultivate. All of this had been purely accomplished through Xia Fei's own efforts. His face red, Xia Laoshi mumbled as he entered the room. Wu Ye tactfully closed the door and went back to the front courtyard. Xia Fei, going without sleep isn't a solution. Cultivation is about gradual progress, and when the conditions are right, success will follow. You can't rush it, Xia Laoshi said as he walked up to Xia Fei. Xia Fei was very excited, hurriedly saying, I can already feel the threshold. I'm only one step away from condensing the pattern. Xia Laoshi almost did not want to believe his ears. Condensing the pattern was the final threshold for advancing to the next level. The moment the pattern condensed was the moment Xia Fei succeeded. What? You're already at the condensing phase? That's quick. Xia Laoshi's mouth dropped, and he started to feel dizzy. Ever since he met Xia Fei, his poor nerves had been stimulated again and again. First, there had been that rocket-like ascension to maxing out his speed ability, and after that was his consumption of 20,000 grade 5 origin crystals. However, none of that could compare to the speed at which Xia Fei cultivated the law of energy purification. It was clear that Xia Fei could cultivate this law extremely fast. That's right. I've really reached the condensing phase. To tell the truth, I feel like the law of energy purification is very suitable for me. It's much easier to cultivate than before, Xia Fei nodded and said. Easy. This word made Xia Laoshi wince. If this evaluation got out, countless elites of the law realm would probably bash their heads against a wall. The law of energy purification, which had brought down countless elites, was being described as easy to cultivate. Xia Laoshi suddenly realized that the universe was a very absurd place. While others found the law of energy purification to be unreachable, Xia Fei was advancing 1,000 kilometers a day. This was unfair. Very unfair. Xia Laoshi pouted, sighed, and then sat down next to Xia Fei, his belly bursting with envy. Grandpa Laoshi, I won't hide it from you. While I managed to cultivate all the way to the condensing phase, I'm really having a hard time getting through this threshold. I've thought of an idea that can help you save strength while also helping me cut through my problems and swiftly break through the threshold, Xia Fei earnestly said, his eyes flashing. What's your idea? Xia Laoshi asked. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said, Look here. When you drew out the pattern to help me out, it really did help me move faster at the start, but now, I can get to the condensing phase all on my own. Instead of helping out from the very beginning, you can wait until I finish the pattern and start on the condensing phase before you unleash all your strength. Xia Laoshi was startled. He understood what Xia Fei was getting at. This was like fitting a car with 2 engines. While one engine's output was enough for the car to get around normally, if it was trying to get up some steep slope, 2 engines working at once would make it much easier to get across. It was the same principle in using good steel only on knives. Xia Laoshi was undoubtedly a big help to Xia Fei, and Xia Fei wanted to reserve this help for when it was most needed. That way, he could succeed in a single step. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Laoshi nodded. There will be a problem of synchronizing our frequencies. If I join you midway, it will be somewhat difficult for us to match paces, but we can just try it out first. Let's just do it. Xia Fei was reinvigorated. Perhaps because of his extraordinary ability to control energy, he found it much easier to cultivate the extremely difficult law of energy purification compared to the similarly difficult law of primal chaos and law of speed. With a breakthrough right before his eyes, Xia Fei felt like he was brimming with energy. Of course, the energy reserve in his brain region and the white jade dragon ring's energy distribution were also key factors in his rapid progress. Whoosh! The pattern in the 7th brain region began to form. Xia Laoshi carefully observed and found that Xia Fei's ability to control energy was truly outstanding. He did not make even the smallest error in the formation of the pattern. It was not long before Xia Fei reached the end phase of the condensation of the 4th pattern. Xia Laoshi promptly joined in on Xia Fei's cultivation, giving him a powerful push. Alas, this intervention was too abrupt, and it was not at the same speed as Xia Fei's cultivation speed. Xia Laoshi was moving too slowly. Oh no! Xia Laoshi froze as he mentally groaned. The speed at which a cultivator formed a pattern would be different every day. After all, The consumption of energy and the increasing familiarity with the pattern would lead to minor differences in speed. This sort of situation was actually very dangerous, for the law was being condensed in the vital seventh brain region. If the brain region was even slightly damaged, it would cause unbearable consequences. Energy masters were rare partially because of the required talent and difficulty, but another reason was the danger of the cultivation process. However, just when Xia Laoshi thought that he would fail, Xia Fei suddenly changed his speed. He adjusted his pace to match Xia Laoshi's. While it was just a minor adjustment, it was a sign of Xia Fei's incredible control, unimaginable talent, and energy. Even Xia Laoshi was incapable of this. Rather than the higher-level Xia Laoshi adapting to Xia Fei, it was the novice Xia Fei adapting to Xia Laoshi. Xia Laoshi did not have time to think, for what came next was the sprinting phase. Rumble. Both of them exerted their strength. Xia Fei was able to condense even more of the pattern. A breakthrough was only inches away. How? How did you do it? Xia Laoshi released his hands and asked in shock. Xia Fei shrugged and casually replied, I found that your speed was a little slow, so I slowed myself down to match yours. Isn't that very normal? Normal? Xia Laoshi paled. This was very abnormal. The formation of a pattern was all about momentum. Once the momentum got going, an ordinary person would have to let the momentum wear out to slow back down, with no means of adjusting it. As for Xia Fei, he was able to adjust his speed during cultivation whenever he wanted. This could only mean that Xia Fei's energy control was not just powerful, it was heaven-defyingly powerful. Moreover, he was not a master yet. The moment Xia Fei reached the level of a master, was there anyone else who could compare to him? Was there anyone who could stop him? Let's try one more time. The effect just now was wonderful, Xia Fei excitedly said. 6 hours later, the threshold of level 4 of the law of energy purification shattered. 30 hours. In just 30 hours, Xia Fei had broken into level 4. The intermediate energy master of the Skywing clan's new generation had been born. Xia Laoshi was both excited and dejected. He was excited because of Xia Fei's unreasonable cultivation speed, but he was disappointed because Xia Fei was now the same rank as him, as an energy master. After only 30 hours. Shock. Xia Laoshi really did not know what to say. There was nothing he could do about Xia Fei's maddening cultivation speed except sigh at the unfairness of the heavens. This is wonderful. Xia Fei jumped up and waved his arms, a fervent light in his eyes. The law realm used energy as its foundation. Now that he was at level 4, he would no longer have to worry about energy, for he could produce his own origin crystals. After moping for a bit, Xia Laoshi took out a few energy ores and placed them on the ground. He then took out an empty crystal. You have the cultivation, so the next step is to put it into practice. Don't celebrate too soon. Performing energy purification isn't simple and requires a bit of technique. Xia Fei nodded and grabbed one of the yellow energy ores. The energy in the energy ore was very restless. Xia Fei needed to use his body as a vessel to purify it into the completed product that could be easily absorbed. Xia Fei had attempted this process before, and with his excellent control over energy, he was able to remove the impurities quickly and pour the energy into the empty crystal. Under Xia Laoshi's guidance, Xia Fei finally completed the conversion, creating a bright yellow origin crystal. It was bursting with energy, its glossy luster free of impurities. Xia Laoshi was astonished, for energy masters normally needed to use up 3 energy ores to create 1 crystal, but Xia Fei had only used 2.5. This meant that Xia Fei was 20% more efficient than ordinary energy masters. This 20% could not be underestimated. This was a question of production efficiency. With the same quantity of energy ore, Xia Fei would be able to produce far more than other energy masters. Xia Laoshi curiously grabbed the grade 4 origin crystal that Xia Fei had produced and carefully examined it. A full luster and abundant energy, but why do I feel like there's something different about this crystal? A full luster and abundant energy, but why do I feel that there's something different about this crystal? Xia Laoshi examined that bright yellow grade 4 origin crystal Xia Fei had produced and muttered to himself. He stroked his spatial ring, producing a complicated device. It looked like a scale, but it was much more intricate, all kinds of flashing electronic equipment attached to it. Xia Laoshe placed the crystal on the balance and activated the device. A soft beeping could be heard in the training room, and it was not long before a curvy diagram and a row of data was produced. Xia Laoshe gasped as he stared at the screen and murmured in shock. What a sharp energy curve! So rich in energy. In normal circumstances, an origin crystal would not provide maximum energy from the very start. If steady, the energy rate would gradually curve upward. The smoother this curve, the more easily a warrior could absorb the energy inside. But Xia Fei's crystal had a very strange angled line, which was extremely steep. It's not that this curve is bad, but those warriors with somewhat weaker control over energy will have a difficult time using your origin crystals. After all, this line is too vertical, and the energy will enter their body swiftly and be hard to control. Xia Laoshe frowned. As for the quantity of energy, it's superb. If a full score is normally 109 or 108 is the passing score, you will have hit 103, a little higher than the professional standard. If I were to evaluate you myself, while I can't say that you're born for the energy master profession, your talents in this field are formidable. Besides this strange energy curve, the quantity and purity of energy have both reached the highest standard. It was clear that Xia Fei had stupendous talent when it came to energy control. In the law realm, energy was everything, and a stronger control of energy could help him go further and faster in other aspects. After the end of the Energy Mastery course, Xia Laoshe requested 1 day off. It was not because Xia Fei was particularly tired. Rather, it was Xia Laoshe who badly needed to rest. Xia Fei bathed, had a short nap, and then returned to the Panhuman Alliance. At the Half Moon Hill Villa, Xia Fei encountered Seth in a hallway. As the Alliance's strongest member, the safety specialist of Quantum Holdings, and Avril's bodyguard, Seth was extremely busy. Fortunately, Xia Fei had given him an unregistered compass, allowing him to travel between the Half Moon Hill Villa and the Terminus Star region, going wherever he was needed. As the Skywings had been at war with the two religions and one clan a few days ago, Seth had naturally appeared at the Half Moon Hill Villa to protect Avril. After greeting him, Xia Fei had Seth return to Terminus. The war was over and Half Moon Hill had not been attacked by the Moonward clan, so Seth did not need to be a bodyguard anymore. Avril was Xia Fei's sole weakness. Her existence was what Xia Fei worried about the most. It now seemed that Avril not going to the White Horse constellation with Xia Fei had been a wise decision. After all, not many people in the law realm knew about Avril's relationship with him. The low profile was more able to keep Avril safe. Xia Fei had always had a lot of problems on his plate, and there was no telling when he might rile up some powerful foe. It would be terrible if his enemies used Avril to threaten him. This was clearly his most beloved girl, but Xia Fei could not marry her with any great fanfare. Xia Fei felt ashamed over this, so his visits to the Half Moon Hill Villa were becoming frequent, as he was afraid that she might feel abandoned. Avril was a very perceptive person, and she naturally understood Xia Fei's sorrows. Not going to the White Horse constellation and living an inconspicuous life in the Panhuman Alliance was a decision Avril had reached after much consideration. After all, the law realm was very dangerous, and the only way Xia Fei would be able not to worry about his rear was by maintaining a proper distance. Avril had never once complained about this. Xia Fei took Avril to her favorite interstellar amusement park and then took her to the seashore to bask in the sun, fully enjoying their short time alone. To tell the truth, Xia Fei rather liked this mild and gentle lifestyle, but the shadowy presence behind the cosmic gate pushed him to advance madly, never to stop, to seize every second, and to live life fully. The Hidden Realm, the assembly zone of the megaweapon, the Titan-class superwarship. Dimsky pointed at that planet-sized ship in the distance. Take a look. That's the first Titan in production. Its outer shell is done, and we are in the process of assembling it. Once the assembly is done, we will test it out. It won't be long until it can display its formidable might. Xia Fei nodded. The construction is going very quickly. Thank you for endless days and nights of work. Dimsky smiled. We're mechs, so we've always worked 24 hours a day, right? I complied with your request and increased the number of docks. You're sure that you want a fleet made entirely of Titans? It's necessary, Xia Fei firmly said. The more I explore the depths of the universe, the more I realize that the universe is a chaotic and dangerous place. There's nothing wrong with planning for a rainy day, and strength is the foundation of survival. These titans can increase our strength, so the more we have, the better. Dim Sky nodded. The Cobalti were once the technology kings in the universe. They felt that their titans had the power to contend against law power, and there must have been a reason why. Though we haven't yet discovered how the titans can exactly contend against law power, that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. After all, we still haven't understood many of its defensive and weapon systems and are simply copying the blueprints. To understand the abilities of the Titan truly, we need to get this first one moving and take it out for a test drive. The Cobalti had been incredibly advanced, and the mech race had only been copying their Titans. As such, there had been many key components that they were only able to produce but could not understand what exactly they were for. The strangest design to date had been the second layer of defense. Normally, warships had only one layer of energy shields, but Titans had a double layer of compound defense. Xia Fei and Dim Sky speculated that this second layer was something similar to a law of space seal, creating a law barrier around the warship to fend off enemy law attacks. If this speculation turned out to be true, then the Titan would be capable of defending against both physical and law attacks. This would be paired with the Titan's destructive weapon system, the Doomsday. It was a lethal weapon that was certain to be able to sweep through the universe. Alas, the second defensive layer's composition was too complicated and was still in the research phase. Xia Fei still had no idea whether it could actually produce a law of space barrier or not, and what the defensive factor would be. The truth would have to wait until they got to the defense testing phase. Spatial compasses were truly excellent items. In one day, Xia Fei was able to travel across the sea of stars. Not only could he visit Avril and Half Moon Hill Villa, he could also see how the mech race's work was proceeding in the Hidden Realm and how Phantom and Sophie were progressing in their research. He could even take a trip to Terminus Star region and see how Charlie was doing, as well as how Quantum Holdings' development plan was proceeding. In the past, such efficiency would have been impossible to imagine. Even Avril liked this sort of traveling through space. To go wherever one wanted instantly was something out of a dream. The Wind Garden. Xia Fei returned to his cultivation chamber. Xia Laosher was not here yet, so Xia Fei lit a cigarette and summarized everything he had seen today. The Panhuman Alliance was very stable at the moment, whether it was the mech race or Quantum Holdings. Even the relationship between Xia Fei and Avril, after the initial passion, was gradually beginning to smoothen, but there were still many concerns. No one would have imagined that Xia Fei had hidden his greatest trump card near the Panhuman Alliance, which the Law Realm looked down on, and that he was secretly constructing Titans in the Hidden Realm to resist the Law Realm. Xia Fei's way of thinking was always able to catch people off guard. You're dabbling in more and more fields. I feel like it's actually a good thing that the trail for the Law of Time went cold, Oro commented. How could that be a good thing? That's the strongest law power of the god race. But now that you've mentioned it, there's something I'm confused about. The Moonward clan went to such great lengths to get the Rending Yang Fire and the Wolf Butcher Blaze, but neither of these two immemorial mystical armaments appeared in the war. I wonder where the Moonwards hid them, Xia Fei muttered, blowing out a smoke circle. Oro smiled. You wield the plant-type mystical armaments, so the Rending Yang Fire and Wolf Butcher Blaze are useless in your hands. Besides, the Skywings aren't people to be messed around with. After annihilating the Moonward clan, perhaps they already took possession of those two mystical armaments. It's just that you haven't been informed yet. I must say that you, Skywings, are truly sinister and vicious. I wouldn't find it weird at all if you found several mystical armaments or even something stranger in the clan's storehouses. Xia Fei said nothing. He was not the only one who concealed his cards. The Skywings did, too. Would anyone have expected Steward Wuye to be Superior Law Overlord Gu Li before the war with the Moonwards? Also, before Xia Fei learned the Law of Speed, did he know that the Wind Garden was littered with secret passages and hidden training rooms, that it was not as old and cramped as it seemed? In short, Xia Fei had many secrets, and so did the Skywing clan. These secrets had created the powerful force field of the Law Realm's demon-sealing fiendish blade. The top-class clans were not top-class because of their population, number of elites, or their fame. It was about who was more vicious in battle, who had the most hidden cards to play. Xia Laosher pushed open the door. After a day and night of rest, His complexion was much improved. "Today, your lesson in the law of artificing begins," Xiao Laosher solemnly said. A warship, which was neither too large nor too conspicuous, moved slowly through the eternal night of space. From its appearance, one could tell that it was an old-fashioned cruiser of the law realm. It had no clan emblem, seemingly belonging to no faction. Inside the warship was a large and sturdy cultivation chamber. Inside, flames ran rampant. A human was controlling a cold and sinister flame, attempting to have it subdue a bestial and violent flame. If Xia Fei had been present, he would have realized that this cold and sinister flame was none other than the rending yang fire that the Moonward clan had purchased at the auction, the universe's flame of supreme Yin. As for this violent flame was none other than the legendary flame, the Wolf Butcher Blaze. This unremarkable-looking warrior had already subdued the rending yang fire and was now planning to merge it with the other immemorial mystical armament, the Wolf Butcher Blaze. It seemed like mystical armament integration was not Xia Fei's specialty. This person was also trying to do what Xia Fei did. It was just that Xia Fei had the plant mystical armaments, while this man had fire. Divine flames scorched the prairie. The training room had been painted to a red and hellish landscape. In the eyes of this warrior, another flame burned, the flames of vengeance. Finally, the Wolf Butcher fire began to weaken. The rending yang fire went on the offensive, and this sort of attack quickly became devouring. The savage nature of the rending yang fire suddenly erupted with a giant tongue of flame that devoured the Wolf Butcher fire. 1 second later, the rending yang fire began to undergo a bizarre transformation. 2 different colors appeared on that dim ember, one navy blue and the other fiery red. The ember split in the middle, one side remaining cold and sinister, while the other side projecting savagery and fierceness. Whoosh! All of the lights in the room lit up at once. This warrior, who had subdued both the Wolf Butcher fire and the rending yang fire, proudly raised his head. He had a very ugly face, with a scraggly beard and protruding teeth. If one looked carefully, one would find that he shared some of the traits of the Moonward clan. For example, his eyes were sinister and cunning, almost identical to those of the #1 Moonward expert, Galson Ward. The warrior strode out, quickly making his way to the ship's command deck. As he sat on the wide captain's chair, he grabbed a picture. The person depicted on this picture was none other than Galson Ward. When comparing the two, it turned out that he really did have the exact same eyes as Galson Ward. "Father, I've already did as you ordered and subdued the 2 fire immemorial mystical armaments. Let your son wash away your humiliation," said the warrior gravely, a savage light in his eyes. Xiao Laosher's artificing classes had already begun. Artificing first required the law of artificing, a force that was a branch of the law of matter. Besides that, it required an understanding of various kinds of metal and various methods of law infusion. Xiao Laosher started with basic knowledge first. The books covering the metals of the universe alone took up an entire bookshelf. Unlike other law warriors, Xia Fei liked reading. Be they the annals of history, military affairs, or even just reference books, Xia Fei could read them all. Before the cultivation could begin, Xiao Laosher had requested that Xia Fei read through all these books first. Besides that, he also needed to cultivate the law of artificing to level 2. 3 days went by with Xia Fei spending every day cultivating and reading books. When he was free, he would go to the Half Moon Villa to keep Avril company. These were relaxed days, and he felt like he had returned to the Heaven Execution training camp. At night, Xia Fei lay in a bed, a thick and old book in his hand. This book was called A Comprehensive Overview of Metal Extraction, and it concerned how to extract various metals from ore. Frankly speaking, it was a very dry book, but Xia Fei read it with much gusto and was soon immersed into it. Xia Fei had a secret when it came to reading, which was to flip through pages constantly. When he saw a place he did not understand, he would only slightly think about it before moving rather than thinking long and hard over it, as if he was researching a difficult problem. When a book was read 100 times, its meaning would become evident. Xia Fei was very confident in the words of the ancients. If twice was not enough, he would read it thrice, all the way until he smoothly understood everything. Xia Fei closed the book and threw it onto the carpet of his room. There was already a small mountain of books there, all of them part of the homework Xia Laoshi had assigned to him. You're done so quickly? Oro laughed and asked. Reading books was torture to him. He really did not get how an outstanding warrior like Xia Fei could have such a bad habit as burying his head in books. Xia Fei nodded and sat up on his bed. It's quite pleasant to just read some books quietly every once in a while. I never knew that there are 6.74 billion known types of metal in the universe, and that more than 20 million are important for the law realm. It seems that artificing is as complicated of a field as pharmacology. Just the knowledge needed as the foundation is quite impressive. Still, I don't think that this is what's most important for the law of artificing. What matters is the ratio of metals and their integration. Oro felt like his brain would melt, so he hastily interrupted Xia Fei's highly theoretical talk and sternly said, "It's fine. You can just discuss all this with Xia Laoshi tomorrow. After all, you've already reached level 2 in the law of artificing, so it's about time you started putting it into practice." Xia Fei smiled. Oro restricted his reading purely to the history of the law realm, various martial techniques, and the records of his own clan. When it came to artificing and pharmacology, he did not have the slightest interest. However, Oro was still a major figure of the demon race and had an extensive circle of friends, so he knew many secrets about artificing and was able to be of some assistance to Xia Fei. Stroking his spatial ring, Xia Fei took out the Thousand Shapes painting. He unrolled the long scrolls, and a complicated diagram appeared before Xia Fei's eyes. The Thousand Shapes painting was the legacy of the Thousands family's ancestor, a max-level celestial artificer, and contained the essence of his learnings. Xia Fei had counted and found that the Thousand Shapes painting did not actually have 10,000 images. To be more precise, the Thousand Shapes painting had 9,981 images. They were all very abstract drawings, and a normal person would have found it impossible to understand what they meant. Oro sighed. This painting gave him a headache even more than books. This Thousand Shapes painting shouldn't be a scam, right? A legacy of a celestial artificer? It looks more to me like a pile of meaningless lines. I really don't get it. What does this have to do with artificing? Oro grumbled. Xia Fei replied. If it were that easy to solve, it wouldn't be the Thousand Shapes painting. I'm sure that this painting is connected to artificing. It just depends on how it's analyzed and read. Then what's your initial reading? Oro asked, unconvinced. I'm guessing that only a small part of the painting is actually useful, with the rest serving as a disguise. Once the disguise is removed, the truth will become evident, Xia Fei indifferently said. Just like how you found a piece of music in that fractal diagram. Not exactly. The fractal diagram has rules while this painting doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason. Oro turned over and said no more. He did not want to waste his energy on this headache-inducing Thousand Shapes painting. It was better to use this time to plan out what he would do after Xia Fei killed him. Actually, he had already considered this plan countless times. Alas, Xia Fei was unwilling to deal the blow. Oro had tried provoking Xia Fei into killing him, but Xia Fei was very cunning. To keep the richly experienced Oro at his side, he not only did not get angry, but also took out the blood crystal and waved it in front of Oro. This cursed blade could absorb essence blood, and if Xia Fei used it to kill Oro, he would really die. Want to reincarnate? Not a chance. As the hour grew late, Xia Fei continued staring at the Thousand Shapes painting, utterly enchanted. The complicated diagram seemed to take Xia Fei into the endless sea of stars, making one dizzy. Fortunately, Xia Fei had excellent focus, so he was barely able to hold on. Intense curiosity spurred Xia Fei to analyze the composition of the painting, removing the useless parts to try and discover the true painting left by the artist. This was like picking through sand in a desert or searching for a needle in a haystack. It was not long before Xia Fei started feeling dizzy. Furling the scroll, Xia Fei fell asleep. This Thousand Shapes painting really isn't easy to solve, Xia Fei mumbled. Xia Fei went to sleep very late and woke up very early. The morning was still dim and lazy when Xia Fei stretched and went to the back garden. Xia Fei had already finished making breakfast consisting of a few popular snacks from the White Horse constellation and several small dishes. At this level of cultivation, one ate just enough so that one's stomach would not grumble, since such minuscule amounts of energy could not make up for what was lost. Moreover, breakfast was a time for the members of the Skywing clan to run into one another. Xia Fei, Xia Wuye, and Xia Zonghai, the three members of the clan who stayed in the Wind Garden, could meet up and state their plans. Xia Xiaobo, the 40th Law Emperor of the Skywing clan, had been staying in the Wind Garden for a bit, but he was just as restless as everyone else in the clan. In a moment of impulse, he said that he needed to go for a walk and rushed off to who knew where. There was nothing to be done. The Skywings all had this sort of free and laid-back personality, so there were always few people at home. Wherever there were rare treasures or interesting things, one would definitely be able to find a gaggle of Skywing elites. As the three ate, Xia Wuye chuckled and said, "Our investigations showed that the extermination of the two religions and one clan was very clean, but our clan spies report that Galson Ward might have an illegitimate son." An illegitimate son? Xia Fei and Xia Zonghai both became nervous. The extermination of the two religions and one clan could permit no remnant dangers. Last time, when they failed to exterminate the Moonward clan, the Moonwards had colluded with the Old Gods cult and Primordial cult and counterattacked, pushing the Skywings into a passive position. If Galson Ward had an illegitimate son, then he would undoubtedly be an enemy of the Skywings, and an enemy had to die. Correct. Xia Wuye nodded. Galson Ward very skillfully hid this illegitimate son. When our spies were investigating Galson Ward's past movements, they found out that he would head to the exiled grounds at certain intervals. At the start, they thought that he's going to the exiled grounds to contact mercenaries. After all, he did hire mercenaries last time to deal with our clan. However, after further investigation, we learned that Galson Ward, besides contacting mercenaries, would also meet someone else. His name is Wu Yuming. This is a picture of him. Xia Wuye pulled up a screen, which showed a middle-aged man. Very similar. This Wu Yuming has the same eyes as Galson Ward. It's no wonder you suspected him of being Galson Ward's illegitimate son, Xia Zonghai sternly said, putting down his chopsticks. Xia Fei was rather astonished. He hid it so well, but you still managed to dig it out? Wuye smiled. Young Master Fei, there are some things you are unaware of. While the battle is over, our thorough purging of the two religions and one clan has never ended. Our clan spies have been working in the shadows to uncover the remnants of these three groups, let alone the exiled grounds. Even if he's hiding at the very ends of the universe, we still would have found him eventually. Still, the ones left are mostly minor characters, so there's no need to tell you. Xia Fei was taken aback. This was truly a ruthless attitude. The battle had been over for so long, but the purging still continued. This was probably in compliance with the Grand Ancestor's words. Don't even leave a blade of grass behind. Wuye, since you found him, hurry up and kill him. Whether or not he has any actual blood relation to Galson Ward, he must be killed. Xia Zonghai said. Wuye shook his head. This Wu Yuming is a level 3 Law Emperor, and our clan spies can't guarantee that they can kill him. You two are the only Law Emperors in the Wind Garden, as everyone else is out, so I must trouble one of you two to go out. After all, reporting this matter to the Patriarch is a bit like making a mountain out of a molehill. Xia Fei and Xia Zonghai glanced at each other, upon which Xia Zonghai hurriedly scarfed down some food. What are you looking at me for? I've already arranged to play chess with Wolf Julien today. There's a lot at stake, too. Xia Fei shrugged, turning to Wuye and saying, All right, then once today's class is over, I'll get on it. Whether it was to Xia Fei or Xia Zonghai, a single level 3 Law Emperor was not a problem. The law of speed was so heaven-defying that opponents of the same level who encountered a Skywing elite could do nothing but curse their own bad luck, particularly in one-on-one fights. The lightning-esque speed was a nightmare for all enemies. Be it Xia Fei, Xia Zonghai, or Xia Wuye, nobody was worried about Wu Yuming. The Moonwards were gone, and a sole illegitimate son, no matter how capable, could not stir up any big waves. After breakfast, Xia Zonghai went to the law enforcement board for his chess match, while Xia Wuye slowly began to sweep the Wind Garden as he usually did. Meanwhile, Xia Fei headed into the training room so that Xia Laosher could teach him to apply his artificing skills. Just after noon, Xia Fei and Xia Laosher emerged from the training room. The entire morning spent matching metals had been a little like running an experiment. Using the properties of the metals, they had been trying to smelt them into the most suitable materials for weapons and armor. It seems like you've already memorized all the books I gave you. Very good. Understanding the properties of metals is only the first step toward becoming an artificer. The next step concerns the designs of weapons and armor and the selection of various materials for their production. I'll give you some books to read. At the same time tomorrow, we will begin studying the various kinds of tools, Xia Laosher said. Xia Fei nodded. He now had several hundred more thick books in his spatial ring. These were reading materials for his next step in artificing. Comparatively, the job of an energy master was simpler, as all that was required were crystals. However, artificers had to concern themselves with hundreds of millions of metals, which was quite the hassle. Once his lesson with Xia Laosher ended, Xia Fei went straight to courtyard to find Xia Wuye. Wuye was already waiting with one of the clan's spies. From Wuye's introduction, Xia Fei learned that this middle-aged man was the deputy supervisor of the Skywing's spy network, Xia Yang. As for the chief supervisor, though Wuye had not said directly, Xia Fei could already guess that it was Wuye himself. Xia Wuye was from outside the family, so the fact that the grand ancestor had given him as important a job as managing the intelligence network showed just how much he valued Wuye. Xia Yang was a rather cheerful man. He had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and two small mustaches trimmed in the Western style, like two drooping willow leaves. When he spoke, he exuded a masculine aura, not like those people who usually did intelligence work, usually walked around with glum expressions, and had constantly darting eyes. Xia Fei immediately had a good impression of him. "Young Master Fei, let's go. We have already found the nail. All we need is for you to hammer it," Xia Yang said with a laugh. Xia Fei awkwardly said, "Just call me Xia Fei. We're all family, so there's no need to treat me like a stranger." Xia Yang firmly nodded. "Very well. I'll listen to you. Anyone who has the right to live in the Wind Garden is a supporting pillar of our clan. Whenever there's a problem, all of you are required to take the burden on your shoulders. This respect is all deserved." Xia Fei chuckled. "The intelligent network is just as important. With your efforts, we won't know who our enemies are." Whoosh. With the help of a spatial compass, Xia Yang and Xia Fei arrived at a shabby, mid-sized airport in the exiled grounds. There were several old warships on the tarmac, none of them too large. The largest was comparable to an Alliance cruiser. Two of them had even been disassembled and could not fly. The exiled grounds is impoverished, and advanced tools like spatial compasses and spatial gates are very rare. Most of the time, warships are used to transport people and goods. Such airports are rare to see in the Law realm, but there are many in the exiled grounds, Xia Yang explained. Xia Fei nodded and asked, "Where is this Wu Yuming guy?" Xia Yang answered, "Our investigations showed that Wu Yuming left half a month ago on an old-fashioned Law realm cruiser. We don't know where he went, and since all the warships here are unregistered, it's difficult to find his movements. But according to the latest reports, Wu Yuming asked about being resupplied at base yesterday morning and arranged to land at this airport sometime between this afternoon and dusk." Xia Fei was startled. "Half a month ago? That was exactly when the Moonward clan bought the Rending Yang Fire from the Boundless Heaven Trading Association at a high price." For some reason, Xia Fei had a bad feeling that made his heart uneasy. "There's still time. Give me the rundown on this Wu Yuming," Xia Fei asked, his brows creasing. The two of them found a peach tree forest on the outer edge of the airport to sit down. Xia Yang began to speak. "Our brothers inadvertently discovered Wu Yuming's existence when they were searching through Galson Ward's spatial compass logs. Every time Galson Ward went to the exiled grounds, other than contacting mercenary groups, he would also pay a visit to Moon Rose, that old and rundown city north of this airport. That actually wasn't enough to find Wu Yuming. After all, Moon Rose City is home to several 100,000 people, and the exiled grounds is rather large. But this clue stirred up my suspicions, so I looked up Galson Ward's secret bank account and found out that he would often make large withdrawals of cash before heading to the exiled grounds. Thus, I had my men head to Moon Rose City and investigate the banks there. Only then did we discover Wu Yuming's existence. At certain intervals, he would suddenly have more money in his bank account, matching exactly the amount that Galson Ward had withdrawn. We also looked at his picture and found that his eyes were the same as Galson Ward's." Xia Fei listened and nodded along. Xia Yang was very meticulous in his leadership of the Skywing Information Department. Wu Yuming had been hidden so well, but the Skywing spies had managed to dig him out anyway. Wu Yuming is a law emperor. So I imagine that he enjoys a very high status in Moon Rose City, yes? Xia Fei asked. Xia Yang shook his head. The exact opposite. Nobody in Moon Rose City knows him, and he lives in a small apartment on the outskirts of the city, his rent only going by 3 grade 2 crystals a month. He's so inconspicuous that it's almost absurd. Our men went to search the apartment, but it was empty and smelled of mold. It didn't feel like the residence of a law emperor at all. Most of the money Galson Ward gave him was used on that warship of his. That warship of his follows a regular pattern, spending most of the month in space and spending only a few days on the ground. Xia Fei frowned. It did not make sense for a law emperor to be willing to live in anonymity in the shabby exiled grounds, let alone someone who might be the illegitimate son of law overlord Galson Ward. In normal circumstances, even an illegitimate son would not be this inconspicuous. As the saying went, the shade under a big tree was plentiful, and with a tree like Galson Ward, what did it matter if Wu Yuming was an illegitimate son? If he wanted to live in the White Horse constellation, would anyone be able to stop him? What sort of law power is Wu Yuming skilled in? Xia Fei asked. It was Xia Fei's habit to take everything cautiously. Even if his enemy had a lower cultivation, Xia Fei still would not be careless. Whoosh! To his surprise, Xia Yang's face turned red and he awkwardly said, I won't hide it from you. We were unable to find out. Wu Yuming lives his life almost separate from the rest of society, so nobody knows much about him. Stunned, Xia Fei hastily asked, Then how did you know that he's a level 3 law emperor? Xia Yang replied, According to our sources, last year, Wu Yuming had an argument with the owner of this airport because he had taken an extra 2 days of docking fees. At the time, Wu Yuming was so angry that he almost attacked, his body radiating a thick killing intent, but for some reason, he managed to restrain himself and just paid the bill. This airport belongs to a local mercenary group, the Tigers, and the supervisor is a level 5 law sovereign. He testified that the energy Wu Yuming radiated when he got angry was very powerful, at least that of a level 3 law emperor. It's only then that he learned that that frequent customer of his has such a profound cultivation. So ever since then, he hasn't dared to take even 1 crystal from Wu Yuming. Wu Yuming also pretends as if the incident has never happened and continues going in and out of this empty airport. Xia Fei shook his head and said nothing. It turned out that Xia Yang was simply estimating Wu Yuming's cultivation and had no solid evidence. Why would such a powerful warrior want to hide his power so much? Xia Fei did not get it. We have too few men, our intelligence department consisting of 50 brothers in total. All of us have barely gotten a wink of sleep in the past month. Normally, we would wait until we had more detailed information to report back to the Wind Garden. But we were worried of some new development if we waited too long. So the moment we tracked down Wu Yuming, we informed Wu Ya, said Xia Yang, feeling ashamed. The Sky Wings were truly very strong, and if there was a place it suffered in, it would be in the small size of the clan. The entire intelligence department had only 50 people, which was a far cry from those big clans that could easily mobilize 10,000 people. That Xia Yang could still complete his mission with so few people was proof that these brothers had done everything in their power. Xia Fei suddenly felt rather ashamed for overreacting. Xia Yang and his men could not be entirely blamed for failing to find out everything about Wu Yuming. Stroking his spatial ring, Xia Fei took out 100 grade 5 origin crystals and gave them to Xia Yang. I understand the situation. I will take over this Moon Rose job. Take this as a sign of my goodwill and treat everyone to a drink. Xia Yang left with Xia Fei's reward. Rather than staying at the empty airport, Xia Fei headed to Moon Rose City. With the address Xia Yang had provided, Xia Fei easily found Wu Yuming's residence. It was a run-down, 2-story building, and the landlord was even raising pigeons in the loft. It was damp and moist, and the entire place smelled of bird excrement. The lock was a simple spring lock. Xia Fei used his tools to open it and sat himself on the sole sofa in the room. He quietly waited in the darkness, the breath control technique wiping away all traces of his presence. Around dusk, a set of steady footsteps could be heard outside. It was then followed by the sound of a key unlocking the door. At the moment the key was inserted into the lock, Wu Yuming hesitated for a second, but he soon opened the door and entered. The Skywing clan? Asked Wu Yuming in a raspy voice. taking off his peaked cap as if nothing had happened and hanging it on a clothing rack behind the door, which happened to be missing a leg. It was all so very natural. Xia Fei smiled, nodding in the darkness. He was rather surprised that Wu Yuming had noticed him. It was clear that he realized someone was inside the room the moment he opened the door. "How did you discover me?" Xia Fei asked with a chuckle. "The keyhole had half a strand of my hair, but now it's gone," replied Wu Yuming in a deep voice. "The keyhole had half a strand of my hair, but now it's gone," replied Wu Yuming in a deep voice. Xia Fei was slightly taken aback by this. Leaving a strand of hair in some inconspicuous place, this method to prevent others from entering was nothing new. It was something Xia Fei often did himself, too, but he evidently had not uncovered it earlier. There was only one reason for this. The comrades from the Skywing Information Department had been far too careless, breaking Wu Yuming's mark. Wu Yuming clearly knew that he was someone from the Skywing clan, yet he remained as composed as ever. This demeanor of his was evidence that he was completely unafraid of Xia Fei, a mere level 3 law emperor demonstrating such great confidence in himself. Everything about this defied logical explanation. At that moment, too many thoughts crossed Xia Fei's mind. Logically speaking, Xia Fei ought to kill him the very instant he came walking in. However, Xia Fei could not do that, for Wu Yuming had walked in with such self-confidence. That moment of hesitation before he opened the door had already revealed the true meaning of his arrival. Xia Fei had no choice but to change his plan, changing from an assassination to an open murder. Wu Yuming appeared to be very disappointed, for Xia Fei had not acted as he initially predicted. That slightest hesitation had caused Xia Fei to change his plan instantly, which was evidence of Xia Fei's astuteness. He was far more astute than he presumed. No one would have thought that the several seconds of hesitation, just in how he had entered this room, would start the first round of engagement between Xia Fei and Wu Yuming. Wu Yuming sighed, a little disappointed. "Why have you waited so long and haven't killed me the first instant I stepped inside?" Xia Fei replied, unfazed. "Because that's what you hope I would do. Though I have no clue as to the reason, I'm certain of one thing. Never act according to what my enemy envisions." Wu Yuming curiously flicked his gaze over to Xia Fei, who was shrouded in darkness, his eyes shooting forth a glow of light. Xia Fei saw as he suddenly pulled his right hand out from the darkness, and a feeble flame quickly revealed itself. Immemorial mystical armament. "That's a fused immemorial mystical armament," Xia Fei loudly shouted to himself. He was very familiar with the aura unique to the immemorial mystical armaments, for he was the owner of Peacock Blue himself. Though Wu Yuming's mystical armament was of the fire type, Xia Fei could recognize it at a single glance due to the wild and violent characteristic the fused immemorial mystical armament exuded. It turned out that he was not the only one in this universe who possessed a fused immemorial mystical armament. Xia Fei was slightly shocked to learn this, and the words that the old demon lord had uttered after nearly ignited him. "It's a good thing you didn't charge to him just earlier." Wu Yuming is currently using the law of darkness to hide his immemorial mystical armament, and given his temperament, I am certain that he is a mixed blood child of both the god and demon races. Oro hollered. The truth was revealed. It was no wonder why the illegitimate son of a powerful father lived such a low-profile life. He was an illegitimate son that Galson Ward had with someone from the demon race. He was of mixed blood. The two peak races got along like fire and ice. A mixed blood like him would, of course, not be able to live in White Horse Constellation. In fact, he could not live in the demon race, either. No wonder Galson Ward had him hidden so deeply. This was all due to Wu Yuming's unique parentage. As for why Galson Ward would have a mixed blood son, or why a fused immemorial mystical armament would be in Wu Yuming's hand, none of these was important anymore, for Wu Yuming had already begun a round of frenzied assault. With a wave of his right hand, that ball of feeble flame suddenly turned extremely frenetic, like a tornado made of fire, which proceeded to make its way over to Xia Fei's position. Kaboom! The flames surged high in the sky, directly causing this squat room to collapse to the ground. Whoosh! Xia Fei craftily darted away through an open window, using his speed advantage to escape from the encroaching flames. However, this was not just any flame. It was produced by Wu Yuming's immemorial mystical armament. Nobody would wish to be lighted up by this type of fire. and even Xia Fei could only temporarily escape this intense fire's encirclement. The cramped terrain of this city made it ill-suited for Xia Fei to demonstrate his speed to the fullest potential. Xia Fei pumped his two legs and rapidly drew his distance away, arriving at some wide plains outside the city. Whoosh! An astonishing scene unfolded. Just as Xia Fei came to a stop, a ball of intense flame appeared from out of nowhere. Law of space. Xia Fei was stunned. Wu Yuming had used the law of darkness to hide the immemorial mystical armament earlier, yet he was using the law of space now. In just the span of a short second, Wu Yuming had demonstrated his superior talent. Law of darkness, law of space, and the fused immemorial mystical armament debuted in succession. All these were truly inexplicable. Xia Fei suddenly realized that this ugly, middle-aged man before him was practically a genius. To be capable of directing these two seemingly irrelevant law powers from the two peak races on himself, could this be the power of a mixed-blood warrior? Boom! The fused rending yang fire came hurtling in an engulfing manner. The rending yang fire had the cold yin attribute, while the wolf butcher blaze's attribute was that of manic fury. Fusing these two together had resulted in an unparalleled power. Whoosh! Crafty approach. Xia Fei dodged once more. The rending yang fire was truly impressive, covering an area several miles wide. It was different from peacock blue. The latter was a plant, and it had its own form, but fire was formless. It ignited along with the presence of oxygen. Xia Fei circled around Wu Yuming at high speeds, but his immemorial mystical armament turned itself into a huge flame wall, which covered an area of several miles, making it impossible for Xia Fei to utilize his speed to get close to his opponent. All of a sudden, Xia Fei noticed a gap in the flame wall, just a cramped crack that was enough for a single individual to slip through. Chance! Abruptly surprised, and Xia Fei went charging toward it with all his might by leveraging his speed of 480,000 meters per second. He moved as quickly as a flash of lightning. Rending Yang Fire's defensive power was frightening. This was Xia Fei's only chance to get anywhere near Wu Yuming so that he could use Blood Crystal and finish the latter off. The moment Xia Fei got near this flame wall, which the rending Yang Fire had constructed, he felt a chill penetrating his very bones, overwhelming him. It was very hard to imagine that the flames of the rending Yang Fire could actually bring with it such hellish and biting coldness. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei lowered his figure and went forcibly darting right through that gap in the flames like a shuttle. When Xia Fei passed through the flames, he could finally make out a mass of black. It was surrounded by a ring of intense flames. Squelch! The tip of his blade was like a beam of light as it went plunging straight in. Roar! The morphing war armor monohorn ogre mobilized 80% of its structure to provide the strong defenses possible forward, all in an effort to lower the damage Xia Fei would receive from the rending Yang Fire. Unexpectedly, this black figure in the flames did not offer any resistance whatsoever, and Xia Fei managed to get his dagger to slice across its neck. Xia Fei was instantly shocked, for the sensation he felt when his sharp dagger passed through did not give him the feeling that he had stabbed right into muscles. Instead, he felt like he had driven it into a piece of sturdy wooden block. Boom! Xia Fei suddenly noticed the surrounding space collapsing, and it happened at the exact same moment that his blood crystal had stabbed into the black figure. Kaboom! This one cut seemed to have created a chain reaction. Xia Fei saw as a mass of fog billow and rise before his eyes, turning all shadowy as the entire world blurred. It was as if something was intentionally trying to blot out his vision. Whiz! Xia Fei did not dare to dawdle and hurriedly accelerated away from the encirclement of the rending Yang Fire. He did not care about the flames burning his skin as a result, for that stab he had executed then felt too strange. Xia Fei could not help feeling deeply unsettled by it. From the moment he entered that circle of rending Yang Fire, and when he attempted to execute that attack on whom he thought was Wu Yuming up to when he fled from the flame wall, only a second of time had passed. However, when Xia Fei was finally able to see everything before him clearly, he was left in a daze. Xia Fei saw an extra wooden puppet doll in his hand, shaped like a human, and already blackened into charcoal. It turned out that what Xia Fei had plunged his dagger into was not Wu Yuming but a doll of him. Instead, law of puppetry. That's an offshoot of the law of darkness. I know now. Wu Yuming's mother must have been a dark puppeteer, the old demon lord exclaimed in surprise. Dark puppeteers are a subsidiary species of the demon race, skilled in the law of puppetry and law of darkness. They bring along wooden carved dolls wherever they go, and those dolls are their puppets, which look exactly the same as themselves. The law of darkness and law of space combined with a fused, immemorial, mystical armament. These were already shocking enough for Xia Fei, but now that there was another law of puppetry, it was evident that Wu Yuming was definitely a rather troublesome enemy. Fwoosh! Rending Yang fire returned to Wu Yuming, who turned out to be standing some several hundred meters away from Xia Fei, a vicious look in his eyes. You have a law overlord cultivation? Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and asked. Wu Yuming chuckled. Indeed. You've got quite the keen eyesight, and your combat strength isn't bad, either. If I hadn't made preparations just then and used my puppet, I would have probably died to your strange dagger. The situation was becoming more problematic. This illegitimate son of Galsun Ward before him was really strong. Not only was he a mixed blood child from both the god and demon races, he even had a law overlord cultivation. According to Xia Fei's analysis, he should at least be a level 2 law overlord. To make matters worse, this Wu Yuming in front of him was not even his real body, but just a puppet. The real one had already hidden elsewhere under the protection of the rending Yang fire. Xia Fei was not about to make the same mistake twice. Though his Wu Yuming was a very intricate replication of the real person, right down even to the imposing aura that the rending Yang fire was giving off, Xia Fei could still see through the lies, all thanks to his ocular cognition. It was a powerful visual enhancement technique. The law of puppetry is really amazing. How can I overcome it? Xia Fei quietly asked. Oro shook his head and answered glumly. The dark puppeteers depend on this law of theirs to make a living, so it isn't something anyone can just easily break. Besides, Wu Yuming has a law overlord cultivation, and he must have cultivated his law of puppetry to a significant degree that he may even be controlling his puppet from another planet. Xia Fei gritted his teeth, and his expression turned severe. All of a sudden, Xia Fei shut his eyes. When he opened them again, his entire face was filled with green vessels. He was now using the Beast Spirit Codex's Stage 6 ocular cognition at maximum power. Though the ocular cognition of the Beast Spirit Codex was designed to be used against exotic beasts, every sentient life forms still had energy circulating within them. In fact, through his observation of the energy movements within, Xia Fei had learned that the Wu Yuming in front of him was a puppet. Now he planned to use the highest stage of ocular cognition in order to locate his real body from this wild expanse. Zip! His two eyes were like lit torches, quickly checking everywhere around him. Xia Fei's visual acuity had instantly been pushed to an extreme limit that no one could reach. This supervision gave Xia Fei the ability to see things from very far away. A single sinister black figure about 1,000 miles away from him drew Xia Fei's attention. There! The moment he discovered this figure, Xia Fei went dashing right over at his top speed. 1,000 miles distance was only a 4-second sprint to Xia Fei. This faraway black figure was startled. He had truly not expected that he would be discovered after hiding himself so far away. He panically switched on his compass and darted right into the spatial door he had opened. The next second, the spatial channel began closing. Won't let you run away, Xia Fei bellowed to himself. Such a terrifying enemy. Even though he would have a very tough time dealing with him, a disaster was bound to happen if he let Wu Yuming escape now, as it would give the latter free rein to assault the lower-level Skywing warriors out there. Xia Fei must do everything within his power to kill him no matter what. Xia Fei used his super speed to close in toward the closing channel. At this moment, there was but only a crack left in this spatial door, and Xia Fei pounced right for it. Like a knife, he forcefully thrust himself right into the crack at the last second. The spatial channel's opening and closing took a little time, but these meager seconds were enough for Xia Fei to force his way in. With his body parallel to the ground, Xia Fei launched himself like a cannonball, hurtling forward like a beam of light as he pounced through the air at a speed well over 480,000 meters per second. It had to be stated that forcefully barging into someone else's spatial channel was a very dangerous act. This was because Xia Fei had no clue how many people Wu Yuming's compass could transport at once, nor did he have any idea where this channel would lead to. Of course, there was no need to mention the unavoidable and horrible spatial chaos that could ensue. A kaleidoscope of brilliant lights surrounded him. The mysterious myriad of colorful lights, visible when inside the channel, flew past swiftly as if a sunset had exploded. Boom. The moment Xia Fei entered the spatial channel, it turned unstable. Everything swayed violently and with great intensity. At this very moment, Wu Yuming had already arrived at the exit of the channel, but when he looked past his shoulder, his expression was a sight to behold. He simply could not believe that Xia Fei would actually chase after him with his high-speed movement, even risking his life just to squeeze his way into this spatial channel. Whiz! Wu Yuming darted out, and then pushed the rapid shutdown button on his spatial compass. At the same time, he used rending yang fire to surround the exit of the channel with a raging inferno as he quickly hid himself somewhere far away. Bish! Just as Wu Yuming finished doing this, Xia Fei came bursting forth from the entrance like a wild beast uncaged. His law of speed was in full display, allowing him to break the limit of his top speed at that very instant, reaching an unheard-of speed of 550,000 meters per second. Against the infernal conflagration, Xia Fei did not dodge. Instead, he barreled through the sea of flames zealously, enduring the scorching pain that thrummed all over his skin as layers of it got burned. Wu Yuming simply could not believe his eyes. Xia Fei had been 1,000 miles away from him when he created the spatial channel. Unexpectedly, Xia Fei used the formidable inertia of his charge to pursue him with great fervor, even forcing his way through the very unstable channel. This was the potency of the law of speed. No one enjoyed going up against a speed expert, especially a speed warrior who was as reckless with his life as Xia Fei. There was simply no way to guard against their ability to thread a needle's pinhole, so even if there was only the tiniest gap, a speedster would still be able to turn it into a fatal breach. Rumble. Xia Fei pushed his 2 feet off the ground with much force and came to a halt out in the wide plains while breathing laboriously. The immense pain he was feeling from his nearly charred body was so extreme that he could not help but grimace. 480,000 meters per second of speed was not a set limit, but the average speed that Xia Fei presently had. In most situations, Xia Fei would move about at around 400,000 meters per second, as that would be considered an easy pace for him to maintain and would not expend much of his physical strength. However, if the situation called for it, Xia Fei was more than capable of instantly pushing his speed well beyond this 480,000 meter per second threshold. Xia Fei's limits were related to his cultivation of the law of space, given how the law of speed was considered a derivative of it. The higher his cultivation in the law of space, the greater the speed limit Xia Fei could reach. However, it would be foolish to think that reaching 550,000 meters per second from 480,000 meters per second was nothing too exaggerated. If he did not have this over 10% increase in speed, Xia Fei might have been trapped in that spatial channel and found himself lost in chaotic space. The old demon lord's face was pale as he complained. That was too dangerous. Do you even care about your own life? Just as he said this, the sound of a crisp explosion blew up right next to Xia Fei. A blue lightning came crashing from the sky at the next moment, splitting the very ground here to create a frightening fissure. The sky was covered in thick black clouds, and the oppressiveness was such that it made it for people to breathe. The blue lightning was like a giant dragon that kept coursing through the clouds. The planet practically looked as frightening as hell. Not only was this scene scary to behold, there was also the danger of being struck by lightning at any time. Just what demned place is this? Oro did not even have the time to complain as he raised his head up to look up in the sky. Xia Fei did not reply. He knew well that no matter how terrifying the natural environment was around him, it would be nothing compared to the threat that the law overlord Wu Yuming posed. The expert in the law of puppetry had promptly disappeared and was now staring right at him sinisterly from a distance. He could feel an intense pain in his eyes. Using ocular cognition to the fullest extent like this gave Xia Fei the ability to see far into the distance, but continued usage had the possibility of severely injuring his eyes, so all he could do now was rely on his instincts to defend himself against the enemy. Wu Yuming is very powerful, There's no need for you to be so stubborn. Just call Xia Zonghai over for assistance, Oro said gravely. Xia Fei nodded. He was fairly confident of achieving victory if there were two speed experts setting up an encirclement, especially when used against an enemy like Wu Yuming whom he did not have a clear understanding of. Pulling out his spatial compass, Xia Fei's forehead visibly wrinkled after a glance, for he was unable to get a signal. The data that would usually be displayed was just a blank display. Whoosh! Wu Yuming had silently appeared somewhere 500 meters away from Xia Fei. He was holding a rather heavy compass in his hand, which looked very much like a large metal pimple. It was simply exceptionally ugly and heavy. Save your efforts. We're on a planet situated right in the middle of an electromagnetic storm, which is also known as the magnetic eye. So unless you have a specialized compass that can resist the electromagnetic pulse produced by the storm, everything else you have will most likely be useless here. Wu Yuming spoke ominously, a hint of a smile etched across his face. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. The scene in the air was evidence of Wu Yuming speaking the truth. With a smile, Xia Fei stored away his spatial compass and breezily replied, "Thanks. What are you thanking me for?" Wu Yuming asked, puzzled. "Thank you for preparing a spatial compass for me to return home to." Wu Yuming was startled, but he soon burst into laughter. An undeniable excitement was apparent in his eyes. How arrogant. I knew it. You're Xia Fei, the genius of the Skywing clan, the lone wolf of the Wolfpack formation. Xia Fei neither confirmed nor denied his words. All he did was calmly light a cigarette and took a drag from it. He knew very well that the Wu Yuming before him was nothing more than a puppet, so even if he killed this puppet, it would be of no use. Right now, what Xia Fei needed to reveal a minor flaw so that he could entice his enemy into attacking. He would then strive to locate Wu Yuming's real body through this. The dark puppeteers were able to bring plenty of puppets along with them. So unless Xia Fei could make Wu Yuming take out all the puppets he had on him at one go, it would just be a waste of effort on his part. Wu Yuming's agitated face turned red as he carefully regarded Xia Fei. He was speaking in this demented tone as he rambled. Genius. Is someone like you worthy of the term genius? There's only one single genius in the law realm, and that's me. Wu Yuming seemed to have suddenly become very interested in Xia Fei. He raised one arm out and declared, I reached law overlord cultivation at the age of 27. I mastered 2 different law systems of the 2 peak races. I succeeded in cultivating my law of puppetry to level 7. I achieved level 7 in the law of spatial compaction. Out of the entire Moonward clan, no one could even subdue the immemorial mystical armament rending Yang Fire besides me. Also successfully fused it with the other immemorial mystical armament, Wolf Butcher Blaze. I have succeeded in these feats. Only I did. I am the greatest genius in the law realm, the genius among geniuses. If not for my accursed parentage, I would have already ascended to join the god race. Wu Yuming rattled off several of his achievements, spittle flying far and wide as his face became even more agitated with every word he uttered. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with his own identity as a mixed blood. Actually, it was hard to blame him for this. The 2 peak races never got along with each other, and Wu Yuming's unique parentage meant that, even if he was blessed by the gods, his existence would never be acknowledged and cherished by either side. He was ultimately fated to keep a low profile, living beyond the boundaries of the law realm. All these factors created the personality that Wu Yuming had today, arrogant yet with low self-esteem. Xia Fei's renown and reputation as a genius was a strong provocation to his confidence, and that was what caused him to explode in a fit of rage now. Xia Fei frowned as he nonchalantly replied, Everyone loves to be a genius, but yours truly is just Xia Fei. There are plenty of geniuses in this universe, but there's only one Xia Fei. Wu Yuming was abruptly stunned. He could not understand why Xia Fei did not seem to care about being recognized as a genius, and he was even more clueless about the maverick mentality attached to Xia Fei's very soul. To Xia Fei, nothing was more important than being himself and to be capable of forging his own path. Xia Fei smiled, or to be precise, he sneered. It was a strange smile that made Wu Yuming feel utterly uncomfortable. That's right. Since you're a genius, let me ask you. You ascended to be a law overlord at the age of 20, so how old are you now? Xia Fei asked with that mocking sneer. Wu Yuming's expression instantly turned livid. His attainment of Law Overlord was 7 years ago, and Wu Yuming had only been promoted by 1 level in these 7 years. Even though he was considered a genius, he was nothing more than a genius of yesteryear. Xia Fei was being very wicked, having viciously poked at the most painful wound of Wu Yuming. Only increasing by a single level in 7 years' time, someone as prideful as him valued it immensely, even more so than his own unlucky parentage. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the twisted expression on Wu Yuming's face, Oro held his stomach in pain from laughing too much. He was still laughing when he said, "You're really quite vicious to jab at where it hurts him the most." Wu Yuming, this rascal, must be going mad in his rage right now. Xia Fei very calmly tossed his cigarette butt to the ground, snuffing it out with a light stomp. I don't care what he thinks. I simply can't let my enemy be delighted. Not letting his enemy feel pleased was a principle that Xia Fei always abided by. The old demon lord obviously knew this very well, so he was showing his great admiration for Xia Fei's mannerism. This young man was like a hedgehog, having a body full of sharp spines that was hard to hurt. Simply put, Xia Fei was nothing like Wu Yuming. He was largely unconcerned with things most of the time. Xia Fei had once said that he did not care even if everyone in the universe died. He would spend his life only taking care and safeguarding what and who he held dear, and the rest could die for all he cared. It was precisely this impervious attitude of his that allowed him to be as composed as he was today. Words that could agitate Wu Yuming to half-death would at most elicit a chuckle from Xia Fei. Roar dash. Wu Yuming's 2 eyes bulged as he practically verged on madness. With his nostrils flaring, he let out a terrifying cry. I will kill you. You must die today. Xia Fei adopted a defensive stance soundlessly. He knew that he had already achieved his goal. Wu Yuming would surely fight him to the death now. Only one would walk away from this fight alive. Every single step Xia Fei had taken was carefully calculated, as there was just one compass to get out of this dead planet. The moment Wu Yuming decided not to engage in a death match and leave, instead, Xia Fei would be left stranded on this planet until his eventual demise. This was definitely the worst outcome that Xia Fei wished to face. Hence, Xia Fei decided to provoke him, forcing the man into throwing away his very life at him. This might be very dangerous, but it was ultimately his only threat of life, or else he would be left bereft of any hope to live whatsoever. From the very start, Xia Fei had already set this trap for Wu Yuming and waited for the latter to fall right into it. Wu Yuming insisting on ensuring that Xia Fei would die here was the very outcome that the latter hoped to happen. Wu Yuming may be a real genius, but it was very apparent that he was nowhere as cunning as Xia Fei. Exhaling, Xia Fei steadied his concentration as he calmly pulled out blood crystal and leveled it right before his chest. Furball and Peacock Blue also sensed the power emanating from Wu Yuming and nervously waited for Xia Fei's instructions. A level 2 Law Overlord going up against a level 6 Law Emperor. The fused, immemorial, mystical armament of the Fire series against the Plant series. A huge battle was about to start. Wu Yuming was practically on the verge of madness. Xia Fei's words had struck a very raw nerve of his, and it was even something that he cared about the most, which ignited a fury in him that could not be quenched no matter what. You must die today, Wu Yuming bellowed as rending yang fire flew high in the air. It swept across this strange piece of land like a burgeoning wave of tsunami. Whoosh! Xia Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. He had no intention of clashing head-on with Wu Yuming's attack. Rending yang fire became very powerful after its fusion with Wolf Butcher Blaze. Xia Fei still got singed in a few places despite wearing the elite war armor Monohorn Ogre as protection. After all, this was no normal flames but came from a fused, immemorial mystical armament. Instead, worse was the fact that the rending yang fire did not have roots like Peacock Blue. It was able to flare up in midair, allowing it to appear anywhere and whenever it wanted. Xia Fei had no way of locating Wu Yuming's real body through the rending yang fire. Kaboom! The flames were unimaginably intense. An area covering several dozen miles was completely drowned in a sea of flames. Endure. I must endure it right now, Xia Fei warned himself. Actually, what he really wanted was to just dash right over to that doppelganger of Wu Yuming and slay it there and then, But Xia Fei was well aware that dashing right through the rending Yang Fire's encirclement would only injure him. Besides, he knew that the Wu Yuming he saw was no more than a puppet, and that another one would just take its place even if he killed it. Whoosh! The speedster Xia Fei circled around Wu Yuming's doppelganger like a bolt of lightning, all the while pondering to himself just how he could slay the puppet without expending too much energy in doing so. Suddenly, Xia Fei discovered a gap in the intense conflagration, and with a burst of strength to his feet, he went dashing right to it. Just as he was less than a mile away from Wu Yuming's doppelganger, the flames in front of him surged to cover the sky. He could feel both the chill and the heat emanating forth, which made the rending Yang Fire seem very strange. Peacock Blue. Whiz. Peacock Blue came bursting out upon being called. It shrugged off the intense flames that could cook it instantly and reached out into the inferno with a long leaf. Peacock Blue directly grabbed Wu Yuming's puppet and, with a forceful constriction, reduced that wooden doppelganger into pieces. Kaboom! Before Xia Fei could feel glad, a blue lightning came streaking down from the heavens. It exploded somewhere not too far from where Xia Fei was standing. Crafty approach. Xia Fei did a very agile turn at high speed, avoiding that lightning strike and also the enveloping flames, and came charging out of the sea of fire. Careful! The lightning on this planet is very powerful. It's another formidable threat aside from the rending Yang Fire. Oro rumbled. They were in the heart of a universal electromagnetic storm. After all, so this planet was as frightening as the depths of hell, all wrapped up in this strange weather that covered the surface, with occasionally abrupt flashes of lightning. Anyone stuck on this planet would also need to devote 120% of their concentration to this battle. I got it. Xia Fei nodded in acknowledgement. This was when Wu Yuming's new doppelganger appeared once more. The law of puppetry was very magical. In terms of the doppelganger's speed and physical strength, neither was anything different from his actual self. It would even occasionally unleash several law attacks, causing Xia Fei quite a lot of trouble. He's really like an unkillable cockroach. Xia Fei cursed with a grim expression on his face. The battle started to shift toward an unfavorable direction for Xia Fei. Facing off against the fused immemorial mystical armament, not only was it a headache for Xia Fei, even Furball found it daunting. Immemorial mystical armaments were on the same level as holy beasts, after all, so if Furball were to force his way into the sea of flames, he would also be hurt by it. Xia Fei had no wish to let such a thing happen, though, as Furball possessed the powerful singular Shatterstar Strike. It was strong enough to obliterate planets. It was considered the most powerful trump card among the tricks held by Xia Fei up his sleeves. Though Furball would not lose his life when unleashing the singular Shatterstar Strike, the loss of energy was still unavoidable. Furthermore, it had only been barely a handful of months since its last singular Shatterstar Strike. Xia Fei had fed Furball plenty of crystals ever since, but his pet was still quite a distance away from full recovery. Peacock Blue curled in agony. It had recklessly reached into the sea of fire to destroy Wu Yuming's doppelganger just now, and even the most tenacious weed in the entire universe was severely damaged from this act. Everyone knew that plants were most afraid of being cooked by intense flames or cut by the sharpest metal. Either could definitely be considered as natural enemies of plants. The fused rending Yang Fire was an immense threat to Peacock Blue. Right now, countless grass blades of Peacock Blue had all but been burned to crisp. It was fortunate that it was a mystical armament fused with two more immemorial mystical armaments. Particularly, it was thanks to the scattered star chrysanthemum that Peacock Blue had been made even tougher than before. Against the unrelenting flames of rending Yang Fire, though Peacock was having a very rough time, it was not to the point where this bluegrass would be completely powerless. Somewhere far away, Wu Yuming's expression turned dark. From his point of view, he found Xia Fei to be similarly difficult to deal with. Though the rending Yang Fire was a direct counter to Peacock Blue, it was nevertheless unable to destroy the plant completely. There was also Furball. That holy beast could move at great speeds and was equally as cunning as Xia Fei. Though the beast was not recklessly running rampantly in every direction, Wu Yuming still could not afford for Furball to be given the chance to attack. The moment there was a gap exposed, Furball would immediately dash in and shred Wu Yuming's doppelganger into pieces. Finally, There was Xia Fei's super speed. From the start of the battle until this point, though Wu Yuming held the advantage, he was actually helpless against him. This was far from what Wu Yuming had hoped. After all, what he wanted was for Xia Fei to die. The worse death, the better. Brushing his finger across his spatial ring, Wu Yuming took out an entire row of wooden dolls, numbering over 100. Kill him all at one go, Wu Yuming hissed through gritted teeth. He picked up one of these dolls and muttered some words. Zing! The wooden doll disappeared from his hands, and another doppelganger appeared on the battlefield. Using the law of spatial compaction, he came bearing down on Xia Fei. It had to be said that the law of puppetry Wu Yuming possessed was truly powerful. Not only could he create an identical copy of himself to take his place, these duplicates also demonstrated very decent combat strength. While they were not as powerful as Wu Yuming himself, their advantage lay in their numbers. Wu Yuming rested for a while. Unleashing a puppet expended quite a bit of his energy, and he also needed to use origin crystals to replenish what he had lost while he kept sending more of his puppets out. Zing! Zing! As more and more enemies appeared on the battlefield, the situation reached critical point. At the moment, Xia Fei was not fending off just Wu Yuming alone, but also the many doppelgangers he had animated. Furthermore, there was still the rending yang fire and the raging inferno it had conjured. The 5 existing types of immemorial mystical armaments each had their respective traits and attributes. Just like how Xia Fei's peacock blue was plant type, tenacious and persevering, Wu Yuming's flame type, rending yang fire, was violent and fierce. The intense fire, which was formless, burned all the natural wildlife around them. It lacked the tenacity of peacock blue, but it was practically everywhere. Xia Fei had uncharacteristically chosen not to retaliate. Even Furball was suppressing himself despite his eagerness to lend a hand. It seemed as if they were waiting for something, intentionally letting themselves get surrounded by the countless puppets Wu Yuming had sent out. Kaboom! As the number of puppets increased, their attacks became even more concentrated. Xia Fei was like a wily loach, flitting left and right within the joint encirclement of the rending yang fire and the puppets. In addition to this, no matter how terrible the situation looked, Xia Fei had never once left his small area and just persevered to take on the countless enemies around him. What in the world are you doing? Wu Yuming has too many puppets. You should be luring them into different places, splitting them up before taking them all down one by one. Oro yelled. The present state of fighting was extremely disadvantageous to Xia Fei. The attacks of the enemy had been coming one after another, with hardly any room to breathe. There was no way Xia Fei could hold out for long if he solely relied on his superior physical agility and speed. Xia Fei ignored Oro's suggestion. His eyes were cold as he insisted on his own tactic sans a hint of hesitation. Furball, who was feeling nervous, actually began to produce keening sounds. This had been quite an aggravating battle for the holy beast Shatterstar. The rending yang fire was able to harm him, and so Furball was fighting somewhat overcautiously and was hardly having an enjoyable time. Xia Fei had even started to focus on defense instead of offense, and at the same time, he had forbidden Furball from attacking. As such, this made Furball twice as infuriated. He really wanted to fight, and even had the intention of unleashing his singular Shatterstar strike. Xia Fei very rudely stopped the beast, getting him to keep moving in the periphery, but never allowing him to unleash a powerful counterattack. The situation was dire. Over 100 puppets were all over this small region, bombarding Xia Fei wildly. The immemorial mystical armament rending yang fire was also very aggressive, unwilling to let up in its assault on Xia Fei. Xia Fei seemed to be dancing on a knife's edge. There were even times when he found himself completely surrounded by rending yang fire and barely managed to escape the attacks besieging him from all sides through his speed and agility. In the blink of an eye, the number of puppets on the battlefield had gone past 117. Flames raged everywhere, with enemies all around him. An immensely loud explosion thundered. Forget Xia Fei, who was in the thick of it. Even Oro could feel the great pressure from this explosion. Let me see how you're going to die today. From a good distance, Wu Yuming's countenance turned savage as he growled. With his 2 hands doing a quick flip, he did some inexplicable and strange motions, which rapidly sent his law force outward. 100,000 ghouls knocking at the gates. Group attack. Following his hoarse command, the 117 puppets all acted simultaneously. They gathered law force and attempted to coordinate with the immemorial mystical armament rending Yang fire to blast out an attack, which could sweep everything and directly destroy Xia Fei. What made anyone watching feel clueless about this was that Xia Fei had begun to make his move at this moment as well. Dragon Scale Hecto-Slasher. Ode of 100 Spirits. Both psychokinetic weapons flew in the air. Truly, they flew toward the dark and stormy clouds hanging in the sky without missing a beat. What are you doing? Oro was dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before his eyes. He saw as those two weapons rose into the dark clouds instantly, getting into contact with the lightning, and just like a murder of crows, they began circling in the sky. Metal conducted electricity. The Ode of 100 Spirits, which was made of darkness metal, was the best friend of this electromagnetic storm. The black clouds gathered very quickly, and the lightning also swiftly congregated. In no time at all, a very frightening scene appeared above Xia Fei. A crack of thunder and a bright flash of lightning. It was as if Armageddon was about to descend on this planet. Oro's eyes widened in disbelief. With how things had happened, he now understood that Xia Fei was attempting to take advantage of this terrain. He wanted to bring the static electricity in the atmosphere, which had accumulated for a very long time, crashing down. It was an absolutely fatal strike. Wu Yuming had a fire-type mystical armament, so Xia Fei decided to trigger the thunder from the skies. He had intricately planned everything that was to happen. By not retaliating despite being surrounded and saving his energy, Xia Fei's method caused Wu Yuming's self-confidence to soar. Therefore, he did not hold back in animating many of his puppets and sent them all out. This had been a scheme. Xia Fei did not wish to use too much energy, so he decided to draw the lightning from the skies and eliminate all of Wu Yuming's doppelgangers in one fell swoop. The moment he was without a single puppet, he would have nothing else to harass Xia Fei with. Kaboom! The electricity got conducted by the metal, forming a bright and erratic mass of electric glow in midair. Xia Fei had a devilish sneer on his face, as this was precisely the moment he had been waiting for. With a wave of his arm, as if the lightning had taken Xia Fei as the conductor, all followed the two psychokinetic weapons when they careened through the air and dove right down. There were no words to describe this scene. Even a million bolts of lightning streaking through the sky would not be as majestic a sight as this. The entire planet was lit up in bright lights. Eerie white glows enveloping the land. Following the perfect execution of an intricate plan built upon patient forbearance, everything came to an explosive head at the very last second. Xia Fei did not have any fire-type mystical armament, but he had managed to draw the lightning in the skies down to earth. He was fighting fire with fire. Wu Yuming's rending Yang fire against Xia Fei's lightning bolts. In the distance, Wu Yuming finally realized that Xia Fei was attempting to eradicate all his puppets on the battlefield at one go. If that indeed was the case, then it would be a very fatal blow to him. He needed many years to create each and every puppet. They were definitely not something he could replenish at the drop of a hat. The moment Xia Fei's plan succeeded, Wu Yuming would practically lose an entire arm from this fight. Xia Fei was essentially forcing Wu Yuming to show his true self and fight him to the death with his own two hands. Taking on a speed maniac who was around the same level as him? Only a fool would think to do so. That was because a speed expert was the most overwhelming existence in the law realm. If even a normal warrior of the Skywing could easily kill opponents above their own level, what more of Xia Fei, who was acknowledged as the fourth greatest expert in his clan? Wu Yuming brought all his law powers to bear. He was like a jackal that had been forced into a corner, doing everything in his power to prevent this tragedy from unfolding. The immemorial mystical armament rending Yang fire sped up into the skies, attempting to form a protective barrier above the 117 puppets, so as to avoid Xia Fei from bringing down lightning and wiping them all out. Meanwhile, every puppet had also unleashed its power, unleashing all sorts of law techniques, so as to help sustain the power of rending Yang fire. As for Xia Fei himself, Wu Yuming did not have time to care about him right now. What he wanted to do was protect his puppets, protect his all-important arm. Mystical fire, sky fire. They were both flames, yet neither could mix. The ensuing clash was immense. Even the knowledgeable and experienced law warrior Oro could not help but exclaim. Kaboom! It was as if a million lightning bolts had devastated everything. Xia Fei's two psychokinetic weapons were constantly shuttling through the air, carrying the power accumulated in the clouds. It was undoubtedly a mighty power, enough to bring ruin to everything it touched. Wu Yuming was so anxious that he sweated profusely. Sapient life forms could never surpass the majesty of the natural world. From the beginning of life, in order to contend against nature, life had always persisted and struggled. Even the most powerful expert would not dare claim to be strong enough to subdue the natural world, subduing this universe. What Xia Fei had harnessed here was precisely the might of nature. The strange planet had amassed plenty of electromagnetic storms, of such a grand scale that frightened anyone who could see it. Wu Yuming suddenly realized that his immemorial mystical weapon was very insignificant when compared to the mighty nature. The more this was so, the more resistant a mindset Wu Yuming had. He poured in every fiber of his power into fighting it. Both sides kept accumulating power as if their lives depended on it, while a violent scene, which held such strength to bring a galaxy-wide extinction, appeared in that tumultuous sky. This was when the corners of Xia Fei's lips curled into a smirk. Now, a very sneaky and sinister smile could be seen. The demon lord was abruptly stunned. He had seen this smirk of Xia Fei many times before, and every time the inner demon of his reared its head, someone would forever find themselves out of luck. Oro had no doubt that the same would happen this time. So using the very power of nature to wipe out all of Wu Yuming's puppets isn't Xia Fei's ultimate goal. Just what exactly did he want to achieve? Oro cried to himself. Even he, the esteemed black-armored war god of the demon race, could not help but feel a fear creeping up in him. Layer upon layers of intricately woven schemes that even a god could not comprehend his vicious mind. Xia Fei gave Oro a strong sense of oppression. This oppression he felt had nothing to do with levels due to Xia Fei possessing a tactical mind that greatly surpassed his own. Peacock blue. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei bellowed as he suddenly went charging as if he had gone mad. Ha! Oro's two eyes instantly shone. It turned out that the lightning Xia Fei had called down from the sky was nothing more than a ruse. Now that rending yang fire was busy protecting those 117 puppets of Wu Yuming from the thunderstorm above, that pretty much exposed all those puppets to Xia Fei. Those puppets protected by rending yang fire were hard to deal with, but those puppets no longer protected by it had become the real flies caught in his web. He planned to swat them all to death. So that's your true motive, Oro exclaimed. He was completely impressed by Xia Fei's amazing tactics. Just when everyone thought that Xia Fei would launch a total offense, they were surprised to learn that it had actually only been a feint. He planned on using Peacock Blue to take out all the 117 puppets while the rending yang fire was preoccupied. Wait, that's not right. Peacock Blue has already attacked, so why is Furball taking a detour from afar? Wouldn't it be better if they attacked together? Why would Xia Fei activate his ocular cognition? What's the reason he gathered the lightning, yet chose not to attack? Oro muttered to himself. He was becoming more and more confused over Xia Fei's plan. However, Oro understood one thing. Whenever he could not see through Xia Fei's tactics, it usually meant that what happened next would be a miracle that could turn the tables right on his enemies. Xia Fei's two eyes glowed with clarity upon his usage of the ocular cognition technique. His forbearance before was not just part of his scheme, it was also him resting. Xia Fei used the least amount of energy in order to bring the state of this fight closer to what he wished to see. At the same time, he rested enough to use ocular cognition once more, his amazing technique that let him search within 1,000 miles. At the same time that Xia Fei was searching for Wu Yuming's real body on this strange planet, he had steadily been closing in on the puppets. Rumble. Peacock Blue struck at full force. The huge turquoise blue leaves tumbled as it grabbed hold of the doppelgangers, tearing them apart in the process. The magnificent display of death blossomed across the battlefield. At the concerted attack of both Xia Fei and Peacock Blue, several dozens of puppets got eliminated. It's a trap, Wu Yuming bellowed. Never did he expect that this had all been part of Xia Fei's ploy. While he was still fretting over how he should deal with Xia Fei's lightning bolts, the latter had already slain his doppelgangers. His left arm was cut off. It had been severed precisely due to Xia Fei's intricately crafted scheme. Kaboom! Before Wu Yuming could even get vexed over his losses, another shocking scene occurred. He saw as the two psychokinetic weapons of Xia Fei's suddenly moved. They guided the concentration of lightning and headed straight for Wu Yuming's hiding spot. It was moving at such speed and momentum that Wu Yuming was left dumbfounded. Yet another trap. Wu Yuming was so vexed that he really wanted to bash his head in. He fell for a back-to-back scheme. Xia Fei had entrapped him to checkmate him. It was a plot of hidden daggers, ferocious fangs and claws. It was unpredictable, unstoppable, countless tricks and ploys, but the ultimate target was still Wu Yuming. Xia Fei's ocular cognition had already uncovered the hidden corner that Wu Yuming was hiding in. With those two psychokinetic weapons taking the lead, they brought forth a devastating attack along with them. Law integration. Seeing that a catastrophic calamity was upon him, Wu Yuming hardly had any time to evade. He, as such, immediately forcibly used the ultimate ability of the Moonward clan, the law integration. He directed the law powers he had learned and integrated them into his body. Now that Xia Fei and Peacock Blue had wiped out all 117 puppets, law integration was the final trump card Wu Yuming held in his hand. The concentrated mass of lightning descended in force at near light speed. Kaboom! A loud explosion reverberated throughout the land. This one blow was indescribably cataclysmic. It was as if two planets, which had been hurtling at high speeds, collided violently with each other. The very face of the land was greatly altered. The galaxy itself got turned on its head. Demonic morph. Boom. Xia Fei and Peacock Blue had already killed off all of Wu Yuming's puppets at this time, and the immemorial mystical armament rending Yang Fire was still awkwardly floating in midair. The puppets, which needed its protection, were gone, and the lightning bolts it was supposed to resist had been redirected to attack Wu Yuming. So rending Yang Fire was completely without anything to do. It was now just a mass of bizarre flames floating in the air. Naturally, Xia Fei's next target was to finish off this immemorial mystical armament. If the puppets were Wu Yuming's left hand, the immemorial mystical armament rending Yang Fire was his right arm. Now that Wu Yuming had been bereft of his left arm, Xia Fei planned to tear off his right arm, too. A ferocious stare. The energy propulsion system of the war armor monohorn ogre shifted to Xia Fei's feet. He was now able to stride through the air, no different from taking a leisure walk in his courtyard. Step, step, step. Flying with every step he took, Xia Fei traveled across the sky toward the immemorial mystical armament. This was a really crazy scene to behold. Xia Fei had actually turned to target the immemorial mystical armament. It had to be known that the rending Yang Fire was a mass of formless fire. Just what was Xia Fei planning to do to deal with a fire that had no physical body to speak of? There was just one answer, and that was the law of primal chaos. This heaven-defying and subversive power. Whoosh! Xia Fei flew toward the central position of the immemorial mystical armament rending Yang Fire. Unknown if it was due to the incompatibility of the attributes or the method Wu Yuming used to activate law integration being different, but the rending Yang Fire split into two down from the middle. One side was a grim navy blue, while the other side was a glaring red. The blue side was an extremely in flame, called rending Yang. The red side was a very wild and raging flame, called Wolf Butcher. Xia Fei was heading right to the center of these two immemorial mystical armaments. The meeting between the grim cold and wild flames was where the fire was most brutal. It was the core where all the power was concentrated on. Despite the racking pain on his body, Xia Fei ignored everything. His desire for victory had already suppressed everything else. The subversive force from the law of primal chaos gathered in both his palms as he straightened his entire body, attacking both sides with his two palms at the same time. Split for me, Xia Fei bellowed with a stern expression on his face. The subversive force began to spread from the center of the flame. It wanted to twist the fused, immemorial mystical armament. Rumble. Two explosive claps rang through the air. One was from the lightning striking Wu Yuming, while the other was from the fused rending Yang Fire after Xia Fei poured his law of primal chaos to it, forcibly tearing both mystical armaments apart. This was the disruptive power of subversion. It was the most unreasonable and wildest power. What if it was an immemorial mystical armament? Anything that deserved death should die. Puff. Rending yang fire, which had been fused after great effort, split into two. Two balls of flame now appeared in the sky, one blue and another red. Despite the difference in color, they were both greatly weakened. All because they had taken an attack at full force from the most unruly law power that ever existed. The puppets were all destroyed. The immemorial mystical armament had been split into two. Wu Yuming's left and right arm had been severed. Far away, the calamitous blow from the lightning dissipated, and everything returned to nature. Black smoke wafted from Wu Yuming's entire body, his body shuddering badly, looking utterly haggardly. He simply could not believe what he had just experienced. He was still holding the upper hand just moments ago, having forced Xia Fei to the point of suffocation. In the end, Xia Fei's retaliation had ended with him losing both his figurative arms and nearly getting killed in the process. The fused immemorial mystical armament had also been forcibly split. Was there anything more peculiar or inexplicable than this? At that moment, fear gripped Law Overlord Wu Yuming. He looked up at Xia Fei, whose eyes were already bloodshot from all the bloodshed in the sky. There was but one thought on his mind. Escape. Where could he go, though? This was Xia Fei's checkmate. Escape was already too late. Wu, having remained hidden in darkness this entire time, Furball came zooming over with bared teeth. Wu Yuming had underestimated Xia Fei. This checkmate would only end with his enemy's death. Against the charging Furball, Wu Yuming was completely stunned. They were indeed traps, one after another. Xia Fei's checkmate was not yet over, and just as Wu Yuming was beginning to consider retreating, ready to make his getaway, Xia Fei revealed yet another of his cards. Furball, who had received Xia Fei's orders, acted immediately. Kaboom! Furball spat out an energy ball, aimed right at Wu Yuming. Wu! Furball hurtled himself recklessly forward. With an origin energy shield around him, he was like a bullet capable of turning unerringly to its target. His role was to hold Wu Yuming and not to let him escape. At this time, Xia Fei came dashing through the air with a cold expression on his face. The cold gleam of the blood crystal in his hand would rob the breath from his enemies. No matter how perfectly he had everything set up, the final kill was needed in order to end this series of complex tactical maneuvers, and Xia Fei was the precise man for the job. Wu Yuming was severely injured. His entire body already dyed red from all the blood loss against the relentless assault of Furball. Wu Yuming raised one hand with great difficulty and channeled what law force he could muster in an attempt to block the holy beast. Bam! Furball very audaciously slammed himself straight through, shattering Wu Yuming's arm upon impact. "He's mine," Xia Fei declared loudly, even as he continued to accelerate. A speed of 400,000 meters per second. Even after taking out the immemorial mystical armament rending yang fire, Xia Fei actually still had it in him to reach such speeds. He was truly a monstrous being, someone completely beyond reason. Whoosh. It was a simple motion, and he did so with great ease. With Xia Fei's crafty approach, he suddenly changed his trajectory 20 meters away from where Wu Yuming stood. He next appeared behind the man, plunging the blood crystal viciously into the latter's back. "You're indeed a genius, though you're a bit stupid," Xia Fei muttered in a low voice. Energy was being rapidly drained from Wu Yuming. After he had taken that powerful attack from the lightning, he was barely clinging onto dear life. As his vision darkened, he breathed his last. Squelch. Xia Fei pressed the dagger in further a few more inches, piercing through his opponent's chest cavity, such that the blood-red blade appeared from his solar plexus. With all that, Law Overlord Wu Yuming was dead. The war armor, Monohorn Ogre, worked hard to decrease Xia Fei's temperature. It was all thanks to this armor utilizing its morphing capabilities, constantly changing to protect Xia Fei's weakest points, that he managed to withstand it when he was within rending Yang Fire's encroachment. Nevertheless, Xia Fei still got somewhat burned from this fight, though it was not serious enough to impede his movements. Given how well-versed he was in pharmacology, all he needed was to get back and concoct himself some medicine, and he would be able to recover. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei sighed and appeared to be very tired. He looked up and saw a rending Yang Fire and the wolf butcher blades streaking across the sky like two shooting stars, flying off into the sea of stars. The fire-type mystical armaments were without form. Even if Xia Fei wanted to force them to stay, he would have a hard time doing so. Besides, he had just ended a big fight. Given how far they were to him, Xia Fei might not have the strength to subdue them even if he did manage to catch up to the two immemorial mystical armaments. It appeared that this battle had ended in a clean fashion when it was actually a huge risk on Xia Fei's part. Every step of the way needed to be perfectly calculated. Had Xia Fei failed to borrow the power of nature like what he did, it would have perhaps been several times harder for him to take down Wu Yuming, given the predicament he was in earlier. It was all thanks to the lightning he had managed to amass from the electromagnetic storm, which shaved off a good chunk of Wu Yuming's life. That Xia Fei was ultimately able to kill the latter off without much as a hitch. Xia Fei, how did you think of everything? The old demon lord was quiet for a good while before he asked this. This dazzling sequence of scenarios Xia Fei had set up, which ended following a miraculous assault, left Oro dumbfounded. He simply could not wrap his head around just what was going on in Xia Fei's head, having been able to come up with that sequence of moves, which resulted in the checkmate he had just witnessed in a short time, influencing the situation so that developed in the direction he most wanted. Shrugging, Xia Fei replied heavily, "I've got no choice. Wu Yuming was stronger than me in terms of his combat prowess. I'd have a hard time eking out a victory if I didn't scheme a little." Thud. Xia Fei drove his leg onto Wu Yuming's withered corpse and smashed it. He's really a genius, being able to integrate the law powers of both the god and demon races, subduing two immemorial mystical armaments to boot. It's a pity that he lacked a bit of this. Xia Fei pointed to his own head and said, "Indeed, be it in terms of his level or his weapons, Wu Yuming was a close adversary of Xia Fei. The only difference between the two men was their intellect. Strength and bravery were not the only way to achieve victory when two powerful forces clashed. Intelligence was also a prerequisite that could tip the scales. Take the back-to-back scheme Xia Fei had come up with, which resulted in that checkmate. Most would have probably been unable to come up with a solution like he did, and even if they did, fewer would be crazy enough to enact it like Xia Fei. After all, using his own body as bait and taking on the rending yang fire all by himself were already very hazardous prospects. Though Wu Yuming was stronger than Xia Fei, the former was no match for the latter, all factors considered. This was why the one who ended up dead was Wu Yuming, while the craftier and crazier Xia Fei survived. That colorful ball of energy in Xia Fei's seventh brain region began to destabilize once more, and it was far more serious this time. Perhaps due to Wu Yuming's mixed blood status, the energy Xia Fei had absorbed from him was a lot more volatile compared to the ones before. I can't continue like this. I need to find somewhere to release all this energy. Xia Fei told himself this as he picked up Wu Yuming's spatial ring from the ground. The compass inside was the only way off this planet. Xia Fei had no wish to be trapped here. Just as he thought of this, he saw two streaks of light hurtling across the sky, one black and one white. The two streaks of light landed about 100 meters away from Xia Fei. Two craters promptly formed from their landing, and two familiar faces appeared in front of Xia Fei. These two newcomers were none other than the black and white gods, Hua He and Hua Bai, the two who had been expelled from the god race. Their personal divine beasts were also by their side, each perched on the shoulder of their master. Xia Fei was very surprised. Hua He and Hua Bai were very astonished as well. Neither had thought that they would meet again here after their last encounter on the ancient battlefield. "Were you the one who caused the disturbance just now?" Hua He asked with pressed lips, while Hua Bai stared at Xia Fei with an abnormal gaze. The volatility of the energy in his seventh brain region was intensifying by the second. Xia Fei did not have any time to explain as he immediately blurted out, "The two of you came at the right time. Help guard me. I need to advance right now." With that said, Xia Fei instantly planted his rear down on the ground and immediately started to release the unstable energy inside his seventh brain region, getting ready to make an attempt at reaching level 7 Great Law Emperor. Both Hua He and Hua Bai could not believe their ears. Hua He pointed to himself as he snapped, "You rascal want me, old Blackie, to guard you while you get promoted? Only someone like you could come up with something like that." Xia Fei's judgment was correct. The energy he had obtained from Wu Yuming was not easy to control, and had he delayed for another minute, he might very well have met with a tragedy. It was as if Wu Yuming's energies repelled each other, and after they got absorbed into Xia Fei's body, both showed even greater resistance toward the energy in Xia Fei's seventh brain region. It became as if three separate forces were opposing one another in a small part of his brain. This was obviously very dangerous. While absorbing the energy of others to improve his own seemed like a good idea, it was a great risk if he had to bear energies incompatible with one another. Wu Yuming was a mixed-blood offspring with a parentage from both the god and demon races, in addition to the fact that he had learned two completely different laws. Everything would add to the risk, snowballing into a situation that greatly endangered himself. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. Releasing a portion of the energy would reduce the energy instability in him, but the danger would still remain. These energies were simply discordant, and it seemed that it was impossible for them to mix at all. Get rid of them all. Xia Fei grinded his teeth as he thought to himself. The battle between Xia Fei and Wu Yuming had caused a great commotion, and it was visible even to someone out in the galaxy. Hua Hei and Hua Bai, who happened to have been in the vicinity, both got curious and decided to come investigate the matter, only to be used by Xia Fei in the interim as guards. Help protect him while he attempted promotion. Just what nonsense was this? Rumble. A blue lightning descended from the sky. It was heading straight for Xia Fei, who was currently seated. Hua Hei covered his mouth with one hand to stifle a yawn and then raised his other hand. A powerful force surged up in the skies and actually deflected that lightning bolt away. What mighty power! The black and white gods truly lived up to their name, as a casual raise of a hand was enough to redirect nature. Hua Bai frowned in annoyance as he grumbled, "Are we really going to help guard Xia Fei?" Hua Hei shrugged. "What else do you want to do? We can't possibly just leave him here on this planet covered in electromagnetic storm, can we? It's very dangerous when attempting a promotion. Any external disturbance is the greatest threat. Besides, we've repeatedly bumped into Xia Fei, which goes to show that this rascal is very fated with us. We have a favor to return to the old monster of his clan, too." Hua Bai waved his hand dismissively in a bid to interrupt his elder brother's nagging. "I, of course, understand what you're saying, but who knows how long Xia Fei will spend before he successfully gets promoted. It's fine if all he takes is a week, but what if it's a whole month?" Hua Bai sulked. In most situations, advancing a level would take quite an amount of time, especially considering Xia Fei was not a low-level law adept, and each threshold he had to assault would be harder than the last, which corresponded to the increased amount of time spent as well. Hua Bai felt that given Xia Fei's talent, he may take a very long time before he succeeded, and this meant that the two of them would be stuck here for quite some time. Hua Hei sat down, unperturbed by this, a hand propping up his chin. "I think that this planet is fairly well hidden. The electromagnetic storm provides good cover for it. Why don't we set up camp? I'm sure that even those undying old coots won't be able to find us here." Hua Bai snorted, turning his back to Hua Hei, paying no mind to his nonsense. Suddenly, Hua Hei and Hua Bei both furrowed their brows. Even the usually smiling Hua Hei turned stern. He slowly got up and tidied his clothes. Whoosh! A golden light shone from above the sky, as three golden orbs broke through the stratosphere and thick black clouds. These orbs first circled around the sky before landing in front of Hua Hei and Hua Bai. A powerful killing intent burst forth, and this caused Xia Fei to feel extremely uneasy, for he was devoting all his concentration in manipulating his internal energy instability. This was because the three newcomers were very mighty, indescribably so. These three warriors, clad in full suits of golden armor, looked like heavenly soldiers. Their aura, which seemed like it could bring about destruction and ruin to everything, made people tremble in fear. "Crap! It's the Guardians!" the Demon Lord exclaimed. Though Xia Fei did not open his eyes, the video system for Oro still worked, so his surroundings were directly transmitted into Xia Fei's mind through his nervous system. As such, he knew very clearly what was happening around him. The Guardians are the covenant of experts guarding the cosmic gate. Why are these guys here? Xia Fei exclaimed in his mind. "Are you the ones?" a golden guardian asked in a grave voice. Hua Hei was unfazed as he responded, "That's right. It's us. Whoosh. The golden warrior pointed at Xia Fei and asked, "Who is he?" Hua Hei shrugged and smiled. "He's not related to us." Xia Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Hua Hei and Hua Bai were fugitives of the god race, so Xia Fei had no desire to be involved with their business whatsoever. Unfortunately, the words that next came out from that golden warrior's mouth caused Xia Fei's heart to go cold. "He's in the process of promoting. If he's got nothing to do with either of you, why would you help defend him at this time?" Xia Fei could feel a headache coming on the moment he heard that statement. Never in Xia Fei's wildest dreams had he dreamed that the huge shockwave from that big battle before would draw the attention of the black and white gods and bring along the legendary golden guardians who guarded the cosmic gate to the planet he was on. To make matters worse, the guardians had even deemed Xia Fei as an associate of the black and white gods. The heavens were kind, and Xia Fei did seem fairly fated with Hua Hei and Hua Bai, but they did not have any overly intimate relationship with each other. The black and white gods were still fugitives of the god race and in a terrible fix, for they were being chased by a group of old monsters. Xia Fei had enough problems on his plate, so he had no wish to be involved with the squabbles of these higher beings. This change in his mood caused that color energy ball in his seventh brain region to destabilize further. Xia Fei hurriedly calmed himself, doing his best to manage the fluctuation and not care about any external interferences. He's in the process of getting promoted. If he's got nothing to do with either of you, why would you help defend him at this time? That golden armored guardian shouted. Hua Hei and Hua Bai were quite vexed. Hua Bai coldly remarked, "It's our business why we're helping him. Why should you care? Don't think that just because you're wearing your golden planet armor, we brothers will be afraid of you. The universe is wide, and whatever we brothers wish to do is our business. No one can stop us." The attitude of both sides instantly devolved into unfriendliness. Tension ran high. The crazy killing intent enveloped the planet. A chilly wind blew. Xia Fei was in for a rough time at this rate. He was still struggling to manage the unstable energy in his brain region, and he was most worried about interference at this time. If the guardians and the two black and white gods ended up getting into a fight, while Xia Fei had strong control of energy, he would still have a hard time sticking to it. There was also Hua Bai's sudden outburst. Xia Fei had always thought Hua Hei was the one with the bad temper, but who knew that it was actually the unfriendly Hua Bai who would have a fiery temper, wanting to fight the moment a disagreement occurred? Seeing just how tense the situation had turned, even Furball's eyes widened as he vigilantly observed this clash between the black and white gods and the guardians. This was when the most senior member among the three golden guardians promptly extended an arm to stop his comrades. These three guardians all wore golden masks, making it impossible to make out their faces. The only thing visible was the gray-white goatee extending out from the mask of that senior member. He seemed a lot more resolute in his actions, and from this, Xia Fei could tell that this goateed man was the leader of these three guardians. Everyone calm down. Though the guardians and the rebels don't get along with each other, we're not at the point where we will fight upon sight. This is merely a chance meeting, so let's not escalate this matter unnecessarily. The goateed elder spoke in a low and hoarse voice. Swoosh. When they heard these words, both sides immediately loosened up, though the surge of feelings in Xia Fei's heart were still as high as ever. It turned out that the black and white gods were part of the rebel camp. They were the ones who wholeheartedly wanted to open the cosmic gate. Xia Fei could not help but feel overwhelmed by the complexity of this situation. Aside from the two peak races, the Guardians and the Rebels were yet another pair of existences from the higher realm that could not be underestimated. Furthermore, there was the exiled grounds to be considered. The complex ecosystem of the entire law realm was perhaps far from what Xia Fei had initially imagined. Nonetheless, Xia Fei could not be bothered with all these disputes right now. All he wanted to do was properly absorb Law Overlord Wu Yuming's energy. Actually, Xia Fei could totally just forcibly release all this energy, and doing so would stabilize his seventh brain region. But given the predicament he now found himself in, what use would there be if he stood up, anyway? He would be better off just obediently continuing what he was doing while he used this opportunity to hear these higher beings speak. Besides, Xia Fei was particularly unwilling to just toss away so much energy for nothing. Thus he made a decision and used breath control, doing his best to meld into the background and pretend as if he could not hear or see anything happening. Hua Hei coldly harumphed. Since you don't wish to fight, then why did you all track me and my brother down? The goateed elder shook his head slightly and solemnly explained, we didn't follow you too. There was just a strange phenomenon that had occurred nearby, so we came over to investigate. If I wasn't mistaken, you brothers should have unleashed hell upon a warrior possessing immemorial mystical armaments, right? Those two streaks of meteors harbored great sadness, which must mean that their master has passed away. Hua Hei shrugged. Someone did die, but we brothers were not the perpetrators. Then who was it? Hua Hei jerked his head nonchalantly towards Xia Fei. The three guardians were startled as they questioned. Him? He's barely a great law emperor, yet he managed to take down an expert with two immemorial mystical armaments. Xia Fei felt his brain go faint. He kept trying to distance himself from trouble, yet this group of major figures just so happened to point their targets at him time and again. Xia Fei could not help but groan at the situation he was now in. Hua Hei laughed out loud. Perhaps others can't, but my little friend here definitely can do it. You two seem to be very confident in him. Could he be one of yours? A young guardian demanded, his tone sounding very unfriendly. However, it was Hua Hei who laughed even more strongly, and he even breezily said, if the Skywing clan is willing to join the rebels, we will gladly welcome them with open arms. It's a pity that that one from their clan has too great a temper, unwilling to do anyone any favors. I'm sure you guys know this very well, too. Ah, Skywing. He's from the Skywing clan. The demon-sealing fiendish blade. These three guardians were all stunned to learn this fact, and they regarded Xia Fei with somewhat strange expressions. They appeared shocked to have heard the title demon-sealing fiendish blade here. Xia Fei was secretly somewhat happy. It turned out that the Skywing's name carried much weight, such that even the renowned guardians had heard of them. It looked like these guardians would at least not bear any ill intent to him because of this. Xia Fei relaxed quite a lot after thinking of this point, and he returned his attention towards suppressing the energy fluctuations inside him. This was when Xia Fei suddenly noticed that the goateed elder was smiling at him, and his eyes were trained on the spatial ring where the old demon lord was hiding in. Xia Fei knew very well that there were plenty of experts that could peer into people's spatial rings. The old man's side did it before the last time, and now this mysterious guardian could perhaps do the same, too. Upon this thought, Xia Fei could feel his heart rate rising once more. Don't worry. While the god and demon races don't get along with each other, the guardians won't mind my existence. After all, they don't belong to either race and are considered an independent force, Oro suddenly said. Sure enough, the goateed guardian only had his suspicions, and he could not figure just how a warrior of the god race would be with an old demon lord from the demon race. Turning his head away, he scratched his chin and said nothing. Since this has all been a misunderstanding, we shall take our leave then. Till next time. The goateed guardian offered a cupped fist and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Hua Hei and Hua Bai both extended their hands to stop them from doing so. What's the meaning of this? Asked the elders solemnly. Hua Hei chuckled sheepishly. Since we've met by chance, why don't you stay for a while? We brothers have some questions that we want to ask you guardians. The three guardians appeared to be somewhat irritated, glancing up in the sky from time to time, seemingly preoccupied with thoughts of other matters. But they apparently had no desire to get into any altercation with the black and white gods, so they patiently looked at Hua Hei and Hua Bai. I recently heard that there's been some unrest by the Cosmic Gate. Those. Don't say it out loud. You're not allowed to say their names. The three guardians seemed to be very afraid of this question as they all got agitated, refusing to let the black and white gods speak further. The goateed elder puffed out his chest and sternly replied, I dare to guarantee that those who shall not be named haven't appeared anywhere in the law realm. If you rebels dare to sow discord with this, don't blame us guardians for being merciless. Hua Hei revealed a cheeky smile as he softly answered, We brothers were merely asking. There's no need to turn defensive. We weren't being defensive. The goateed elder's voice was uncompromising. The Cosmic Gate is ours to guard, so there's no need for you rebels to get in our way. We've had an agreement on this very thing before. Agreement. Hua Bai suddenly spoke in an ambiguously cold tone. Since you dared to mention the agreement between us, I shall speak to you about it. Back when we agreed not to touch the Cosmic Gate, Conditions were made regarding it, and that's for those who shall not be named not to appear ever again. If they were to descend upon the law realm once more, that would nullify our agreement. Humph. The goateed guardian snorted emotionlessly. Speak after you've got your evidence. With us guardians looking after the cosmic gate, it's been nothing but stable. I sure hope so, the black and white gods casually stated. Xia Fei was very surprised. This exchange of words was enough for him to pick up on the clues on what the conversation was about. While he suppressed the energy instability happening inside his seventh brain region, he quietly asked Oro, "Are the who shall not be named by the guardians referring to the inverse?" Oro frowned. That's right. The guardians have a rule never to mention the names of any inverse. It's a big taboo to them. Xia Fei was even more shocked upon hearing this. From what the black and white gods had just insinuated, they seemed to suspect that an inverse had appeared once more. This would be a catastrophe to the law realm if proven true. Oro added, the guardians and the rebels have an agreement. If the cosmic gate can be kept stable, the rebels won't intervene, and it'll be left to this group of the most devout believers to guard the cosmic gate. However, if the guardians fail to keep the cosmic gate secured, and the inverse are sighted anywhere in the law realm once more, the rebels will forcibly take over, whether the guardians are willing to hand it over or not. The guardians were the conservative faction of the law realm, and they resisted any existence beyond the cosmic gate. Meanwhile, the rebels were more radical. They harbored a strong animosity toward the existence beyond the cosmic gate and hoped to open the gate, so as to start a fight with the mysterious realm beyond properly. As such, the only time these two were factions at peace was if the cosmic gate remained stable. The guardians needed to use their actual actions to prove that they had got the ability to guard the realm. Only then would the rebels not interfere. If this balance was broken, torrential bloodshed would be spilled as both sides fought for control over the cosmic gate. The three guardians were no longer as friendly as before after being asked that one question, which they took hearts the most. As such, the atmosphere between both sides had become extremely tense once more. Sandwiched in the middle, Xia Fei felt like he was being tormented, composed one moment, nervous the next, giving Xia Fei some severe heart palpitations. The goateed guardian was expressionless as he said in a low voice, "Let's go. We won't be seeing you off." The black and white gods did not back down and retaliated with cold words. Whoosh! The three golden-armored guardians turned into three shiny golden orbs, which streaked across the sky, rapidly disappearing into the sea of stars. The three guardians arrived at a galaxy very far away from the black and white gods, coming to a stop as they floated in midspace. "Leader Doug, the rebels have begun to get suspicious. What should we do?" the younger guardian asked, a hint of hesitation in his voice. The goateed guardian slowly shook his head, his eyes resolute. "I'm not worried about all that. We guardians are still the ones in control of the cosmic gate, and it's very safe and secure. What do you two know?" These two men helplessly nodded, almost as if they themselves had doubts over this statement. "Let's go. We're still missing the last one. We need to eliminate it as soon as possible." Whoosh! The three golden glows sped off. It turned out that they had not appeared out here by chance, but had, instead, been tracking down something. However, just what could it be that had made these guardians of the cosmic gate hunt so far away from their base of operation? After the guardians departed, turning into three glowing golden orbs, the black and white gods brought out their exclusive beasts and stayed at Xia Fei's side, helping the young man block off the lightning strikes. That conversation before had shocked Xia Fei immensely, but he was not in the mood to think about such things at the moment. First, he must deal with releasing the chaotic energies inside his seventh brain region before he thought of anything else. "Do you believe them?" Huabai looked at the trails of light left by the guardians and asked solemnly. Huahei shook his head. "Of course not. Guarding the cosmic gate is their only way out, so these guardians will surely do everything in their power to obfuscate the truth. There have been many strange phenomena in the universe recently, and it's been highly unstable. The truth will come out one of these days, so let's wait for the right moment." Huabai shrugged and did not comment further, the two brothers silent. Several hours later, bam! As Xia Fei made his breakthrough to the 7th level as a Great Law Emperor, all the remaining discordant energies inside his body was released. At that instant, The air around him shone brightly in white light. Very soon, the glow got reabsorbed by Xia Fei and began circulating inside his body once again. The instability had vanished. To be precise, Xia Fei had managed to purify and control it, such that it had returned to normal again. It was very difficult for him to control the energies while they were fluctuating wildly inside him. But since not much remained of the energies he had gained from Wu Yuming at this point, it became easier for Xia Fei to rein them in and absorbed all as his own. Exhaling, Xia Fei got up from the ground. Congratulations. To think that in the few days since we met on the ancient battlefield, you've already ascended to become a great law emperor. And if I'm not mistaken, that energy discharge just now means that you've reached level 7. Hua Hei congratulated him with a smile. Yes, I am now at level 7, Xia Fei casually replied. The black and white gods were evidently excited and surprised to learn this. To get promoted consecutively in such a short time span, Xia Fei's potential could truly bewilder plenty of veterans. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei asked, "Were those people from before Guardians?" Hua Hei was about to answer when Hua Bei suddenly made a gesture to get Xia Fei to shut off his spatial ring, essentially getting Xia Fei to sever the connection with Oro temporarily. Xia Fei had no choice but to do as was instructed, though he was puzzled. I've been wondering, if even you people discovered what's inside my spatial ring, could this really just be the gap in levels? Hua Hei chuckled. Nothing that exaggerated. In most cases, spatial rings are very safe from prying eyes, but yours is an exception. Because you want to speak with that person in your ring, you've built a secret communication line linked directly to your nervous system. So you're basically having an active connection with the spatial ring. Given how very powerful that person in your ring is, and that he's a living body to boot, warriors with exceptional perceptivity can pick up on the signs and uncover your secret. Next time, you need to sever that connection immediately, and that will do. Xia Fei nodded, having been enlightened to this matter. It turned out that the communication line was how the old demon lord got discovered time and again. Still, Xia Fei was very impressed with this superb perception. Given his current cultivation, there was no way for him to take a peek at others' spatial rings. So can you answer my question now? Xia Fei asked with a smile. Hua Hei solemnly said, That's right. Those people you saw are guardians of the Cosmic Gate, a bunch of stubborn chaps. That goateed one's armor has 2 stars carved on it, indicating he's a 2-star guardian, making him the leader of that 3-man team. Meanwhile, the other 2 are just normal warriors. Aside from the 2 stars, there are still 3-, 4-, and even 5-star guardians. What we had bumped into earlier was just a small team of guardians, a very common group size in their faction. However, you can't get careless with them just because they don't have many stars. The guardians solely consist of the elites from the 2 races, and that armor of theirs is planet gold. Trust me, with your current cultivation, there's no way you can afford to be enemies with the guardians. Xia Fei pursed his lips and grumbled, It's not as if I'm a fool. Why would I provoke those guys for no rhyme or reason? They're very powerful. Just their killing intent alone, I could tell that I was no match. Hua Bai quipped, That may not be the case. I heard how you love getting into trouble. Xia Fei got speechless. This was indeed a problem. Even if Xia Fei did not go looking for trouble, trouble would always come and find him. Take today as an example. This had originally been a battle between Xia Fei and Wu Yuming, but it ended up drawing the attention of the black and white gods, 2 fated individuals with Xia Fei, though there was no hostility between both parties. It would have been fine if that was that, but even the legendary guardians came, too. So now that was truly an issue with his luck. It was as if, as long as Xia Fei existed, trouble would always sniff him out and come running over. Ha ha ha. Hua Hei laughed as he patted Xia Fei on his shoulder. There's no need for you to worry so much. Meeting you here is actually quite a happy occasion. I heard that your clan's battle with the Moonwords had resulted in an all-out victory. That's worthy of celebration. The sharpness of the demon-sealing fiendish blade seems as lethal as before. Not just anyone would dare underestimate you guys again. So who was the unlucky fellow today? Today was just an extension of that battle. At present, we're already nearing the end, so there are fewer and fewer moles. Hua Hei sighed. I believe in the ability of you Skywings to pluck out these stubborn moles. At this point, Hua Hei noticed the questioning look Xia Fei was giving him. almost as if the latter was questioning his identity. So he began laughing as he continued speaking. True. There are some things we don't have to hide from you any longer. We are indeed part of the rebel faction. This was true in the past. It's still true now, and it will be true even in the future. Xia Fei was silent for a good moment before he asked, is the cosmic gate really so important that it can cause so many disparate forces to fight over it? Hua Hei mused. Important? Let's put it this way. Whether you or I exist isn't important. In fact, the survival of the law realm isn't important either. If there's one thing in this universe that's important, then it'll most definitely be the cosmic gate. Xia Fei was stunned. He never would have thought that the black and white gods valued some gate over their lives. Just what exactly does the cosmic gate represent, and what is hiding behind it? Xia Fei asked earnestly. Hua Hei and Hua Bai exchanged glances with each other before chuckling in unison. Do you really wish to know? Yes. Xia Fei nodded firmly. Then are you willing to leave the Sky Wings and join our faction? Hua Hei sneakily asked. Leave the Sky Wings and join the mysterious rebels. Xia Fei had never once entertained such a notion. In fact, even a fool knew the benefit of having a big backer to take shade under. Xia Fei had found such a solid backer after much effort. So how could he give it up so easily? Besides, it was not hard to tell from the black and white gods' current predicament that the rebels was hardly the strongest faction in the law realm, or else they would not have been forced to flee as they were hunted down all over the law realm. You should know that it's impossible for me to leave the Skywing clan. Xia Fei shrugged. Then you can't blame us for not divulging the details to you. Hua Bei quickly followed up. Xia Fei was put in a slightly awkward spot. This felt more like a transaction. Join the rebels in exchange for the secret behind the cosmic gate. This was hardly a transaction that Xia Fei found cost-effective. He would rather investigate and analyze things by himself. Huh. Hua Hei lightly punched Xia Fei on his chest as he laughed playfully. Just kidding. If the old monster from your clan learned that we brothers had tried snatching away the future Godwing of the Skywing clan, he'd surely find and kill us. Besides, you're still ineligible to join in the fight for the cosmic gate. Mark my words, nobody gets stronger from hiding. A real powerhouse will always choose to face their problems head-on. The reason why we joined the rebel faction is that we've had enough of the humiliation. Speaking on this subject, Hua Hei suddenly turned frigid. His entire person became very grave, while Hua Bei beside him also nodded, his eyes filling with determination. Worst-case scenario, we die. Hua Hei said severely. We brothers have been alive for so long. We've already seen everything the law realm has to offer. Dying in battle will be a blessing to us, for this way, we can die with a bit of dignity. Xia Fei was shocked. He suddenly realized that behind the smiling face of Hua Hei was a determined will to die. He had no idea what could be the reason that had made Hua Hei think of death when mentioning the cosmic gate, almost as if the two shared an intertwined relationship, an inextricable link with each other. Could the cosmic gate be the gate of hell? Xia Fei was stunned to the core. Hua Hei's expression was energetic, as if the word death made him extremely excited. You don't have to hurry and make a decision at the moment. Find a way to get to the God race first. Given your analytical skills, I doubt that you'll have trouble seeing the crisis besetting the law realm. When the time comes, decide if you want to stay with the two races, become a guardian of the cosmic gate, or join the rebel camp. But Hua Hei's two eyes shone as he placed greater emphasis on his words. You must first see the real truth of the law realm. Xia Fei casually answered. I may not choose a faction. Perhaps I won't be joining any side at all. Hua Hei and Hua Bai burst into raucous laughter at the same time, almost as if Xia Fei had just told them a great joke. If you don't join any faction, you'll become everybody's enemy, said Hua Hei as he continued laughing. The unexpected encounter with the black and white gods, as well as the guardians, did not remove Xia Fei's doubts. Instead, it heightened the mystery surrounding the cosmic gate to Xia Fei. Since the black and white gods refused to reveal anything deep about the cosmic gate and wanted Xia Fei to judge it for himself, Xia Fei decided to bid the two brothers farewell. At the end of the day, the two were troublesome individuals, and Xia Fei had no wish to be dragged into some inexplicable conflict after having finally gotten a semblance of a peaceful life. There are three things that you must remember: Fig, Ark, and the Hall of Valor. When Hua Hei said this, Hua Bai, who had been standing behind him, tugged his brother forcefully with knitted eyebrows, seemingly not wanting Hua Hei to say anything more. However, Hua Hei ignored his brother's attempt to dissuade him and merely continued speaking. We're predestined, after all, so treat these parting words as my gift to you. Xia Fei was startled, but he secretly noted these three things in his mind. After leaving that planet covered in electromagnetic storms, Xia Fei re-established connection with the old demon lord. What did the Hua brothers speak to you about? Oro curiously asked. Just a bunch of cryptic words, Xia Fei answered. I asked them about the secret regarding the cosmic gate, but they refused to tell me anything. They did leave me with 3 names before I departed. What names? Fig, Ark, and the Hall of Valor, replied Xia Fei. The old demon lord pondered over those words aloud. Fig ought to be referring to the top tech company, Fig Corporation. The Hall of Valor is a shrine in the god race, a place of veneration for the heroes who were casualties of the past wars between the 2 peak races. As for Ark, wait. Ark? Could it be? Oro's expression had suddenly turned grim. Xia Fei, I'm afraid that we need to make a trip to the demon race territory as soon as possible. Xia Fei, I'm afraid that we must make a trip to the demon race territory as soon as possible, Oro said grimly. Xia Fei was taken aback, and so he asked, a trip to demon race territory? What? Oro very mysteriously replied. It's easy to understand what Fig and the Hall of Valor mean, as they are just obviously there, but the name Ark got me thinking about a legend I heard a very long time ago. Because of how long it's been, I already forgot the general details about it. That's why I want us to head to a place and investigate the matter personally. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took a drag. Given how mysterious the existence of the cosmic gate was, as if it were shrouded in a thick fog, Xia Fei felt that it was hardly just a simple gate. It was even highly probable that the symbolic meaning behind it was presently undecipherable. Otherwise, the black and white gods would not have wasted their breath in asking Xia Fei to take a good look at the true face of the law realm. Okay, let's head to the place you want to go right away, Xia Fei said. The demon lord nodded. I want to try and recall some details first. I'll inform you once I've sorted things out clearly. Xia Fei returned to the Wind Garden. He did not mention the matter regarding Wu Yuming to Xiao Wuya. The Skywing clan, not having enough manpower, was just one of its downsides. Wu Ye and the information department subordinate to him failed to uncover the true cultivation of Wu Yuming, not because they were unconscientious with their work, but due to the urgency of the situation and Wu Yuming keeping his true strength deeply hidden. Xiao Wuya looked like he had been strolling about the courtyard every day when, actually, he was just extremely busy. There were plenty of things that the old man had to decide, and given his loyalty to the clan, he would definitely blame himself if he learned he had made any mistake with his work, so Xia Fei decided not to say a word regarding Wu Yuming in order to avoid such a situation. He concocted a couple of medicine back in his room and applied it all over his body so as to recover from the burns he received from the rending yang fire. It was all thanks to the defensive capabilities of the war armor, Monohorn Ogre, that Xia Fei had managed to avoid being burned too badly. As such, he only needed 3 days at most to recover. After that was done, Xia Fei resumed his training to be an artificer. Xia Fei benefited greatly from Laosher's teachings, and so he made remarkable progress in the field. Xia Laosher was quite speechless after seeing Xia Fei's performance. Legends existed about people who could learn anything they put their mind to, and Xia Fei was precisely one such person. In just a week's time, Xia Fei had actually reached the precipice of level 4 in the law of artificing. This was a completely shocking improvement. Once he crossed this threshold, Xia Fei would become a master of dual professions, just like Xia Laosher. It was unfortunate that Xia Fei had no way of deciphering the profound and complex thousand shapes painting. Xia Fei was truly disappointed over this. Deep at night, Xia Fei was working hard in the training room when Oro, who had not spoken for some time, suddenly told Xia Fei, "It's about time. Get ready. We'll be heading to the demon race territory early tomorrow morning." Slightly surprised, Xia Fei ended his training. "Where to?" he asked. "The ark that Hua Hei and Hua Bai mentioned. What's the first question that comes to mind when you think about it?" Oro asked. "I want to know just what the ark is," Xia Fei answered. "The Hall of Valor and Fig are a shrine and the high-tech corporation respectively, while the Ark sounds like the name of a warship. I checked the databases of both the Skywing clan and the Law Enforcement Board, but the word Ark didn't turn up at all. I suppose that Ark may not just be a warship, but a very secret warship, too. Oro nodded with a smile. There's someone who can help us find the answer to what the Ark is, and I'm taking you to see him right now. The black and white gods would not tell Xia Fei these three names for no rhyme or reason. They must have some secret and special connection to the cosmic gate. And in order to solve this mystery behind the Ark, which in turn would help Xia Fei learn the truth about the cosmic gate, he was of course more than willing to go on this trip. The old demon lord took off from his finger a ring carved with a golden lion and said in a deep voice, "Take this. It'll be useful." Xia Fei nodded. He injected law of primal chaos power to his right arm and passed through the boundary made up of the law of ternary spectrum before opening the coffin Oro was encased in to take his ring. This ring may not be very large, but its very mass was much heavier than expected. The wild lion carving on it was intricate, looking very vivid. Xia Fei would often see Oro twist and play with it, as if it were a very precious ring that he cherished greatly. This ring symbolizes the supreme emperor of the Lionhearts, holding the pinnacle of authority. It's called the Three Lions Imperial Jade. There are a total of 3 of these rings in the Lionheart royal clan, and they all are respectively owned by me and 2 others who hold the highest authority among the royalty. You can use this to command the entire Lionheart clan, Oro said solemnly. Xia Fei was startled. The old demon lord had just given him a weapon of his. It seemed like this person he wanted Xia Fei to meet would not be just any average individual. Whoosh. The spatial compass brought Xia Fei to the demon race's border region. Xia Fei was here to find his old friend, the grandson of Oro, Heathfield. Heathfield invited Xia Fei to his study and gave him a boisterous welcome. Xia Fei surreptitiously looked to the left and right, indicating that he wanted unimportant people to leave the 2 of them alone. Heathfield frowned, not understanding why Xia Fei acted so cautiously this time. But out of the trust he had for Xia Fei, he acquiesced to his request. Xia Fei then carefully took out from his bosom the Emperor's ring, the Three Lions Imperial Jade. The moment Heathfield saw the ring, the golden fur all over his face instantly stood on end. His eyes then shone with a golden glow. As a member of royalty, Heathfield had been subjected to the most comprehensive royal education, and he of course recognized the ring symbolizing the highest authority in his clan. However, what he could not make sense of was how the ring ended up in Xia Fei's hands. The Three Lions Imperial Jade was akin to having the Emperor himself presented before him. Plunk. Heathfield merely stalled for a second before he brought his head down into a full prostrating position, and he barely hesitated in doing so. This was the style of the Lionhearts. Every major clan in the Law Realm had its uniqueness. The Skywings were the Law Realm's demon-sealing fiendish blade, the most carefree and very much advocated for equality. Its members had nearly devilish temperaments, while the Lionhearts were the ones who valued loyalty. Their unreserved loyalty was toward their clan and, ultimately, the leader of their clan. Though this worship which superseded all was blind, it had to be mentioned that the cohesion of the Lionhearts was not any worse than the Skywings. The discussion on freedom that happened with the Skywings would never appear within the Lionhearts. Here, absolute servitude was the only thing that mattered. You recognize this ring? Xia Fei asked severely. I do. That's the true Emperor's authority ring among the royalty, the Three Lions Imperial Jade. Heathfield hurriedly answered. This sincere attitude of piety made Xia Fei feel a little awkward. After all, Heathfield was an important member of the Lionheart royalty, yet he was kneeling before him without any hesitation. What are you stunned there for? There's no need to explain anything to him. You can now represent me and give him orders, Oro instructed. Xia Fei pursed his lips and gravely stated, from now on, every word I say will be on behalf of this ring's owner. Sha. Golden first swayed. Heathfield trembled involuntarily after hearing this statement. He was well aware that Xia Fei had some mysterious relationship with Oro, and now that Xia Fei had stated that he would be the ring owner's herald, there was no doubt in Heathfield's mind that the old demon lord was still alive. How could Heathfield not be invigorated hearing this? It had been many tens of thousands of years. The Lionhearts had not heard any news regarding their clan's emperor. And though they knew that Oro had an immortal body, an immortal emperor who had not appeared was practically no different from one who had died. However, now, Xia Fei had just invoked Oro's name to give a secret order. He had even taken out a token that could not be any more real. Were it not for being in the presence of the Three Lions Imperial Jade, which shut up Heathfield, he would very much let loose a heart-rending roar. They had been constrained for so long. The distinguished Lionhearts had actually lost their emperor. This was a huge shame to the clan. Bang, 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 bang. Heathfield kept kowtowing repeatedly, so agitated that he could not even utter a single word. The majesty of the Three Lions Imperial Jade is something only those of royal lineage can comprehend. Now, my grandson is in your hands. Do as I say and act freely, the old demon lord said in a low voice. It was as if he had found a measure of his heroism of yesteryear, appearing to be a lot more energetic than before. He was no longer how he was in the past, listless as he hid in Xia Fei's spatial ring, the only thought in mind being how to persuade Xia Fei into killing him soon. Xia Fei had already expected that this emperor's ring would hold plenty of secrets that others would not understand. Otherwise, there was no way Heathfield would immediately identify it as the real ring without even needing to authenticate it, even going as far as to humble himself before it. However, these were Oro's family affairs, and Xia Fei had no desire to ask in detail. After a brief pause, he spoke again. Okay, get up. Actually, the ring's owner only have just one request. Bring me to the Secluded Springs. Secluded Springs? Heathfield appeared to be very shaken upon hearing the name, but with the Lionheart's tradition of obedience, he could only grit his teeth and respond with great excitement. I understand. Almost as if wanting to ease Xia Fei's mind, Heathfield stood up, turned on a screen in front of Xia Fei, and contacted the other royals there and then. From where Xia Fei was sitting, it afforded him a clear view of everything while he did not need to worry about those people on the screen discovering him. It's me, Heathfield. Facing his fellow clansmen over the screen, Heathfield exuded his toughness as he returned to his status as a royal. Lord Heathfield, what are your orders? I want 5, no, 10 squads from the Black Lions Regiment. Now, Heathfield firmly ordered. 10 squads. Are you sure? That will cost you all your contribution points, the person on the screen asked, appearing somewhat shocked. Heathfield laughed out loud. I've never been more certain of a decision my entire life. Xia Fei was a little puzzled, so he asked Oro, just what is the Black Lions Regiment? Oro replied, somewhat pleased, the Black Lions organization is the elite combat regiment of the Lionhearts. Every member is an expert at the Law Emperor cultivation or higher. Every 10 of these warriors form one squad, and 100 can be considered a platoon. There are a total of 300 warriors in the regiment. Xia Fei was completely astounded. The total population of Lionhearts was greater than humans, and they did not fraction into smaller clans the way humans did. Instead, they kept close contact, so the number of experts that they had was naturally many times more. However, Heathfield actually asked to mobilize 100 Law Emperors for his request. Was it not just a tad bit exaggerated? For it to require so many high-level warriors, just where exactly is that Secluded Springs we're heading off to? Xia Fei exclaimed. The old demon lord answered with a strange laugh. Well, it's not any place good. For it to require so many high-level warriors, just where exactly is that Secluded Springs we're heading off to? Xia Fei exclaimed. The old demon lord answered with a strange laugh. Well, it's not any place good. Also, what of that secluded well who lives in the Secluded Springs? Xia Fei asked again. He's no good, either. Oro replied with a shrug. Xia Fei was left speechless. Oro had only told him to search for someone called Secluded Well in Secluded Springs, but he had never mentioned just what kind of place the Secluded Springs was. Now, Xia Fei finally understood why Heathfield showed a moment's hesitation when he heard the name of Secluded Springs. From the fact that he was mobilizing 100 top-tier warriors of the Lionheart royalty, he could easily tell that the Secluded Springs was a very dangerous location. After having done everything he needed, Heathfield let out a long sigh and came to Xia Fei's side. With a single knee on the ground, he said sincerely, the arrangements are complete. The moment the warriors from the Black Lions Regiment arrive, you may set off immediately. Xia Fei extended his hand out as per Oro's instructions, letting Heathfield kiss his ring. This etiquette was like the ancient knight's ceremony. There was no need to mention just how animated Heathfield's face looked, almost as if he had been given a great boon. The muscles all over his body shuddered non-stop. In fact, it was a good thing that he did not faint from the bliss he felt. Xia Fei quietly kept the ring. Heathfield acted very exaggeratedly when it came to this thing, and as someone who was used to leading a very simple life, Xia Fei felt very unaccustomed toward all this. After all, with the ring on, Xia Fei was Oro's herald, but if he kept it, they could speak like equals. Quickly helping Heathfield up to his feet, Xia Fei sheepishly said, "Thank you for that. I will report what happened matter-of-factly. I'm sure that you've spent quite a lot of points getting me the Black Lions Regiment as backup." Xia Fei's words revealed that he had the ability to contact Oro secretly, so Heathfield became even more respectful towards Xia Fei, hurriedly saying, "Those points were accumulated all for serving the royalty. To have been able to." Upon saying this, Heathfield suddenly shuddered. Though Xia Fei did not tell him to keep the matter a secret, even a fool would know that this was no small matter. He nearly uttered the words of his emperor just now, and though it was not a big deal, Heathfield was afraid of leaving Xia Fei an impression of him being undependable. If Xia Fei spoke of the impression he gave to Oro, Heathfield would surely be in trouble. Thus, Heathfield caught himself in time and changed his wording. "To have aided you in this matter is my greatest honor. I only wish I have accumulated even more points. It's only appropriate for me to mobilize the entire Black Lions Regiment for this matter." Xia Fei smiled. "From what I know, the Black Lions Regiment only has 300 members, so since you have mobilized them all, it will surely draw attention from all sides, and that will work against us instead." Heathfield was startled. The Black Lions were the Lionheart royalty's secret regiment, their ultimate trump card. For Xia Fei to know the headcount of the regiment itself only further confirmed that he had Oro's trust. He was looking at Xia Fei, bright-eyed as he softly mentioned, "It's true that the Black Lions Regiment had a total of 300 members, but that was in the past. We've since doubled the numbers, reaching the size of 600. "Oh, so I see. I'll be sure to report this thusly as well," Xia Fei said as a pretense. Actually, there was no need for Xia Fei to report anything. The Emperor of the Lionhearts, who had been sitting in Xia Fei's spatial ring this entire time, could clearly hear every word exchanged. Furthermore, the relationship that the Emperor shared with Xia Fei was nothing like what Heathfield imagined. The current situation was more like Oro calling Xia Fei his fellow brother, wanting the latter to kill him, but Xia Fei always refusing to do so. If any of the Lionhearts learned the sort of relationship Oro and Xia Fei shared, they would surely die from vomiting blood. Xia Fei was probably the only person who would dare do something like taking a major clan's emperor, tossing him in a spatial ring, and getting him to be an aide, even throwing some insults his way from time to time. The way to secluded springs is dangerous. Shall I leave you with 2 great law emperors that I have by my side for protection? They're my most trusted confidants, and there'll surely be no problems with that arrangement." Heathfield continued to curry favor with Xia Fei ardently. Xia Fei waved his hand. "Sorry, I'm the skeptical type. I also don't much enjoy relying on others. Aside from Qindong, there's no one on your side whom I will trust." Heathfield quickly replied, "Qindong's currently cultivating hard with the royalty. I'll invite him over right away." This was truly a case of when someone got elevated, even their acquaintance would rise to prominence. Logically speaking, Qindong was Heathfield's subordinate, so there was no need for any invitation, and a single order would be enough. However, it was not Qindong's status that had changed but Xia Fei's. Instead, Heathfield now treated Xia Fei as his clan emperor's herald, and so a friend of Xia Fei's would of course rise in status by association. It was very likely that Qindong would receive Heathfield's fullest support and care from here on out, with a bright future ahead as he rose through the ranks. Xia Fei was very pleased with Heathfield's series of actions. When he was at his most troubled time, Qindong had not hesitated to lend him a hand, and this was a friendship that Xia Fei would forever remember. Though Qindong was a martial fanatic through and through, someone who knew nothing much beyond fighting and cultivating techniques, Xia Fei valued him more for his loyalty compared to his other traits. Loyalty was forever the most important aspect of his personality, considering just how many backstabbers there were in this universe that he had to be on guard against. With that thought, Xia Fei commented, So the reason why I haven't been able to contact him all this time is that he's gone off on secluded cultivation, isolating himself from the outside world. It's better not bother him then. Just do me a favor and send this over to him on my behalf." With that said, Xia Fei took out the elite war armor from the demon race, enigmatic Autumn Sunday. Out of all his friends, Shendong was the only one with the demon race, so he would naturally be able to make the best use of this armor gifted to him. Heathfield took the armor and was mildly surprised. He could easily tell the quality of enigmatic autumn sun with his 2 eyes. It was definitely a precious treasure worth quite a lot. After being given a few more details, Heathfield left the room to oversee the necessary arrangements for Xia Fei's journey to the secluded springs personally. The old demon lord sighed just as Heathfield departed. "You're too cunning." "What?" asked Xia Fei innocently. "Don't think I can't tell that you intentionally mentioned Shendong, even giving my grandson a suit of armor to hand over to that lad. You're evidently telling Heathfield that Shendong's also under my wing and that he should protect him no matter what." Xia Fei smiled, not denying his words. "That's right. It's indeed my intention. I'm not the sort to think that there's anything wrong with taking care of my own people. I was just using your name a little. Don't be too petty." Quietly, the atmosphere in Heathfield's compound had become a lot more tense. 100 law emperors had appeared at the same time, each and every one of them adorned with the same type of black armor. They looked absolutely dashing and imposing, and with Lionheart royalties over 3 meters tall body frame. This platoon of warriors looked all the more striking. Xia Fei changed into standard demon race war armor and wore it over his monohorn ogre. This was the demon race territory. After all, wearing war armor made by the god race's Fig Corporation so openly would surely be a bad idea. A troop of men followed Heathfield and arrived at the backyard. Furthermore, Heathfield's private residence had been so heavily barricaded that even a fly would be unable to make it inside. Heathfield waved his arm grandly, and the backyard covered in flora split into 2, revealing a set of stairs leading underground, which the platoon silently used to travel downward. Xia Fei was puzzled. Could the secluded springs be underground? He was a lot smaller in size compared to these big Lionheart warriors, which made him stand out amid the towering figures. However, these warriors showed extremely high team literacy. No one so much as looked in Xia Fei's direction or even spared him a single glance. All of them kept their sights straight ahead as they advanced onward. Xia Fei did a head count. With the 100 law emperors from the Black Lions Regiment, as well as Heathfield and his 3 personal guards, there were 105 warriors at the Law Emperor cultivation and higher present. Furthermore, the 2 squad leaders following closely behind Heathfield may even be law overlords. This was a terrifying gathering of strength. It was enough to rival the combined forces of 2 major clans from White Horse Constellation. After all, the Lionhearts were not a family clan, but an entire species. Their population far surpassed mankind. If humans had 30,000 law emperors, then the Lionhearts may very well have over 50,000. Mobilizing so many experts in this manner was surely not an issue to them. After walking for a short distance, they reached a large hall 300 meters in height and 10 miles in width. Heathfield gave a slight nod to signal the troops to stop before proceeding to give the 2 law overlords some instructions. These 2 squad leaders from the Black Lions Regiment hesitated for a moment before they waved their arms, getting everyone to back away and to give them some space. "Open! Open!" Rumble. These 2 law overlords both tore at each side and actually forcibly created an opening, revealing a dark world beyond. The dark space. Xia Fei's heart palpitated rapidly. He could tell at a single glance that this was a spatial channel tear leading to the dangerous dark space. When he was with the Yu family, Xia Fei had once been dragged into dark space and even gotten into an intense fight with a demon chrysalis. In the end, it was all thanks to his Matig-like perseverance, a dash of ingenuity and luck, that he managed to escape from the dangerous dark space. Roar dash. The moment the dark space was opened, the black hole seemed to pull the air from every direction toward it. Fortunately, law isolation barriers had already been erected in the hall, so it was able to withstand this powerful suction. Also, since the weakest warrior was at least of the Law Emperor cultivation, no one got dragged into the dark space. Xia Fei finally understood why Heathfield had chosen such a place. It turned out that the place they were heading to was inside the dark space. It was a location where chaos and disorder reigned. What's going on? Could the secluded springs be inside this dark space? Xia Fei exclaimed in astonishment. A cold gleam flashed across Oro's two eyes as he answered in a grave voice. That's right. You got it right. That was when Heathfield quietly took out a metal horn, which looked like a conch, and lightly blew twice toward the entrance of the dark space. Xia Fei cocked his ears to hear the sound, only to realize that the frequency emitted by the metal horn was imperceptible to human ears, seemingly calling for something else. Everyone continued to wait. Aside from the sound of heavy breathing, no one else made any sound whatsoever. Everything was as quiet as a silent night. Several minutes later, Heathfield waved his arm and dashed right into the dark space. Those Lionheart warriors had also followed Heathfield's footsteps and had gone right in. Xia Fei gritted his teeth as he approached the entrance to the dark space. The tip of his toes tapped the ground and his body got sucked in. Only darkness could be seen within the dark space in every direction. Xia Fei only felt his feet, finding no solid purchase, as if he were floating in space. The sound of the war armor's night vision and life support systems coming to life could be heard. Several seconds later, Xia Fei looked carefully around inside the dark space and was abruptly stunned. What is this? Xia Fei asked anxiously, his eyes widening in disbelief. Xia Fei followed the Lionheart warriors into the dark space, and by the time his war armor's visual systems started to work, Xia Fei realized that he was looking at a humongous creature. It was no exaggeration to call it humongous. The length of this creature spanned well over 100 miles. A thick and heavily-looking carapace covered its entire body, and with a rounded head and two pointed ends, it looked conical in shape. Countless little eyes, almost several thousands of them in fact, were growing on its head. At this very moment, this strange creature was using its numerous eyes to gaze at Xia Fei coldly. What is this? Xia Fei asked anxiously, his eyes widening in disbelief. Oro laughed loudly. Why, that's a demon chrysalis. I remember you once saying that you fought with one when you first came to the Law Realm. Why don't you recognize it now? Demon chrysalis? One that's over 100 miles long. Xia Fei was bemused as he sputtered in disbelief. This is far too large. The one I killed was just 5 miles long, yet this one is at least 20 times its size. Xia Fei was indeed very shocked. This demon chrysalis looked very similar to the one he had seen before, but the difference in size was too great. Its size was no different from that of a super warship. Oro continued to laugh. No matter the size, be it 100 miles or 1,000, it's still just a demon chrysalis. There's no need to be so surprised by it. We of the demon race love to rear such a creature because there's an inevitable relationship between space and dark space. If enemies arrive openly, clans will naturally have defenses against them, but if they sneak their way in through the dark space, demon chrysalises can intercept them and provide early warning as well. Xia Fei pursed his lips. By letting the demon chrysalises roam free, they can not only wreak havoc within the dark space, they can even venture to the enemy's home court and cause trouble there. Oro smiled. That's right. It's also another function that the demon chrysalises serve. Though this demon chrysalis was humongous, Xia Fei did not feel fear toward it. After all, Xia Fei was no longer the beginner he was back then. Now, he had the combat prowess of a law overlord. Furball seemed to really hate the demon chrysalis, baring its fangs at it as he let out a low growl. He had always been someone who would take revenge on anyone that wronged him. He still remembered that tough battle with the demon chrysalis back then as if it were just yesterday, and now that he had seen someone of the same species before him, he instantly turned hostile. Xia Fei quickly suppressed Furball, getting him to remain calm. The demon chrysalis was no longer his enemy this time, but an assistant, instead, and Xia Fei did not want Furball to harm it. This demon chrysalis's body first retracted and then extended, this one motion sending it thousands of miles forward. This demon chrysalis appeared to be very obedient, most likely one that Heathfield has reared for many years. The space is very close to true space, so normal warriors will have a hard time moving forward. Using a demon chrysalis as transport is a very clever choice. Besides, the dark space is very safe. Akin to the blood vessels in the human body, this space is made up of many strands of channels that twist and turn freely. Without any directions or coordinates to rely on, Anyone who isn't familiar with the dark space's unique characteristics will very easily find themselves lost. Meanwhile, the demon chrysalises are biological creatures native to the dark space, so they know their way around and also can travel at the right pace. With them acting as guides, we can traverse through the place with half the effort, Oro explained to Xia Fei. Xia Fei accepted this explanation. Upon entering the dark space, both the compass and radar systems no longer worked, so they would have to rely solely on their instincts for directions. Having a demon chrysalis lead the way would therefore be the logical choice when in this place. Actually, Xia Fei was not particularly sensitive toward things like the different races or species. As long as they were not his enemy, Xia Fei was more than happy to befriend other intelligent life forms. This was unlike Furball, who deemed the demon chrysalis as a hated enemy after having fought against one once. However, there was a benefit to Furball's personality. Ever since he accepted Xia Fei as his master, he had always believed that everything Xia Fei did was right and would never rebel against him for any reason. Furball was unnaturally crafty, but compared to Xia Fei, he was a little less flexible, and that was most probably a weakness of exotic beasts. In fact, even the most cunning exotic beast would remain stubborn until the very end. Boom. The demon chrysalis was like a huge warship, carrying this powerful platoon of elites as it advanced at great speeds deeper into the dark space. There was trash floating all around them, and plenty were things the demon chrysalis had dragged inside from the outside. Now that we're here, surely you can tell me about the secluded springs and just what's going on with secluded well, right? Xia Fei asked. The atmosphere of slaughter around them became more and more intense. Xia Fei could easily tell from the sharp gazes these lionhearts held that a huge battle would soon be upon them. It was as the saying went, know your enemy as well as you know yourself, and you won't lose in 100 battles. Xia Fei was hoping to learn who he would be up against and why they were living in this desolate dark space. Oro heavily narrated. There are plenty of sapient life forms in the law realm, being a society where the strong gather, but any society is subject to change and metabolism. After being ejected from the law realm, some choose to leave the place and live far away, while others choose to head over to the exiled grounds. There are also some who choose to stay in the dark space. The secluded springs happens to be the settlement of the secluded clan, which has been banished from the law realm. Xia Fei was surprised. He looked all around. How could the dark space be a place for life to thrive? Why would anyone choose to live here? Even the barren exiled grounds provided a far better environment than this place. The demon lord saw the skepticism in Xia Fei's eyes, and he chuckled. Actually, the dark space has its own ecosystem. You'll find out later that Secluded Springs is actually a very magical place. What about Secluded Well? Xia Fei asked once more. Secluded Well is the clairvoyant of the Secluded clan and has even once been considered the most versatile and multi-talented individual of the demon race. It's rumored that he had been exiled because he became privy to the divine secret, and that's taboo in both peak races. Aside from the Secluded Springs, nowhere else dares to have him in residence, which is why he went there to live a long time ago. Honestly, I don't trust the records kept by my colleagues in the history books of the demon race, so I brought you to meet Secluded Well, Oro simply admitted. Xia Fei nodded. That makes sense. History is written by people, and the people of the two peak races have their own stance. Someone like Secluded Well no longer belongs to either race, so he shouldn't have any scruples, making it easier to learn the truth. Oro smiled, agreeing with Xia Fei's view. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and asked, "You seem to be very passionate about matters pertaining to the Cosmic Gate. Why didn't you join either the Guardian or the Rebel camp all those years back? Wouldn't you be able to learn more about it?" Oro pouted as he unhappily responded. "Do you think that everyone's like you, able to do whatever you want to do, never once needing to obey the rules? Don't forget that I'm the Emperor of the Lionhearts. If I left and joined the Guardians back then, the rest of the Lionhearts would be implicated, and that's as good as betraying the entire clan." Xia Fei promptly understood what he meant. He was an insignificant individual in the grand scheme of things, so of course he was not constrained by too many rules. As for Oro, he was completely different due to the fact that he represented the entire Lionheart clan. He needed to be careful with every move that he made. If the Emperor of the Lionhearts held no regard for his clan and really got banished from the law realm just because of his desire to study the cosmic gate. He would become everyone's laughingstock. This was why Oro would rather be ostracized by the demon race than implicate his clan as a result of his actions. Thus, this old demon lord was actually quite the upright character. Xia Fei shook his head, seemingly discarding all these wayward thoughts filling his head. Since Oro felt that the clairvoyant who had been exiled from the demon race could help them understanding the cosmic gate, Xia Fei decided to join him along for the ride. He would soon know just what sort of place the secluded spring was. The atmosphere got more and more tense, and the trash in the dark space got lesser and lesser as they traveled further, making everything around them dark and empty. The demon chrysalis slowed its pace, nimbly shuttling along the sealed space. The Lionheart warriors all wore masks, so Xia Fei could not make out the expressions on their faces, though it was not hard to guess how they were feeling from their breathing, which was getting shorter and more hurried. These elite warriors were like knocked arrows on taut bowstrings, ready to fight at any moment. Whoosh! A strange shadow, which glowed red, suddenly appeared from amid the darkness before quickly retreating far away. Heathfield was about to act and slay this strange creature when Xia Fei stopped him. That's Secluded Springs Lookout. Ignore that. Here's the plan. You all will escort me to the entrance of Secluded Springs while coordinating with the demon chrysalis to lure away their guards, allowing me to sneak in amid the ensuing chaos. Xia Fei instructed Heathfield in accordance to what Oro said. What about afterward? Don't you need us to accompany you in? Heathfield asked, astonished. Xia Fei shook his head. No need. It's inconvenient for me to move about with so many people. All of you will immediately retreat after I make it in. Don't ever engage in battle with the guards. Just await my signal. Heathfield nodded dutifully. Xia Fei was their emperor's herald, after all, so obviously there was no way he would oppose Xia Fei's orders. However, he had not expected Xia Fei to enter Secluded Springs all by himself. The elite Lionheart warriors he had brought with him were very powerful, and though he did not dare to claim being capable of sweeping through Secluded Springs with them, the power of 103 law emperors and 2 law overlords should not be something anyone could resist. Conversely, having Xia Fei go in alone may not result in an optimistic outcome. About a dozen or so minutes passed, and a large swarm of demon chrysalises suddenly appeared from within the dark space. There were several hundreds of them. All different sizes of these monsters began roaming aimlessly in the dark space. Though these chrysalises were large, with the largest among them being 20 miles long, nothing could compare to the 100-mile-long demon chrysalis Heathfield, and the rest were riding. Xia Fei was stunned. This reaction was due to the sight of a strange region behind this swarm of demon chrysalises. It looked similar to a gigantic heart from afar, with green veins covering its dark red appearance. It was hollow in the center, which featured a dark and deep channel leading to God knew where. Badump. It was as if Xia Fei could feel this heart in the dark space beating steadily, shrinking and expanding. The time to act is now, the old demon lord shouted. That channel in the center of the heart is connected directly to the Secluded Springs. Hide yourself for now. Use the chaos later to make a break for it. And don't hesitate in doing so for even a moment. At this time, Heathfield gave the order to attack. The demon chrysalis charged forward, its humongous frame hurtling in dark space like a tower wave. These warriors were even more courageous. They began attacking in their squads, making short work of the several hundred demon chrysalises, leaving just their severed carcasses all around. Breath control. Xia Fei suddenly gave off no sound or presence, using the many bits of carcasses all around as cover as he quietly closed in on the entrance to the Secluded Springs. Meanwhile, those Lionheart warriors had formed a wall, aligning as they awaited the Secluded Springs locals to mount a counterattack. Xia Fei carefully hid himself. The moment the skirmish between both sides broke out, it would be the perfect time for him to make a break for it. This was when a black creature the size of a ping-pong ball flew out in front of him. Xia Fei steadied his gaze and saw that it was just a young demon chrysalis with a very small body. It looked like it had just been born and was affected by the battle, so it was now slowly dying. Xia Fei felt very curious, so he reached out to grab it. A demon chrysalis, which had just been born, flew up to Xia Fei's side. It looked pathetically small, no bigger than his pinky. Xia Fei felt very curious. He had seen demon chrysalises spanning over 100 miles, but he had not seen one as small as this. He reached out and grabbed this baby demon chrysalis. He carefully examined the creature. Sure enough, it looked like a very normal demon chrysalis and was no different from a small piece of blackened charcoal. Its mouth grew on its underbelly, and it possessed only one eye. This little creature appeared to be on the precipice of death, looking exceptionally pitiful as it lay in Xia Fei's palm, unconscious. The demon lord was apparently very disgusted, saying, "Just a single eye." Demon chrysalises are a type of creature of which the potential is proportional to the number of eyes they have. This is the most inferior type of demon chrysalis, so weak even upon birth. It will at most grow to a meter in size even if you rear it. Completely useless. Just look at Heathfield's chrysalis. It has at least 3,000 eyes. Now that's a top-grade demon chrysalis. When I get reborn, I'll find you a 10,000-eyed beast to raise. Now, that's a real king among demon chrysalises, one with over 10,000 eyes and completely gold, shiny and sparkling, able to turn Heathfields into pieces. Really powerful stuff. The breeding of demon chrysalis was a habit of the demon race. The demon lord was one such professional in the field. He assumed that Xia Fei was tempted after seeing the demon chrysalis Heathfield owned and wanted to get one for himself. In fact, Xia Fei did have such a plan. No matter how powerful a warrior was in normal space, they would be no better than a blind man groping helplessly in the chaotic dark space. Without the help of a demon chrysalis, it would be impossible for anyone to find their way around and would just end up stuck here. Xia Fei was used to taking precautions and planning ahead, quietly keeping trump cards after trump cards. Even getting lost once in a place like the dark space was a disaster, so while rearing a demon chrysalis was only a plus with no drawbacks. Who knew when he might one day need to come to the dark space again? However, the old demon lord despised this barely alive, single-eyed demon chrysalis, calling it trash. Even Furball looked down on it, regarding the creature with a cold gaze. This was when the one-eyed little demon chrysalis shuddered, evidently in great pain. Its single eye was shut tightly, and so was its mouth. It kept trying to make a sound, yet was ultimately unable to do it. Xia Fei frowned. This baby demon chrysalis, which had clearly not given up on hope to live, was evidently tethering on the edge of life and death, yet it was still doing its utmost to survive. Such a situation suddenly reminded Xia Fei of when he first opened his 7th brain region, and how the assault to his brain region caused Xia Fei to fall into his bathtub. Had it not been for Phantom's assistance, Xia Fei could very well have died back on Earth and would not have been alive today. Just like back then, a weak life struggling to live, Xia Fei could not help but feel sympathy toward it. With a brush of his finger, Xia Fei took out a bottle of blue medicinal solution and dripped a few drops on the little demon chrysalis's body. "What are you doing?" the old demon lord asked. "Saving it," Xia Fei answered directly. "I already told you that this demon chrysalis is the weakest, something that no one will want even if it's abandoned on the streets. Why even waste the effort in saving it?" Oro could not understand why Xia Fei would do this. He kept grumbling over it, and while Furball also felt unhappy seeing this, he feared Xia Fei more, and this was why he did not voice his dissent. Xia Fei ignored his complaints. Instead, he took out another bottle of golden solution and applied it on the little demon chrysalis as well. These two medicines, mixed together, created an intense reaction, and the little demon chrysalis shuddered even more violently, making it seem even more painful. "Save him? You're harming it," Oro muttered to himself. Xia Fei replied, "This fellow has suffered a powerful blow, so it's already a miracle for him to even still be alive. Common medicine won't have the effect of revitalizing him, so I decided to use a more potent drug. As for whether this little guy can crawl his way out of hell, that will be all up to him." With that said, Xia Fei proceeded to place the small demon chrysalis lightly inside his war armor and continued to watch the situation unfold by the entrance to the secluded springs. He saw as the over 100 Lionheart Law Emperors lined up in a neat row, their legs stepping on air as they stared fiercely at the entrance. Meanwhile, there was no movement or sound coming from the entrance, almost as if the warriors living inside were unwilling to come out and fight. Oro waved his fists with verve. The Black Lions regiment was as sharp as they were during his time, and this made him feel much pride as their emperor. Time ticked past, as Xia Fei hid behind the remains of a demon chrysalis, silently waiting. Suddenly, a series of cannon fire could be heard from inside the channel leading toward the secluded springs, and black figures came hurtling out of it, forming to face the Lionheart troops head-on. The Black Lions Regiment was the Lionheart's ace, taking up defined positions in their formation, and were all heroic and extraordinary individuals. Adding to the fact that these Lionhearts possessed extra-large builds was their majestic killing aura. Meanwhile, the secluded springs warriors did not seem to match them in terms of combat quality, and since fewer than 3,000 of them had gathered, without any order whatsoever, these troops looked no different from the hooligans off the streets that lacked any discipline. Xia Fei carefully observed these warriors and noticed that they were of different species. A majority was sapient species from the demon race, while the minority was from the god race, and there was barely a handful at best. Heathfield took a step forward the moment he saw these people come out and yelled, "2 days ago, people from secluded springs assaulted the Lionhearts, causing severe injuries to 2 of my fellow comrades, so I'm here to seek justice. Hand over the culprit in 3 minutes, and no one will owe anyone anything more, or else." Zing. The moment these words were uttered, the killing intent emanating from the Black Lions surged. These elite warriors completely believed the words he said, and were convinced that their fellow brethren had been injured by the people from secluded springs, so all of them became furious. None of them knew that this was really just an excuse Heathfield made up to sow some chaos. On the other hand, the warriors from secluded springs were evidently very puzzled, a look of confusion on their faces, not knowing what to do. This was when a powerful voice echoed out from within the secluded springs. "No one from the secluded springs has touched even a strand of hair of any Lionheart. I believe that you people have other matters here. Am I right?" This voice was very vigorous. The secluded springs warriors all started rubbing their fists eagerly as they clamored visibly. "Let's fight already. Why waste breath? Don't think we're afraid of you just because you're Lionhearts." A pair of tall and short elders stepped out from the channel. This was within the dark space. Everyone here was wearing war armor, making it impossible to make out their faces, yet these 2 clearly looked like the leaders of this group of warriors. Oro said, "The entrance to secluded springs is usually under the care of 2 law overlords. Now that they have been lured out, when the fighting starts, you can just dash right in and everything will be fine." Xia Fei nodded. It turned out that he needed to get past this checkpoint with the guards first. No wonder Oro had gotten him to seek Heathfield's help. It was all for the sake of matching these 3,000 guards and 2 law overlords, which Xia Fei would otherwise have trouble getting past. Heathfield had steeled his heart to demonstrate his prowess in front of Xia Fei. This way, Xia Fei would praise him in front of their emperor. As such, this Lionheart royalty very arrogantly pointed to the 2 law overlords. "You still have 1 minute left. You can't blame us for being discourteous if you don't hand over the perpetrators by then." These 2 law overlords from secluded springs frowned. The secluded and the Lionhearts hardly ever bothered with one another, yet the latter had brought over a powerful army and made unreasonable demands. Their leader even looked like he had eaten a barrel of gunpowder, spewing incendiary words that showed his desire to cause a ruckus, not even giving the 2 elders a chance to explain themselves. As the saying went, there is nothing someone innocent can do when wrongly accused. Just as these 2 law overlords were ruminating on their next move, Heathfield abruptly yelled, "Your 3 minutes is up. Men, kill them all." All the warriors from secluded springs were dumbfounded. 3 minutes had hardly passed since Heathfield started speaking. In fact, it had at most been a minute since. The Lionhearts were fighting practically at the drop of a hat. Heathfield cared not for the grievance they were feeling, however. With a wave of his arm, the platoon of Black Lions moved in unison. The sounds of battle broke out instantly. Kaboom! In the blink of an eye, the entrance to secluded springs turned into a battlefield. Lionhearts engaged against the secluded, with neither holding anything back. Chance! Xia Fei made a break for the entrance, hurtling himself out from the darkness. Zip! The energy propulsion system of Monohorn Ogre enabled Xia Fei to move at high speeds even in the emptiness of dark space. He was like a specter, an extremely fast specter. With a flicker of his figure, he darted into that pulsating and fleshy dark channel. The sounds of battles grew further and further away. Xia Fei speedily flew in what appeared to be a strange channel made of flesh and meat. Xia Fei felt like he had shrunk and was actually diving into someone's heart. He encountered many guards along the way. Too bad that these guards of secluded springs had low cultivation, so they were too weak to stop Xia Fei and his speed of 480,000 meters per second. Blood Crystal danced wildly, leaving behind hundreds of corpses in his wake, all killed with a single slash. Suddenly, Xia Fei felt that the walls around him had begun to move and that the channel was retracting. It turned out that this entrance to secluded springs was constructed within a huge heart vessel, and the blood and flesh all around would pulse once every few seconds. Right now, the rate of beating was already thrice every second. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. It was like an accelerating engine. You've been discovered. Get ready to experience the famed trigger trap of secluded springs. Oro solemnly stated. Trigger. Xia Fei was stunned. Before he could even react, he saw beam after beam of white light waves flying from the opposite side, crisscrossing with one another to form a huge net made of light waves. Crafty approach, Xia Fei grunted. His body then made inexplicable contortions, appearing as if he was heading to the right when he, in fact, was going to the left. His range of motions increased so greatly and so quickly that anyone seeing him would have a hard time believing that he was still human. Xia Fei evaded the concentrated light beams, but all these actions unfortunately meant that his speed of advancement had slowed down tremendously. The flesh walls all around him were rapidly shrinking to enclose him, almost as if the entire channel was working to squeeze him to death. Furthermore, Xia Fei realized that these beams completely disregarded friend or foe. Even those guards who had been stationed along the channel were killed by it. Accelerate. Pump it up. Oro kept yelling. You're but one man. You'll be in great trouble if you get trapped. Xia Fei gritted his teeth as he achieved his top speed. Peacock Blue. The immemorial mystical armament burst forth, forming a circle before Xia Fei's body. The body of Peacock Blue had acquired sharp little white flowers after merging with the scattered star chrysanthemum, and these white flowers were all made of indestructible energy. Xia Fei sent Peacock Blue forward and advanced with it, clearing the way ahead. Like a chainsaw in the hands of a lumberjack, everything that got in its way would be hacked into pieces by it. Since there was no road ahead, Xia Fei would just have to make one for himself. Very strangely, while this huge heart seemed to be made of flesh and blood, when Xia Fei truly began his attack, he discovered that it was actually a plant. It was hard to imagine that a plant would have a similar appearance to a human organ, and it could even grow to such a size in this barren dark space. Plant versus plant. The entrance to secluded springs was a plant, and so was Xia Fei's Peacock Blue. The difference was that Peacock Blue was an immemorial mystical armament, a powerful killing weapon of the plant type. Rumble. Peacock Blue grew over 1,000 meters long with its 5 bluegrass blades all covered in white flowers of death. These flowers, made of pure energy, were of such sharpness that, when Peacock Blue moved with all its might, they became like countless knives, sharper than even the most powerful drill. Bam! A loud blast, and Xia Fei had opened a path for himself. He drilled past the heart of this enormous plant, entering the strange, yet mystical world of the secluded springs. Looking around, he saw channels everywhere, with strange plants growing in them. These plants were of varying sizes, almost all in the shape of human organs. Some pulsed like hearts, while others breathed like lungs. Everything looked very terrifying and weird. The moment Xia Fei arrived at the hidden secluded springs, something strange happened on a planet by the name of Danami, inside the territory of the dark puppets. On the other end of a mountain was a temple, where countless people living on the planet were heading over to pay their respects. It rained last night, so the mountainside was completely muddy. However, these devotees still approached the temple in a very bizarre way. They were crawling toward it. Be it male or female, young or old, everyone was crawling in the mud toward it. Their attitude was very pious. A woman of the dark puppet species was even carrying a newborn child on her back as she made this pilgrimage. Aside from the mud, plenty of pointy rocks littered this mountain path, and they could easily cut these devotees' bodies if they were not careful. However, these hardships did not deter them at all. It almost seemed like overcoming as many adversities as they could on the way to the temple only demonstrated their utmost devotion. Whoosh! A spatial door suddenly opened by the foot of the mountain, and two well-dressed men in the prime of their lives stepped out. They were different from the impoverished locals, dressed in sharp suits and not a mote of dust on their shoes. In fact, just their outfit alone was not something any of these commoners could afford in their entire lives. These two newcomers had completely bald heads. Both had the same sharp jawlines, facial features, and even temperament. The only thing different about these two were the tattoos on their faces. One had it on the left side of his face, while the other had it on the right. Splotch! Without any hesitation, these two bald men began crawling forward on the ground just like the commoners, not at all concerned about the mud dirtying their beautiful clothes. Swish, swish, swish. The two moved rapidly, and in no time at all, they had crawled their way to the entrance of the temple. They got up and approached it while standing alongside each other, hardly making a peep throughout. The temple was low and gloomy. There did not seem to be anything special about it, and only if someone entered the premises would they realize that a skeleton was enshrined inside the temple. A pile of white bones. The skeleton was bedecked in precious jewelry, all the offerings of devotees to the temple. Day and night, the people in the temple would quietly retrieve all the jewelry to maintain their daily consumption, but the next day, even more offerings could be found hanging over the skeleton. These two bald men bowed deeply to this skeleton, but they did not stop. Instead, they darted into a small door behind and entered the backyard. Here, the gloomy atmosphere was gone, and the garden had all sorts of pretty flowers and plants growing everywhere. An old woman was sitting cross-legged on the grass. Wrinkles filled her face. There was even a layer of lime-like substance all over her skin. Her head of white hair fluttered wildly in the breeze, making her look like a priest from a barbaric nation. These two bald men made their way over and knelt on one knee, speaking in a low tone. "Aunt." The eyelids of this old woman lightly fluttered open. She tossed out a wooden doll figurine from her cuff with one hand. This small puppet splintered into pieces the moment it landed on the grass, turning into just a pile of scrap wood. The two bald men were startled, curiously asking, "Is this person already dead? Who is he?" Every dark puppeteer would have an origin life puppet the moment they were born, and now that this origin life puppet had broken into pieces, it signified that the person had already passed away, and it was done in an extremely cruel fashion. He had been ruthlessly killed. The old woman's face twitched as she whispered, "He was my son, your cousin." Her eyes were filled with puzzlement. They knew very well that their aunt had remained unmarried all her life. So how could they have a cousin? The old woman was expressionless, or maybe it was the thick layer of lime that made it impossible for anyone to make out what her facial expression was. In any case, the death of her son had caused her to remark coldly, "The reason why I left the family and have continued to live by myself out here was I had an illegitimate son with a human." These two bald men furrowed their brows slightly, but did not say a word. After all, the private affairs of their seniors was not something that they could intervene in or even comment about. It was just that their aunt's illegitimate child meant that he was half human. This point shocked the two greatly. Everyone knew that the two peak races were at loggerheads with each other. As such, it was no wonder their aunt had gotten exiled. An illegitimate child with a parentage from both the god and demon races would be an unacceptable existence by any family out there. Their own aunt had essentially committed the greatest taboo. "We'll deal with this matter, but according to our family's rules, his father will have to die as well," the bald man with the left face tattoo calmly stated. The woman let out a shrill laugh. "No need. Your cousin's father was called Galson Ward, and he's already dead. I have nothing to say about his death, but you must pay back my son's death with blood." These two bald men slightly nodded their heads, agreeing to the woman's request. Her eyes dimmed, and taking one last look at the world around her, she retrieved a knife from her cuff. It was a sharp knife used to cut throats. Squelch! With a flick of her wrist, she stabbed her aged throat with the tip of the knife. The old woman was still expressionless and, in fact, made not a single sound even as fresh blood began spilling out from her mouth. Meanwhile, her two nephews actually watched this tragedy unfold from the sidelines and with absolutely no intention of stopping her. The old woman exerted force on the blade and cut off her own head. Splat! Fresh blood spurted out from her corpse. It was a very gruesome sight. The bald man with the tattoo on his left face did not wait until the head of the old woman landed on the ground and caught it midair. Her thick blood splashed all over the two brothers, but they didn't move or show any reaction toward this. The two bald men exchanged glances. The man with the tattoo on his left face raised that severed head and solemnly rumbled, "Our aunt has made sacrificial death. This is the reward." With that said, he carefully stored her aunt's head into his spatial ring, and the two brothers turned to leave, allowing the few vultures to tear at what remained of their aunt's corpse. This entire process was cruel and callous. Just what sort of cold-blooded creature would actually watch their own kin remove their own head? The dark puppeteers were just an ordinary species of the demon race, but these two bald men and the old woman belonged to a family that was anything but ordinary. Their surname was Baines, the cold-blooded killers. Baines. Dark space, the secluded springs. Just as what the old demon lord said, the secluded springs had its independent ecosystem, where plenty of strange plants grew, all colorful and mysterious. These abnormal trees bore kidney-like fruits. Sour yet sweet juices would fill the mouth of anyone taking a bite off them. The taste was truly not bad. People who were not aware would think that they had visited hell in the mortal plane when, actually, these strange yet scary plants were not in the least bit dangerous. Instead, they contained plenty of energy, and the secluded springs residents depended on them for survival. There was soil, breathable air, lakes, and any normal living conditions necessary for survival. The only difference was their odd shapes and colors. However, Xia Fei was not in the mood to admire this fantastical scene before him. He had come rushing over for the clairvoyant, secluded well, an old monster who had been living here in the secluded springs. The mission now was to locate him as soon as possible while avoiding any direct confrontation with the warriors here. Whoosh! Xia Fei moved quickly, flying past the channel filled with all sorts of plants. The channel was circular in shape, with plants evenly distributed on both sides. Above his head, under his feet, Xia Fei could see them everywhere, growing wildly without any order to speak of. The dark space was supposed to be just darkness, but there was light in the secluded springs. This light came from plants that looked very much like soft rushes. Their fruits, which made Xia Fei think of a dish called 9 turns fat intestines, released lights even brighter than the sun rays. Xia Fei could completely do without his night vision or life support systems as he moved about in the secluded springs. Breath control provided Xia Fei with great protection amid the dense fauna. Aside from the entrance to the secluded springs being heavily defended, Xia Fei hardly came across anyone upon entering the place, and no one could even dream of discovering and stopping him. Another fork in the road. Which way should I go? Xia Fei came to a halt and asked while squatting under a big tree. It had been over 2 hours since he entered the secluded springs. After the many forks he encountered along the way, Xia Fei realized that the place was actually large, far larger than anything he could imagine. He had yet to bump into anyone in the last 2 hours, clueless on where they were all hidden. Oro shook his head, helpless. This place is called the secluded springs isn't only because it exists in the chaotic dark space, but also because the terrain will change every time and out of nowhere. Even locals will often get lost, trapped to their death in any of the long channels. Still, there's no need for you to panic. All you have to do is find a local and let him lead the way. Xia Fei frowned. If I could find someone, would I need to ask you? If I knew that this would happen, I would grab hold of one from the entrance before I entered. Whoosh! Xia Fei continued his way forward, this time changing his plans. Whenever he came upon a fork in the road, he would always choose the left. Choosing the same direction every split was a tried and true method to get out of a maze. Xia Fei was hoping that this trick would be effective here as well. Taking another turn, Xia Fei suddenly accelerated out. He had spotted a bunch of secluded several miles in front. There were about 30 men in this pack, each of them riding a demon chrysalis like a nomadic rider. I've finally seen someone alive, Xia Fei said to himself. His 2 eyes suddenly sparkled, like a hungry wolf that had suddenly found its prey. I've finally seen someone alive. Xia Fei spoke to himself, feeling elated. Others would feel fearful when they saw enemies, but Xia Fei was the opposite. He went sprinting forward right away. like a cat that had found a rat. His eyes glimmered with hunger. Peacock blue furball. Kaboom. Speed was critical in battle. Xia Fei did not hesitate in the least bit and fought with all his might. His eyes quickly scanned through these secluded warriors, identifying a target whom he deemed could easily be overwhelmed psychologically before killing the rest. A speed that went well over 400,000 meters per second, unleashing his many weapons with no reservation. Xia Fei's combat strength would surely allow him to insta-kill every enemy at his level. He would not even be afraid to face a law overlord. The highest cultivation of this group only reached the Law Emperor, so of course they had no way of resisting Xia Fei's violent assault. Peacock Blue coiled up 5 enemies at the same time and tore them into shreds with a powerful squeeze. Furball was like a fatal beam that flew past, quickly penetrating through the enemy's chests. Meanwhile, the blood crystal was like a butterfly dancing from flower to flower, sucking flesh and bones dry wherever the dark red dagger went. A single second. Xia Fei used 1 second to lay waste on all these enemies, including the demon chrysalis that they were riding on. This was the power of a high-speed warrior. No doubt high-speed warriors were naturally talented in ending battles fast. This was especially so when facing enemies weaker than themselves, for the advantage that they had would grow exponentially. After all, lightning-like reflexes and reaction time were needed to fend off high-speed warriors. While warriors who were of sufficiently high level may be able to rely on their super-fast reaction to make up for their disadvantage in speed, those who had lower levels could only wait for their eventual deaths, not even having the chance to retaliate whatsoever. Mass murder in a second. This was essentially the time it took for someone to blink their eyes, and the next instant, what was left of this group of secluded warriors was a lone figure, as well as his mount. Peacock Blue, Furball, and the blood crystal all surrounded this lone warrior. He blinked several times, his jaws nearly dropping to the ground, but still could not make sense of just how his comrades had been killed so fast. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you anything." Before Xia Fei could even begin his interrogation, the man had already broken down into tears and wailed, shivering terribly as he begged for his life. Bonk! Xia Fei sent a kick his way to dismount him. A painful blow caused the man to whimper, but he did not dare to cry out loud. At the same time, Xia Fei put Furball back in his bosom. This pet of his, who hated demon chrysalises a lot, had been eyeballing this one before them now. Xia Fei was afraid that Furball would scare this demon chrysalis to death again, something that had happened many times before. After all, the aura of Furball, this holy beast, was anything but normal. Peacock Blue used 2 of its grass blades to grab hold of that warrior and the demon chrysalis. The mount looked stupefied, dazedly staying in place, while the warrior kowtowed repeatedly. Oro was temporarily speechless. The secluded clan is said to be full of desperados. How would there be such a cowardly clan member? Just how did you find someone like this? Xia Fei breezily explained. It's actually very easy. This person was walking in the very middle of the troops, and his gaze kept darting about. The front is usually in the most dangerous spot, easily receiving attacks first, while the rear isn't safe, either, since that's where enemies launch their ambush. This person chose to position himself right in the middle and was constantly furtively shifting his eyes everywhere. This means that not only is he cowardly, he is at least somewhat clever, knowing where it will be the safest to hide. He's exactly the kind of person that I'm looking for. Oro nodded repeatedly. Though Xia Fei was not too old, he had a good grasp of a person's heart. His observation skills were exceptional as well. Given that he had found the most cowardly among the bunch in a short time frame, it just demonstrated how insightful he was. Thump! Xia Fei stomped the skinny warrior's chest, asking with an icy gaze, "Do you know who's secluded well?" Xia Fei's judgment was very accurate. This skinny warrior had been scared SHDLSS after seeing him in action, so the moment the warrior heard that Xia Fei was looking for the clairvoyant secluded well, he immediately slapped his chest and offered to lead the way. In fact, not only did he lead the way, he even told him all the information he knew, answering anything Xia Fei asked. He was very agreeable. As such, Xia Fei saved plenty of time. Of course, Xia Fei would also have his ways of making someone stubborn talk, but Xia Fei preferred someone more spineless like this warrior, since it saved him the trouble of having to grill him at all. So this is the function of a demon chrysalis. Even in the secluded springs, it is also relied upon to lead the way. Xia Fei sighed. There was no sense of direction in the dark space, and anyone would easily get lost. Meanwhile, domesticated demon chrysalises were like old horses that knew the way, capable of guiding people to wherever they needed to go. Outside of secluded springs, those gigantic demon chrysalises served as the secluded people's warships, relying on them with a majority of troop movement. Meanwhile, the smaller demon chrysalises could be used as mounts inside the secluded springs. Having a trained demon chrysalis was very important to the people living inside this dark space. Xia Fei suddenly recalled that little demon chrysalis he had picked up. He wondered if it was still alive. Taking it out for a look, he saw that the little creature was still struggling on the precipice of life and death. It had been severely injured, and the medicine Xia Fei applied on it had merely prolonged its life rather than heal it. Just toss that little thing away. It looks like it's about to die, Oro said, unimpressed. Xia Fei ignored him and dripped the medicine on its body once more. This time, the potency of this medicine was many times stronger than the one he had used before. After he was done, Xia Fei stored the one-eyed demon chrysalis back in his bosom and continued walking forward. That was right. He walked. The demon chrysalis, which had been leading the way, had slinked off speedily. However, because Xia Fei was a speedster, the rapid pace of the creature was no more than a strolling pace to Xia Fei. Here in the secluded springs, where a demon chrysalis was necessary to lead the way, Xia Fei had no choice but to match the pace of the creature. In front of him was a fork, with 3 separate roads heading in 3 different directions. The demon chrysalis suddenly came to a halt upon reaching this point, no longer advancing. What's the matter with it? Xia Fei asked with knitted eyebrows. That skinny, secluded warrior honestly answered in fear. It can't go any further. These 3 roads are all wrong, so it's waiting for a new road to appear. A new road? Asked Xia Fei menacingly, arching his eyebrow. The warrior sweated profusely in his anxiety, explaining hurriedly with animated hand gestures. Apparently, these roads would shift after some time. It was not a pathway anyone could pass through whenever they wanted. The secluded relied on this maze-like characteristic, which allowed them to survive in the law realm where danger lurked everywhere. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. Although he was in a rush to meet the clairvoyant secluded well, the secluded spring's unique terrain made it so that Xia Fei had no way of continuing forward, so all he could do was be patient even though he was reluctant. Then let me ask you, how many experts are there in the secluded springs right now? Xia Fei asked as he blew out a smoke ring. There are a total of 6 kings in the secluded springs. They're the so-called 4 overlords, 1 saint, and 1 clairvoyant. Lord Secluded Well, whom you're looking for, is one of the 6 kings. 4 overlords and 1 saint. Xia Fei was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. Secluded Springs has a law sage? That's right. Secluded Sephora and Secluded Tune are both law overlords guarding the entrance. There's also Law Overlord Secluded Mess and Super Law Overlord Secluded Hunt. Law Sage Secludeless and Clairvoyant Secluded Well make up the 6 kings of the Secluded Springs. The demon lord in the ring could not help but arch an eyebrow as he muttered to himself. All these years, and a law sage has actually appeared in the Secluded Springs? This may be quite troublesome. You can still deal with a law overlord, but if it's a law sage, well, we'll have to be more careful in going about our business now. Even if you can't beat them with your speed, you should at least be able to keep yourself alive. Xia Fei nodded gravely. To most, anyone who reached Super Law Overlord would be absorbed into the 2 peak races, but because Secluded Springs belonged to neither race, none of their experts qualified to join either of the 2 peak races, and so they could only remain here. Cultivation was not just a matter of talent and hard work, but also energy. It was very hard to imagine that the impoverished Secluded Springs would have someone that had managed to cross the Lost Sage's heavenly threshold. Xia Fei asked a few more questions. It turned out that the 6 kings were already aware of Xia Fei's intrusion, but none considered him to be a threat and had merely sent out small teams to search for him. This was an advantage to Xia Fei. As though he was not a law overlord, his actual combat strength was not any worse than a law overlord. As long as Xia Fei could end fights quickly, he would be able to approach Secluded Well without much of a fuss and leave without kicking up much of a stir, either. Though Secludless was a lost sage, he still had no way of stopping Xia Fei, given his superior speed and his almost inexplicable crafty approach. This was when a huge thunderclap resounded. He saw the three roads forward turning counterclockwise as if they were on a dial, with the rightmost road sinking into the ground and a new road appearing on the left side. Everything made for a magical sight. The demon chrysalis made a little chittering, indicating that it would continue on its way. As such, Xia Fei had readied himself to move once more. His destination was the clairvoyant, secluded well. Knowing that there was a lost sage hiding in the secluded springs, Xia Fei understood that the risk he was taking this time was not low. About a dozen or so hours later, Xia Fei finally arrived at the residence of clairvoyant secluded well, one of the 6 kings of the secluded springs. Along the way, Xia Fei did not forget to take care of that little demon chrysalis he had picked up. He would administer it medicine every hour. It was just too bad that the creature's injuries had yet to take a turn for the better, and it could die at any moment. A treehouse stood in front of him, a wooden platform built high on the treetops. This platform was fenced with a small wooden house, no different from what a child would play in. It hardly looked like the residence of a significant figure. "This is clairvoyant secluded well's home?" Xia Fei asked, skeptical. That skinny warrior quickly nodded. "That's right. The Lord lives here." Just as he said this, Xia Fei saw an old man with a height of 1 meter stepping out from this treehouse. His snowy white, long hair reached the floorboards. He had white beard as well, and rosy cheeks. He looked to be in great spirits. Xia Fei did not expect that the clairvoyant he had been searching for was actually a dwarf. He saw secluded while stretching his back and lifting his foot to kick at something on the platform. Bam! A rattan ladder made from green vines tumbled down, allowing anyone to climb up to the treehouse. After doing this, secluded well suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh as he raised a hand to pat his head. "I forgot. You're an expert, so there's no need for a ladder." Xia Fei was stunned. It sounded as if secluded well had spoken those words to him. He watched secluded well turn around and wave a hand over to the bush that Xia Fei was hiding behind. "Evildoer, since you've made your way here, why don't you come up and meet me in my house?" This was when the old demon lord suddenly burst into laughter and excitedly said, "That's right. This old coot is no doubt secluded well. Let's go? He already knows that we're here." The old demon lord suddenly burst into laughter and excitedly said, "That's right. This old coot is no doubt secluded well. Let's go? He already knows that we're here." Carefully looking around, Xia Fei confirmed that there was no one lying in wait for him before he made his way up to secluded well's treehouse. As for that skinny warrior and his mount, Xia Fei had tossed the two in a large plant containment box, which he kept in his spatial ring. This plant containment box could provide plant life with the nutrients and sunlight they needed, and a minor adjustment would allow it to keep these living beings alive. Secluded well was all smiles as he reached out with a welcoming gesture. "Visitor from afar, why don't you come in and take a seat?" Xia Fei lowered his head and stepped into secluded well's treehouse, only to find the room to have a very low ceiling. He needed to bend over a little inside when standing up, or else his head would surely hit the ceiling. Rows upon rows of bookshelves were in the room, and in the center was a mattress that had been woven from plants. Aside from that, simple snacks and drinks were also displayed, but nothing else. The two sat across from each other on that mattress, with secluded well smiling at Xia Fei and the latter carefully examining this clairvoyant he had heard of. Xia Fei could not tell secluded well's age from his face alone. He was short and squat. His 2 hands were very well maintained and looked as tender as a child's. He also had 2 sharp eyes and flowing white hair. Were he a little skinnier and taller, secluded well would completely fit the description of an immortal, wise man. Secluded well did not seem to harbor any animosity towards Xia Fei. "You're a human. I believe that you came from the faraway White Horse constellation." Xia Fei smiled. "You're a clairvoyant, so you must know of my past already. Why bother asking?" Secluded well was at first surprised to hear Xia Fei's retort, but he soon burst into laughter. A clairvoyant is no more than someone who makes slightly accurate predictions based on the situation at the time. If I could truly see into the future, then that would make me a god. After living for so many years in the secluded springs, I have become familiar with every tree and grass blade in this place. Spirits inhabit these plants. No matter how skilled you are in terms of your physical agility, there's no way you can escape the eyes of nature, and I just happen to belong to the wood sprite species. The old demon lord had already told Xia Fei about secluded well-being a wood sprite while they were making their way over. The wood sprites were a special species with a small population and long lives. They developed very slowly. Other species would consider an adolescent if they reached their teens. As for the wood sprites, they would be considered that after hundreds of years, their lives spanning for tens of thousands of years. This was why Oro could recognize secluded well despite it having been over 10,000 years since their last meeting. And this was also why the clairvoyant was still alive even now. Aside from the very long lifespan and ability to communicate with the plants and trees, wood sprites were rather good when it came to predictions. No one knew if the wood sprites could do so by relying on their nature affinity or if they were truly capable of peering into the future. It was just that wood sprites had always been able to make predictions of the future very accurately. This had always been a secret of the wood sprites, and as a senior wood sprite, Secluded Well was of course all the more proficient in the art of clairvoyance. The greatest weakness of wood sprites was the fact that they were unable to cultivate law completely. They were living in the law realm, but were unable to master any law power. They were a group of very special individuals. The corners of Xia Fei's lips curled as he flashed a strange smile. What a flawless execution of slowing down the enemy. You know that you couldn't completely stop me, so you pretended to invite me into your home, while you secretly called for reinforcement. I believe that with the current speed of the reinforcement, they should arrive in a handful of minutes. Still smiling, Xia Fei coldly asked, "Clairvoyant, you should more or less predict just what calamity will befall after, right?" Secluded Well was startled, his rosy cheeks draining of color. Xia Fei was not mistaken in the least. At this very moment, Law Overlord Secluded Chaos and Super Law Overlord Secluded Hunt, along with their men, were still several minutes away. The wood sprites could indeed communicate with nature, but it was not without its limitations. By the time Secluded Well picked up on Xia Fei's tracks, it had already been too late. Even if he got on a demon chrysalis, there would be no way for him to hide from Xia Fei. This was why Secluded Well had appeared completely unperturbed by his arrival, luring Xia Fei into his treehouse while seeking assistance from his comrades. No doubt Secluded Well was brave, and his little scheme was decent, but a pity that Xia Fei had always been a cautious man. He always left an impermissible trace of spatial boundaries wherever he went. This way, Xia Fei could find his way back and also prevent enemies from secretly surrounding him to ambush him from behind. At that moment, those boundaries had finally come in handy. Xia Fei immediately became aware of the predicament that he was in the instant those secluded got near him. Sweat dripped down Secluded Well's forehead as he cried, "Impossible! I actually failed to see through you? That's impossible. This was the first time I've actually failed to get a good read of someone's future. Why was that?" Whoosh! Xia Fei lifted Secluded Well with one hand as he pulled out a suit of old-fashioned war armor from his spatial ring and put it on the wood sprite. He did this to prevent his super-fast speed from causing Secluded Well any injuries. Going in the opposite direction, Xia Fei quickly beat a hasty retreat at a speed well over 400,000 meters per second. He was thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. Thud! Xia Fei tossed Clairvoyant, Secluded Well on the ground, and nicked his left ear with the blood crystal. It was the barest of cut, yet it was enough to cause the wood sprite's ear to shatter like porcelain. Secluded Well, who had no martial arts prowess to speak of, loudly cried in pain. The loss of energy he had just experienced caused his heart to shudder immensely. Everything comes with a price, and that's the price for trying to trick me. Xia Fei uttered emotionlessly. "Tell me everything you know about the Cosmic Gate and the Ark." "Ark?" Secluded Well's eyes went wide as his voice croaked with a hint of hesitation. However, this 1 second of hesitation only got Xia Fei to chop off the wood sprite's right pinky finger. Xia Fei knew very well just how clever Secluded Well was, and when dealing with a smart enemy like this, the best method was to keep up a constant pressure and make them lose their ability to think. He would never give this clever man the chance to think, for once that happened, Secluded Well may very well start concocting lies to Xia Fei, and lies were something he detested the most. Secluded Well was on the verge of collapse. Xia Fei was truly being barbaric to a wise man like him. Be it physically or mentally, Xia Fei's relentless probing gave secluded well immense pressure. Oro originally wanted to reproach Xia Fei for being too harsh in his methods, but decided against this after giving it some thought. While Xia Fei's method was indeed a little vicious, it was indubitably the most effective way of dealing with an enemy with high intellect. The moment a smart person lost their cool, they would hardly differ from an idiot. Sure enough, secluded well, who was on the verge of losing his sanity, reached his tipping point as fear tightly gripped his heart. The Ark is a name used by the god race, but the demon race call it the lifeboat. Legend has it that there's absolutely no life in this universe, and it's the Ark passing through the cosmic gate that brought life to our universe. Xia Fei was stunned. The Ark was actually the origin of life? This was an idea that he had not once thought of. If the Ark had truly brought life, then it meant that the origin of life had come from beyond the cosmic gate. Then is this Ark still around, or is it parked in some place? Xia Fei asked sternly. Before secluded well could reply, something strange suddenly occurred. He saw as two black figures appeared at Xia Fei's two sides extremely fast, sealing off his path. The newcomers were a black fatty and an old man with a dour face. Both were two of the 6 kings of the secluded springs, Law Overlord Secluded Mess and Super Law Overlord Secluded Hunt. So soon? Xia Fei was in shock. He had a strong suspicion that Secluded Springs was hiding some shortcut, which allowed for quick travel. Otherwise, there would be no way for the two to have appeared so soon, catching up to him in less than a minute. The appearance of these two law overlords immediately turned the situation on its head. Xia Fei was in trouble now. Here I was wondering just who had abducted our Lord Clairvoyant. To think it's some insignificant grunt of the god race. The black and fat secluded mess snorted in disdain after seeing Xia Fei. I thought that it's an accomplice of those DMN lions, which would at least give me some pause. But all we have here is some weak human. Before Xia Fei could react to the words, Oro's eyes lit up in rage. The Lionhearts hated hearing others call them DMN lions, and Secluded Mess had unwittingly committed a huge taboo. Secluded Mess was a carry, which enjoyed a very prestigious position in the demon race. They were more or less on par with Oro's Lionhearts, so of course he had no love for the humans from the god race. Super Law Overlord Secluded Hunt wrinkled his brows slightly. Secluded Mess's words sounded as if he was looking down on the god race, and he happened to be from the god race. Secluded Mess's two eyes widened to the size of bronze bells as he pointed at Xia Fei with one hand, bellowing, "You've already been surrounded, twerp. If you don't want to die, you'd better hand over Lord Clairvoyant. Crawl under me next, and then perhaps if my good improves, this old granddad can let you off." Secluded Mess pointed down at his pants as he widened his stance, laughing boisterously. "Lord Clairvoyant, you got careless. I told you not to live separate from the group, but you simply refused to listen. See how you've been held hostage by someone." It was evident that Secluded Mess was an arrogant knucklehead, goading Xia Fei with his words while also insulting one of the Secluded Springs' 6 kings. Secluded Well merely huffed and did not say a word. He had no choice. He had to depend on them to save his life in the current situation, so all he could do was begrudgingly endure this. Unexpectedly, Secluded Well did not only settle for insulting, but was also rather naggy. He prattled on and off, not holding anything back with his flippant words. Even the Super Law Overlord's expression turned slightly ghastly, sighing in resignation. Chance. Xia Fei promptly accelerated sans a warning and charged right at Secluded Mess. Secluded Hunt was in the middle of using his 2 hands to rub his temples in annoyance at the moment, for he was truly feeling rather resentful of Secluded Mess's tirade. It was this brief second of distraction that Xia Fei had grasped. Xia Fei held Secluded Well with one hand, and one swing of his arm turned the latter into a human cannonball as he was flung out. "You want him? Take him," Xia Fei shouted as he lowered his form and went hurtling right behind Secluded Well. Secluded Mess was a blockhead with martial arts prowess, but no brains to speak of. At that moment, his brain short-circuited. He had no idea whether he should catch Secluded Well or take care of Xia Fei first. Speed was king on the battlefield. How could the slightest of hesitation exist during battle? This was especially true when facing a high-speed warrior like Xia Fei. Kaboom! Peacock Blue and Xia Fei coordinated with each other flawlessly. That slight hesitation of secluded mess was not just a chance for Xia Fei, but was also an opportunity for Peacock Blue. 5 large grass blades suddenly sprouted from the ground and tightly coiled around secluded Hunt. Plush! A blood-red dagger flashed, plunging directly into the chest of Law Overlord Secluded Mess. Level 3 Law Overlord Secluded Mess was, thus, insta-killed. A true warrior would never underestimate their opponent. Secluded Mess happened to have made this fatal mistake. He had no idea that he was facing a Skywing, the sharpest and most fiendish blade of the god race. A true lethal weapon. In the isolated secluded springs, no one had any clue about Xia Fei. This was what he could use to his advantage. Insta-killing without any hesitation. Plush! The blood crystal's dark red blade flashed as Xia Fei used his speed of over 400,000 meters per second to close in on Secluded Mess and drive the blood crystal into the latter's chest. From throwing Secluded Well out as bait to that fatal blow, Xia Fei had executed everything in a breath's time. In fact, not even 0.5 seconds had passed. It was done at a lightning-fast speed. From the sidelines, even Super Law Overlord Secluded Hunt and all his cultivation was helpless to stop this from happening. His figure whizzed by, and he thrust a single palm right at Xia Fei's waist. A layer of thin white luster, which was extremely sharp, covered Secluded Hunt's palm. It was a derivation of the law of space. Spatial fracture. The law of spatial fracture was different from spatial tears. The space where this law power was exerted cracked like a broken glass and rapidly spread, creating an irregular line on a radius of several dozen miles. Anything that came into contact with this line of fracture got injured by it. What a tyrannical linear attack. Xia Fei was slightly stunned, and he abruptly applied strength to his arm. The blood crystal's blade split into 3, taking the shape of a trident. The blood essence in Secluded Mess's body had already been devoured by the dagger, turning very weak. So how could it withstand being dragged by Xia Fei forcefully? Xia Fei's burst of strength had instantly cut Law Overlord Secluded Mess into half. Law Overlord Secluded Mess was definitely dead now. Snap! While Xia Fei's left arm was finishing off Secluded Mess, his right arm had not stayed idle. He caught hold of Secluded Well in midair and positioned the wood sprite before him, right in the path of that spatial fracture that Super Law Overlord Secluded Hunt had unleashed. When experts clashed, they feared having reservations the most. Since clairvoyant, Secluded Well happened to be what the 2 law overlords had misgivings over. There was no reason for Xia Fei not to exploit this further. Womp! Xia Fei pushed forward, moving Secluded Well in the direction of that fatal spatial fracture, essentially pushing him toward death's doors. Super Law Overlord Secluded Hunt cursed at Xia Fei's craftiness there and then, for having actually used his old friend Secluded Mess as a meat shield. First, it was Secluded Mess whom Xia Fei had successfully solved, all because the former had underestimated him and exposed a moment's hesitation, costing Secluded Mess his life. Now, Xia Fei was attempting to use the same method to deal with him. Detestable. Absolutely detestable. Though he was seething with rage, Secluded Hunt truly did not wish to harm Secluded Well. This was because the Lord Clairvoyant was not just a good friend of his, but also a close confidant of Lost Sage Secludeless. If Secludeless ever learned that he was the one who had harmed Secluded Well, given the Lost Sage's short temper, hell would certainly await him. With a twist of his wrist, Secluded Hunt forcibly took back the lethal spatial fracture. Crack! The fracture line turned away just as it came into contact with Secluded Well's body, cutting a gap on the war armor of Secluded Well. It was a really close shave. Just a millimeter more, and the clairvoyant would have been killed off. That's what I thought. You're all afraid of harming Secluded Well. Xia Fei cried in his mind, energized after learning this. Taking one's life while they were handicapped. Xia Fei could tell that Secluded Hunt's fear of injuring Secluded Well could be further exploited, so with a forceful stomp of his feet, he did not retreat, but raised Secluded Well like a shield and went pouncing on Secluded Hunt with the blood crystal instead. The tip of the blade coiled around Secluded Well like an artful snake, striking Secluded Hunt's chest diagonally. Meanwhile, Secluded Hunt was like a rocket that had lifted himself into the air. In a series of dazzling motions, both Xia Fei and Secluded Hunt demonstrated their true strength amid all the dodging. The attack from Xia Fei was amazing, but so was the skill Secluded Hunt possessed to dodge this blow. Whoosh! Having to raise Secluded Well ultimately slowed Xia Fei's movement. He did not successfully in connecting this one blow, and Secluded Hunt deftly avoided it. But that was not the end of the assault. A single white light came hurtling at great speed like a bolt of lightning, while cutting an oblique path from afar. It came streaking across the sky like a comet. This was the opportunity Furball had been waiting for. Secluded Hunt could not make out what was coming for him, so he of course did not neglect it. Crossing his two arms over his chest, Secluded Hunt attempted to block this one fatal collision coming from Furball. Kaboom! A loud explosion sounded as Furball and Secluded Hunt collided. The two of them rebounded off each other, now flying in the reverse direction of their collision. Whoosh! Secluded Hunt was indubitably someone with a super law overlord cultivation, for he had actually managed to block the kamikaze collision that Furball had attempted. However, this accelerated impact from Furball was simply too brutal that Secluded Hunt found himself being pushed back by more than 100 meters. The battle was intense. Xia Fei and Secluded Hunt eyed each other as they stood more than 100 meters apart. This round ended in a tie. Holy Beast Shatterstar stood erect on Xia Fei's shoulder, while Secluded Hunt glared daggers at the human. Immortal Mystical Armament Peacock Blue had slowly submerged itself underground once more, hiding deviously from plain sight. There was also that vampiric dagger, the Blood Crystal, which was actually supremely wild and abnormal while looking unassuming. Super Law Overlord Secluded Hunt furrowed his brows. At this moment, he completely understood that this seemingly normal human standing before him was not some trashy fish, rather a crazy super-speed expert with the strength to insta-kill Law Overlords and even force back a Super Law Overlord. Xia Fei held with one hand Secluded Well, who was foaming in his mouth. This elderly wood sprite, who had no martial arts prowess to speak of, was about to pass out from being used as a meat shield by Xia Fei. Oro eyed the tragic sight of Secluded Well before looking at Xia Fei and yelling, "What are you going to do if Secluded Well gets injured? This old sprite hasn't even told us about the arc yet." "Shut up," Xia Fei shouted with much savagery that Oro was left dumbfounded. Xia Fei hated being backseated while in a fight, and he made no exception to this even for Oro, the Emperor of the Lion Hearts. He should have considered the fact that Xia Fei had been surrounded by two law overlords moments ago. How could he bother concerning himself with Secluded Well's well-being? At the moment, he had no choice but to be unscrupulous in order to ensure his survival. "What speed? Are you a Skywing?" Secluded Hunt wagged his finger as he furiously asked Xia Fei. Xia Fei smiled. "It's none of your business whether I am one or not. I'm looking for your clairvoyant merely to ask him a few words, so you'd better not make any reckless move if you don't want him dead, or else." Secluded Hunt froze. It was apparent that Xia Fei was not boasting. Given his actions and methods, he could most definitely make Secluded Well experience a fate worse than death, and this was not a situation Secluded Hunt wanted to see. "Skywings are troublesome. Secluded Well remains, and I'll let you leave," Secluded Hunt said with a frown. Everyone would have a headache when mentioning the demon-sealing fiendish blade of the god race, and Super Law Overlord Secluded Hunt was no exception. However, Xia Fei was surprised, for a flash of delight had appeared in his eyes when Secluded Hunt said these words. Something was not right at all. Zip! Sans hesitating in the least bit, Xia Fei grabbed hold of Secluded Well and sprinted off with him. However, just as his feet left the ground, a white flash, bright enough to light up an entire planet, suddenly shone. At the same time, Secluded Hunt had used an instantaneous movement technique to leave the battlefield. As if someone had turned on a flash, and the intense light swiftly passed through. Those strange plants in its path were all burned to crisp, the ground charred, and the river dried up. It was a flash of blinding light that destroyed everything. That's the law of illumination. Law Sage Secludeless has arrived. Time to flee. Oro bellowed at the top of his lungs. It turned out that the Law Sage Secludeless was nearby. Because he was afraid of injuring Secluded Well, he had not made his move. It was also unknown just what reason caused Secludless to change his mind suddenly, informing Secluded Hunt to back off, while also dealing a lethal attack on Xia Fei. Though Xia Fei had beaten a hasty retreat at high speed after sensing danger ahead of time, his speed was still incomparable to that of the speed of light. As such, if he failed to get away in time, he would be enveloped in that ruinous light in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, the law of illumination exuded burning heat that even the elite war armor, Monahorn Ogre, had problems resisting. Boom! Furball went crashing to the left, blowing up a huge side passage, while Peacock Blue subsequently began spinning wildly, trying to dig a path out to the side as if it were an excavation drill. Xia Fei darted right into this newly dug passage. The unique characteristic of light was its linear attack. While Xia Fei could not compete with it in terms of raw speed, he could take evasive movement to the side. Crumble. However, when Xia Fei entered the newly passageway, that scary light followed him inside. Secluded Springs originally had many long channels filled with strange plants, their height and width over 100 meters both ways. But Secludeless' law of illumination passed through them all, increasing the size of the channel one time over. It was an insane attack. The law of illumination sounded very holy, but it was anything but in reality. Every law power existed solely for the sake of taking lives, and the law of illumination was not any different. To make matters worse, it was as if Law Sage Secludeless had abruptly gone insane. He no longer cared about Secluded Well dying to such large AoE attacks, and seemed to think that killing Xia Fei trumped preserving Secluded Well's life. It must be mentioned that the law of illumination contained the power to manipulate light, and Xia Fei's speed was undoubtedly slower than light. Xia Fei was really in big trouble this time since Secludeless seemed to have steeled his heart and wanted Xia Fei dead more than anything else. Break for me. Xia Fei had no time to think about this. The situation was dire, and the only thing he could do now was to get as far away from this Law Sage and his law of illumination as possible. There was no way he could deal with an enemy at the Law Sage stage. Rumble. Peacock Blue and Furball were both very busy, doing their utmost to dig out passage after passage. They had to dig in an oblique path, or else the law of illumination's linear attack would make it impossible for them to outrun the light attacks from Secludeless, no matter how long these passages ended up being. Skywings. Democrat Minnesota Skywings. Xia Fei heard this extortion behind him as it was as loud as a thunderclap. Xia Fei had not seen this Lost Sage Secludeless, but he could already hear his voice, and the rage contained in his voice. Oro paled as he told Xia Fei, "Oh no. Secludeless holds a grudge against your clan." Xia Fei was unfazed. As a member of the god race's demon-sealing fiendish blade, the Skywings had garnered plenty of enemies and animosity from others with every achievement they attained in battle. In the past, the Skywings' reputation had helped Xia Fei aplenty, but this time, it had done the exact opposite. After learning that Xia Fei was a Skywing, Secludeless no longer held any scruples, wanting Xia Fei dead, even at the cost of killing his close friend. This went to show just how deep the hatred he harbored against the Skywing clan. Boom. The front burst into fragments, as Peacock Blue dug out another passage for Xia Fei to dive into. Whoosh. Xia Fei accelerated once more. He was now moving at a speed close to 500,000 meters per second. Peacock Blue was trailing behind Xia Fei, the 1,000-meter-long grass blades dancing wildly, sealing up the path behind Xia Fei. It caused a great collapse in the passage behind them. Xia Fei knew very well that sealing the passageway was only enough to stall for time a little. He needed to find a solution to get out of danger completely. After all, this was a Lost Sage he was going up against. The difference in their levels was simply too great. This was when a puzzled voice belonging to the old demon lord echoed in his ears. "That's strange. Why is this a one-way passage? That's strange. Why is this a one-way passage?" the old demon lord asked, feeling puzzled. Xia Fei had also noticed this problem. Secluded Springs was well known for its varied and revolving paths, forking out after a short distance, changing in a myriad of ways. Even the natives had trouble identifying the right way around the Secluded Springs. However, this passageway he was now in had no forks even after several hundred miles, becoming a singular winding path. This was very abnormal and decidedly different from the channels Xia Fei had been in before. Furthermore, the number of plants on both sides of this passage they were on was shockingly plenty. In just a small area of 1 square meter, there were actually more than a dozen or so large trees crisscrossing over one another. These branches with lush leaves brimmed with vitality. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei ventured forward. No matter how strange this passageway was, it was ultimately better than falling into Secludeless hands. Seeing that relentless rage the Lost Sage had for the Skywing clan, Xia Fei would surely suffer an unimaginable fate if Secludeless got his hands on him, the lone wolf of his clan. Peacock Blue was still resolutely executing Xia Fei's plan, exploding wildly alongside Furball as they brought destruction and ruins in Xia Fei's wake. As if Lost Sage Secludeless had been blocked by the collapsed passage, he was unable to catch up in time. However, Xia Fei did not dare to let his guard down. Reality had proven that there were plenty of secret passageways in the secluded springs aside from the usual channels. Howlaw Overlord Secluded Mess and Superlaw Overlord Secluded Hunt had suddenly appeared before was a testament to this fact. Several minutes later, the way ahead suddenly disappeared. Xia Fei arrived at a boundless space. He saw a fairly large circular region in front of him, like a sea of stars spanning a diameter of at least 20,000 kilometers. He could not see the end of this space, but right in the middle was a planet. Yes, an actual planet. From afar, it looked like a full moon about 1,000 kilometers in diameter, glowing pale white. This glow came from the soft rushes. The whole planet was made up of intersecting plants, intertwined with one another as they grew together. Xia Fei frowned. He tossed the already unconscious clairvoyant, Secluded Well, to the side as he came to a stop. He brushed his finger lightly across his spatial ring and took out a green medicine. Pop! Xia Fei directly poured the medicine on Secluded Well's face, the strong minty smell pervading. Secluded Well jolted awake and, the next second, jumped to his feet. He was no longer the least bit lethargic, and his 2 eyes shone with a very exaggerated glow. The name of the medicine Xia Fei had administered was called the Refreshener. A single drop was enough to perk up anybody, not to mention a whole bottle poured on Secluded Well's face. Quickly wiping away the extremely cooling liquid off his face with his sleeves, Secluded Well did not dare to speak. The pain he felt from Xia Fei breaking his finger and ear had yet to subside, so he was extremely fearful of Xia Fei. Where is this place? Xia Fei pointed to the luminous moon far away and asked. Secluded Well merely glanced at it once before he began sweating profusely as he yelped. How did we get here? This is the core region of the secluded springs. Whoosh. With a lift of the blood crystal, Xia Fei pressed his cold knife edge against Secluded Well's throat and solemnly asked, What's with that planet and this space? Secluded Well gulped before sighing. Weren't you looking for the Ark? Here it is. Xia Fei was stunned. Never would he have imagined that the Ark that he wanted to investigate by all means was now actually right in front of eyes. After a brief pause, Secluded Well said, The Ark exploded after passing through the cosmic gate, and one of the fragments fell into dark space. As such, Secluded Springs came to be here in the dark space from which no life should exist, and this piece is what provides a place for sapient life forms to survive. Secluded Springs was formed by an Ark fragment. Xia Fei was shocked. Look, that planet is completely formed of plants. How vibrant of a life force do you think is necessary to achieve something like that? It's said that the Ark was what brought life to the universe, and that's why. Secluded Well animatedly expressed, seemingly induced by the Refreshener. It was not just Xia Fei. Even the old demon lord was utterly surprised. No wonder the ancients suspected the Ark of having brought life. This plant amalgamation the size of a planet was formed just from an Ark fragment. This was completely incomprehensible. A pity that the Ark had already exploded into pieces, spreading throughout the universe. Otherwise, this miraculous ship would have become quite the astonishment to all sapient life forms. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. If the Ark was what ushered life to the universe, then it brought along a very complex problem. Did all life, including humans, originate from beyond the cosmic gate? Meanwhile, according to what people understood, there was just the inverse, a sort of evil being that destroyed all, beyond the cosmic gate. Xia Fei could feel his head throbbing. The cosmic gate, the arc, and the inverse. These strange yet profound existences were like unsolvable riddles, existing in the dark, shrouded in unknowable mystery. What about the cosmic gate, then? Xia Fei asked further. Secluded Well shrugged. I know as little as you do when it comes to the cosmic gate. Since you know my name, you surely know that I was expelled from the demon race precisely because I tried uncovering the secret behind the cosmic gate and the Arkansas. Xia Fei was baffled. It seemed that seeing the future was not his sin, which resulted in his expulsion from the demon race, but rather his investigation of the cosmic gate and arc. This was when Oro voiced, while it may seem like my predicament was the result of having been framed by my nemesis, I've always felt that the matter isn't as simple as it appears. Perhaps it's got something to do with my wish to investigate the cosmic gate. Xia Fei was shocked yet again. Did looking into something as little as the cosmic gate really cause a clairvoyant to be expelled and the prolonged detention of the Lionheart Emperor? Associating this with how the black and white gods were being hunted down despite their profound cultivation and their choice to join the rebel camp, everything became very strange and completely illogical. Secluded Well focused his profound gaze on Xia Fei as he muttered again, strange. To think that there's someone whom I, Secluded Well, can't see through. Without a doubt, this someone he was referring to was Xia Fei. Secluded Well had said this before. It seemed that he had been greatly disappointed because he could not get a grasp of Xia Fei. Oro, who had been with Xia Fei for a long time, could not get a firm grasp of Xia Fei's character either. After all, the young man was someone who most enjoyed keeping things to himself, an existence that refused to abide by the rules. However, Secluded Well was a clairvoyant. The fact that even he could not read Xia Fei meant that this was a big deal, something that troubled Secluded Well greatly. While they were standing there, staring at the planet, a huge change occurred. A beam of light, fatal and bright, suddenly exploded through the collapsed passageway and shot forth. It was an inexplicably fast attack. Crafty approach. Xia Fei's superb neural response came into action, and without pause, Xia Fei darted to the side. He had evaded the attack in the time it took for a flint to spark. The beam brushed past Xia Fei's body. It was so close he could feel his hair singing following its passing. Xia Fei may have evaded his attack, but clairvoyant Secluded Well did not. All that was left of him was the half-severed arm Xia Fei was still holding, while the rest of his body had been reduced to dust after the law of illumination shot past. Xia Fei tossed the arm away and accelerated with all his might. He sprinted right for the planet that had the arc fragment hidden in it, a flash of excitement in his eyes. You're insane. Secludeless is a lost sage with the law of illumination. The law of illumination is the best at ranged and AoE attacks. Running into emptiness like this is no more than suicide. Oro yelled desperately. It was apparent that no cover or anything stood between the entrance of the passage and the distant planet with its moonlight glow, which was the ideal environment for Lost Sage Secludeless to use his law of illumination. Xia Fei had now become an open target for Secludeless attacks. You're wrong, Xia Fei shouted. Secludeless won't attack me because behind me is the arc fragment. Ruining it will destroy the entire secluded springs. It's very obvious that he's significantly reduced his attack before, and the angle of attack was even very carefully calculated, clearly showing his reluctance to attack. Oro was shocked. Secludeless had unleashed the full destructive force during his first attack, but the second one was just a beam, completely different from what he had sent forth the first time around. Due to Secludeless' grudge against the Skywing clan, he had not even spared a thought for the life of his confidant, Secluded Well. Why, then, did he go easy on his second attack? There was just one explanation. Secludeless did have the desire to kill Xia Fei, but he was even more afraid of harming that faraway planet made of plants. Xia Fei had always lived by the principle of using all possibilities to attack the enemy, without holding anything back. Since Secludeless was afraid of Xia Fei touching the arc fragment, Xia Fei would do just that today. Besides, the question over just what exactly was the arc had troubled Xia Fei for a long time, and he wanted an answer right now. He wanted to look at that arc fragment with his very own eyes. Of course, Secludeless appeared in that empty space, hot on his heels, though Xia Fei had left him in the dust already. There were indeed shortcuts inside the secluded springs, but there was none in this empty space. The only thing they could rely on was speed. There were approximately 100,000 miles from the passage to that strange planet of vegetation, but Xia Fei merely needed 3 seconds to reach it. Secludeless might wish to catch up to Xia Fei, but that was easier said than done. Lost Sage Secludeless panicked. After all, the arc fragment was the foundation of the entire secluded springs, and the moment this got disturbed, no one could imagine just what sort of catastrophe might transpire. Whoosh. Most likely answering to Secludeless' call, the form of super law overlord Secluded Hunt instantly appeared. Only he could stop Xia Fei with his instantaneous spatial movement, being the sole practitioner of the law of space among the secluded springs' 6 kings. Quickly stop him. Secludeless pointed at Xia Fei as he shouted, already just a black dot in the distance. Secluded Hunt was startled. He hurriedly used his instantaneous movement technique and attempted to get near Xia Fei, blocking him from in front. Secluded Hunt had a much higher in level than Xia Fei, being a super law overlord. If the former ran in front of the latter, Xia Fei would end up in a dangerous predicament, where he needed to fight from 2 fronts. However, all Xia Fei did was flash that smirk of his and raised one hand. 5 spatial tears appeared, his target none other than that planet formed through the arc fragment. Secluded Hunt froze, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His figure promptly disappeared, appearing right before Xia Fei's spatial tears. With one spatial wall, he blocked Xia Fei's attack forcibly. Too bad that Xia Fei's attack did not show any signs of stopping. Kaboom! Kaboom! One after another, these ranged spatial attacks exploded upon contact. Secluded Hunt was absolutely flustered by this, doing his utmost to block the attacks from every angle, giving it his all to prevent anyone from landing on the planet. Xia Fei, who had clutched onto this weakness, dealt a severe blow toward it. Secluded Hunt had exploded with indignant rage. Originally, he intended to block Xia Fei, but was made a fool of by Xia Fei when he was forced to run around, trying to salvage the situation. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.